Assemble the accused! Bear witness to their trials. The time of the Inquisition is now at hand. Putting pop culture to the rack, the Inquisition calls to account the events of the week, rooting out heresy wherever it is found. I am Grand Inquisitor Doomcock, the future ruler of Earth, and joining me for tonight's torture is Nerdrotic Channel's Grand Inquisitor Gary Beekler. Gary, how are you this evening now that Doctor Who has been destroyed?
Not good. Not good at all. This was the biggest middle finger to a fandom in the history of pop culture. Whatever damage was done to Star Wars and Star Trek was nothing compared to what happened to Doctor Who tonight. So if you haven't watched the show and you don't think it's possible that something could be worse than Star Trek Discovery, Star Trek Picard, The Last Jedi, Doctor Who did it.
They completely ruined it.
Yeah, they went back into the canon, just smashed it to pieces, pulverized it, atomized it. It's dust. It means nothing. It's meaningless. William Hartnell has been minimized to just another Doctor.
Yeah,
the canon is now in chaos because of the changes they've made already. In what I discussed earlier today, and I've only seen the episode once. There's already 1,000 questions. What about this? What about that? I mean, they did not think about it, or they did, and they didn't care, which I think is the latter.
I don't even know if they thought about it. I don't think they think deeply. They can't. I mean, one of the things about this fucking abomination is that it not only ruins canon and completely rewrites everything about Doctor Who, as the master said, everything you knew was a lie. But it doesn't even make sense. It's stupid. It's stupid in so many Star Trek Discovery ways that why did they even bother? It's just, it's not even a good subversive story. It's a stupid one that makes no sense. It's crap. And basically with this episode, Chibnall just called all the past writers on the show liars. Liars. It was all a lie. All of their creation, everything they did, all the adventures of the Doctor that we knew were lies.
I will use the master's words. They needed to create, the Time Lords needed to create a creation myth for the elite. And that's exactly what this is that your canon was a creation myth for the elite. It's disgusting. I've got my 5 pages of notes here.
Yeah, I've got the same. I've got 5 pages of notes here, front and back. It's fucking creation myth for the
noble
elite.
Creation myth. A noble creation
so that's
myth for the elite.
That's essentially white males.
Oh God, yeah.
I mean, that's it. It's a creation myth for white males, and you are no longer welcome. Well, fine, fuck you then. Why should we watch your fucking piece of shit show? We're not welcome. We're not welcome, man.
No, the Doctor Who fandom isn't welcome, and it's not just white males. It's all the women, all the people of color who enjoyed this show and invested thousands of hours, thousands of dollars.
Oh yeah,
and absolutely. But no, like we in particular are not welcome.
Well, that's what they meant by the elite.
Yeah.
That's what they meant by this is a myth for the elite that maybe good people of color enjoyed, but really we're the ones being revised into irrelevance with this crap. But of course they're destroying their own. They're basically cutting their own throats. So go for it.
Yeah.
Go for it. Fine, fuck you. Set your fucking ship on fire and go down with it. I'll watch you. I'll eat popcorn while you go down, bitch.
Yeah, this kind of thing does happen all the time, actually, in corporate America, small businesses, and schools and cliques. What happens is a group of people get together. They're so freaking like-minded that they are so convinced that they are right, that it's just beyond their comprehension that they would even, consider the other side, because that other side is so completely wrong. And they're demonized. And that's what they've been doing to the fandom. The BBC wrote that article last week. And that should have been foreshadowing to what's going to happen. Now, listen, there's a lot of us who knew this was coming. I didn't know. I'm not that's not, listen, I didn't 100% know. I was in some kind of hypnosis denial, fanboy denial that they would actually do this to the show. But then I forgot, because I try, sometimes I'm a little naive I forgot how resolute they are in their rightness.
Yeah.
And they will burn down their own show rather than give it to people who they think are bad. And now the entire past represents something bad, instead of bringing in new people, which nobody has a problem with, building on the canon, which nobody has a problem with. Listen, I didn't like the female doctor. I think when you have a show that has had a male lead for 50 years, you change the show fundamentally when you change that character to a female. I don't care. You can say canon all day long. You can do that with Spider-Man. I've already given the analogies, and it's clear it's not working. It was a gimmick, and every piece of data we say with the show says it's falling apart. There's no merchandise. The ratings are going down, and this is just going to make it worse. And I guess they feel emboldened because they got some money from HBO Max. Okay, fine. We'll be watching, I'll be watching the ratings when they get under 1 million in the UK, which they will if they keep going down this road. Now, there are some caveats here, which we can talk about, but yeah. So the rumor that the doctor, spoilers, that the doctor was originally a female was almost completely right. I missed one thing. It was a little black girl. She's a little black girl.
I mean, but she is. I mean, she is female. But what killed me? What was the funniest thing? I actually, it made me. Okay, I mean, I didn't laugh at it. I mean, I kind of laughed at it, but then I got immediately just livid when the little girl of color falls off of the cliff and then regenerates into a little Asian girl. It's just, it's like a woke wet dream. It was.
Oh, and it gets worse. Then the powerful mother of science kills her own kid over and over again to test on it.
Well, it had to.
Love so much. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, they didn't actually go much into that, but yeah. Just basically. So Gallifrey was founded on a child killer.
Yep.
A child killer was the founder of Gallifrey.
Everything you know is a lie. Everything you know is a lie. And what this makes Chibnall is a liar. He said he insinuated he wouldn't do things like this. He did. His pompous ass went out there and said, I am fully aware of Doctor Who canon, which I believe he is. I have no doubt that he's aware. He just doesn't care. You want to talk about elites. He's been an elitist television writer at the elitist BBC for years. So he has been smelling his own farts for years. He's not a Doctor Who fan. He doesn't give a crap what you guys think. And at this point, I don't call for Bork. I don't tell people what to do. It's not my job. I'm not the boss or daddy of the internet. But me personally, I have been, but I will never give them a penny ever again. I will not buy anything new. Big Finish is dead to me. I'm sorry. I've always been a big proponent of Big Finish. I've always been a big backer of theirs. They now have to adhere to this canon. That is nothing I want to take part in ever again. Star Wars can recover. It will never be the same as it was before. It's permanently broken, but it can recover, make its own thing, and move forward if they make the right moves. Star Trek, the same. They can recover. They've done horrible damage to themselves. They can recover. Now, I'm saying that
it'll never be the same, though. When you say recover, it'll never be the same. But
it'll be
this shit.
It'll be a franchise where you can probably get a revenue stream from, but nothing that you paid for. Your investment is gone with Star Wars and Star Trek. Doctor Who's dead. It's dead. You can't bring it back. You can't reboot it. It would have to take Russell T Davies or somebody amazing in 10 years, and they would have to restart it. And that's not what Doctor Who fans want. We wanted our canon account, and we
this is a bomb. This is grotesque.
Abomination.
This is grotesque. It's a fucking scar on Doctor Who that it can never recover from. Never.
No. And the sad thing is, that they did this deliberately. They knew this would They knew this would divide the fandom, and they're happy about it. They're getting the results they wanted because they don't have enough talent. They can't succeed on their own merits. So they need gimmicks to get people upset to talk about it on Twitter and Facebook, and they're getting what they want tonight. That's the thing. I mean, I could shut up, but yeah.
Okay, fine. So we're not going to watch this shit anymore. Basically, is that okay?
Yeah, I'm not gonna. I am not. I won't be. I'll be covering the news. I will not cover the episodes. I will not give it any kind of a bump, positive or negative anymore. Yeah, I fuck them. They're done. They're done. They're dead to me. And plus, it'll be a couple of years. You know, there's a Christmas special coming out with the Daleks because they. By the way, it's obligatory. They have to put the Daleks in once a year. Or they lose the rights. So how awesome does that sound?
Oh yeah,
the obligatory Dalek episode, and I think I'm calling it right now. We'll get the full-on female Dalek this year. We almost got it last time, but we're getting it this year.
Oh yeah, and in fact, they'll go back in time and say it was founded by Davret.
Exactly. Oh, they're not done there. And I'm calling it right now. My rumor turned out to be right. I think your rumor is going to turn out to be right. David Tennant will be in next season. Captain Jack will be in next season. They'll bring back River fracking Song and Amy Pond and Rose. It'll be the Doctor's greatest hits. They're going to need everything and anything to make people watch the show. Because if they do another season like they did this season, nobody's going to watch it. And they know it. They have access to all the data. They know the truth. And you know what? For anybody out there who's happy, I saw a couple of people happy that there's a Doctor Who fan. I don't want to put him on Front Street, but he's a mutual friend of ours, and he's a good guy, and he's passionate, like really a passionate fan, the kind of fan that you want, the kind of fan that would freaking buy anything you put out and watch everything you make. And he was in tears. He was in tears. People were mocking him, and that's where we're at right now. So the
scumbags,
the jocks,
him. Scumbags that like will mock a guy whose heart is broken by this shit because they have no passion whatsoever except for tearing other shit down. They call us haters. That is just projection. Those people are the haters. They have no goddamn passion for anything except making other people unhappy, except reveling in the wrongness, whoever they can call out for crimes imagined or manufactured. They just want to go ahead and have one up on Western society, on Western civilization. They just don't not like us. They don't. They hate themselves too, but they went ahead and take it out on us. And they want to destroy our myths and our canon and our stories. Well, you know what? Fuck you.
Yeah. I would say right now, like somebody like Dana Schwartz, who'll be writing She-Hulk, I wouldn't support that show. No, because she wants to destroy Western canon. She's a Disney employee. They didn't ask her to stop. She went out there and she was, but what she basically did was poke the fandom. The fandom reacted. Then she played the victim. Listen, that's not good customer service. I'm sorry, I got to say that out loud. Antagonizing fandom to get yourself some virtue signal clicks shows you, to me, you have no talent. You've got nothing. So you're willing to do anything to get attention instead of, I don't know, if you're writing a TV show for Marvel, that's a pretty big deal. I'd be proud of just that. And I'd try to treasure it. But she's young, she's dumb, and she's going to do stuff like that. And it's going to jeopardize her own show, and people aren't going to watch it. And it might be good, but a lot of people will never know because they will not watch that show for what? A little quick dopamine hit on Twitter. Okay, great. That's what a lot of people are doing right now. I'm getting a little lit up, not bad, on Twitter. And believe me, go ahead. I will ignore it. I don't read that shit. And if I did, I'm 50. It doesn't bother me. But you didn't win anything today. Nobody won. Everybody lost. Even the Jodie fans, you lost. You just, for one, you undercut the first female Doctor. She wasn't the first female Doctor, and she's as meaningless as William Hartnell is now. And the questions for canon, man, dude, 2 hearts. We'll start right there. 2 hearts. How does Jodie have 2 hearts if she's not Gallifreyan? By the way,
that's a good question.
For those of you who don't know, the Doctor was originally a female called the Timeless Child. She was found by some portal, left alone. She was a little girl. like we thought she would be. She is not Gallifreyan. The Time Lords, all the ability to regenerate was taken from her directly, retconning the history of Doctor Who that's been around since, well, I mean, not since its beginning, but forever. Okay. That ability comes from the time vortex and a proximity to the time vortex and being next to it for billions of years. And Rassilon and Omega, and right now, I mean, they didn't even get mentioned in the episode, and
No.
I mean that's just the beginning. So, how was it the Doctor had two hearts, or did the Gallifreyans
No,
grow another heart? Or I mean,
no, that's great. That's a very, very good question, and you caught him right there. I mean, that's easy. But I just wondering. Lisa in the chat says Time Lords are now white colonials. Let me tell you. Let me tell you how bad this is, Gary. Okay, the symbolism here. I mean, we're focusing on the female Doctor and everything else. Well, how do you like this? Get this, folks. The imperialist Time Lords, right? The imperialist Time Lords took a girl of color, and a white woman stole the power from a young woman of color.
Yep.
So it's not only shaming and making irrelevant all the white males that played the Doctor before, but now it's basically got a subtext of, yes, the Time Lord civilization, which is the elite civilization, which is basically like, I guess, us, as a proxy for us, built their entire empire, plundered their empire by killing the innocent and plundering the gifts of people of color, exploiting people of color. That was
absolutely
the political message.
And they wrote themselves into a little woke corner. And forgive this if this is repeated information from Twitter, but woke storytelling is Mexican food. It's 6 variations of 3 ingredients. So they wrote themselves into a little woke corner. They couldn't show the Doctor with a dad, because you can't have the Doctor receiving power from a man. So we can't have a patriarch, and we can't have a man. So it's got to be a mom, but we're going to have the mom experiment. Or we didn't think this one through. So we send a bad message, but maybe they're going after white feminism now. Maybe. And
that's part of the elite culture, because white women enabled white males, I guess, by, I don't know, giving birth to them.
Right. And yeah, and it's this whole thing. You don't need a family there.
Right.
They had a ton of opportunities to make this story right. Okay. I did a previous live stream. We had heels versus babyface on. He came up with a plot that if you had switched it around and made it the Doctor who was the Master who was the timeless child, it actually wouldn't have been good, but it would have made more sense, because let's get to the other problem. The Master, they retconned, the Master was insane according to canon prior, which we never really knew until the Neoclassic episode and the End of Time. And we found out that part of the ritual of a Time Lord, by the way, Time Lords are an elite class of Gallifreyan. For people who don't know the show, not everybody from Gallifrey is a Time Lord. So they go through a ritual when they're kids, and they look at the time vortex. They look at all of time and space all at once. And if you can pass that, then you can become a Time Lord. Everybody has a different reaction to it. The Doctor was scared and curious, and the Master went fucking insane. Now they changed that, and apparently the Master went insane from poking around in the Time Lord Matrix, because they just let kids poke around in the Time Lord Matrix, and he hacked it and found the truth. So why is he mad that the Doctor got screwed over?
Right. And why did he take all this time to say anything?
Yeah.
Why did he take all this time to say anything? I mean, he had plenty of time to, destroy the Doctor's world, hated the Doctor, or love, hate, whatever. I mean, they basically have had this relationship forever. Why, when the Doctor was, shrunk in the birdcage, didn't he say, oh, and by the way, your whole life is a lie?
Yeah. And I mean, how did he kill all the Time Lords and the entire, the Time Lords had a military with weapons and ships and soldiers. How did the Master do it by himself?
Well, I would
with
like to.
nothing.
Well, first of all, I mean, at least there's two problems with this. First of all, how do you kill a Time Lord when they regenerate? And second of all, they're saying, "Oh, now I've got the bodies of the
Yes.
dead Time Lords that I'm going to give to the Cybermen that they can go ahead and regenerate." Well, so the Time Lords, Cybermen Time Lords could regenerate a maximum of 12 times. So maybe 11 now, 11 or 10. So you've got like basically 200 guys that are going to conquer the universe. All you got to do is kill 200 guys times 12. Big fucking deal.
Right?
It's just so stupid, Gary.
Oh no, I mean, I'm gonna think I know all of you are, and everybody else who's a Doctor Who fan. We're gonna, like, as the days go on, we're gonna think of more and more things where this just completely disrupts canon, like Matt Smith's regeneration, where he got a new cycle. Peter Capaldi, they had that big explosion. Remember, his regeneration was so big it shot down Daleks from the sky and all these other ships. Apparently that was nothing, because the Doctor can now regenerate. There's no limit, because the Doctor is the OG. It's the source. The Doctor also worked for a super secret organization that I didn't know about. And when there's a new cycle of regenerations, they make the Doctor a baby again. So I would just like to say, at this point in time, I told you so. So I said there was going to be possibly a new set of cycle of regenerations. I didn't think it would be infinite, but I mean, I was only given so much information. And now I'm going to tell you why this person contacted me. The why.
Yes.
Because they wanted me to make fun of it. They wanted me to get it out there. They were actually kind of mad that I didn't get out sooner. So more of us would mock it, and maybe they would change their mind. It didn't work. And it was too late anyway. I mean, they were well into production. I don't have that kind of power. Nobody has that kind of power, but they keep their secrets pretty tight there. So, and again, I wasn't sure, and neither was this person. We were like, but we thought it would be good for people to know, because it was canon destroying. But I'm not surprised either. I saw it happening. The thing I wasn't was surprised. I was like, yep, here we go. Oh, it's probably going to get worse. It's probably going, for one, the Time Lords are still dead. The war at the end of the universe still happens. So humanity is wiped out. They resolved nothing. They escaped, and the Doctor lets a human die for her, which is, there's so many problems with that. Like, so many problems with that. So that, yeah, it goes down on and on, my friend.
It is just an abomination. It's so stupid. So stupid. It's just pathetic. Oh, man. So how do you kill a Time Lord? How did he kill the Time Lords? I would like to know how he killed the Time Lords.
They didn't show the bodies. They didn't show how he defeated or destroyed Gallifrey. They didn't show how many bodies were there.
No.
They created the Cybermen Time Lords to walk around for about 5 minutes and then immediately die. Well, we assume they're dead. They're probably still alive, and that's ridiculous. Why does a Cyberman need to regenerate? I guess it'd be okay, but that wouldn't be big on their mind. There's a lot of Cybermen. They were leaving Cybermen behind, and Cybermen need organics, but they wanted to ascend into being a robot. Oh, God, really?
Danger, Will Robinson. That's an evolution. Yeah, it's just.
So Star Trek and Doctor Who are failing at the same time with the same concepts. It's kind of.
It is hilarious, and I'm just kind of going through my notes. Jesus. So, yeah, everything you knew was a lie. So the Doctor is trapped in the paralysis field, although she manages to just untrap herself from the paralysis field at the end by, I don't know, clapping and saying, "I do believe in fairies" or something. Yeah. I mean, what it just was gone. And she was on the floor.
This is Chris Chibnall's storytelling. So if you're not familiar with Chris Chibnall's storytelling, it is random concepts that have no real connection to each other, wrapped around forced tension with usually an arbitrary time clock or some kind of countdown, like a ship is coming that's going to kill us all, or a sun is going to explode that's going to kill us all. There's always something to create outside tension, to make everybody run fast. And then there's like insanely quick resolution that makes no sense. Sound familiar?
Yes.
Alex Kurtzman, maybe?
Pretty much. Pretty much. And so, God damn it. So this Tech-Kayun.
I couldn't figure out her name.
I think it's Tech-Kayun, which was the first of the Sliboyan space travelers. Sheboygan, yeah.
You could say Sheboygan, Wisconsin.
I think Sheboygan.
Shout out to Sheboygan.
Basically. Explored distant worlds, found a gateway to another universe, found a child there, rescued her, took her to Gallifrey, and then the kid falls off the cliff.
Yeah, she had her kid playing on top of a cliff. And worst part about it, Doomcock, you're right. That other kid was a boy.
He was.
Shouldn't have had your little girl playing with the boy, because he'll steal your ship and push you off a cliff.
Which is metaphorically exactly what happened. You're right. See, this thing is loaded with these stupid little messages. Chibnall is a self-loathing little turd. I don't know what they think that they're doing, sucking up to this woke agenda bullshit, except self-loathing. Well, now we've got plenty of company there, Chibs, because we loathe you too. So congratulations. But then, so the master, so Tech-Kayun was a space traveler, finds out about this regeneration thing, then becomes a scientist.
After she built her own ship.
Right. So, man, talk about bestest ever.
She traveled space by herself.
Right.
Because it's safe for women to travel alone.
Right.
Yeah.
And this was before she had regeneration. So, boy, one of the first space travelers of her people, or the first, went all the way around, found this girl, came back, experimented, had many life cycles of the kid, strapped to the table. So she didn't even need to regenerate. She just lived forever. Apparently. I mean, how long could she have been exploring space, man?
I don't know. They didn't explain any of that.
Light travel? No, it's crap.
Even if faster than light. I mean, it would have that would still take a long time.
Really,
and she was like in her 50s,
right?
When she went out, and then she didn't age very much while she was killing her kid over and I'm not kidding about that. She was killing her kid over and over again so it would regenerate.
Yes.
Yeah.
Child murder.
It was Doctor Who does not attempt to have smart concepts like The Expanse or Star Trek, but it tries, because there's fantasy elements to it, obviously, but it does enough to make it fun and have it make sense. And that's the important aspect of Doctor Who, the most important aspect that they've lost. Like Doomcock and I have said many, many times before, you tell me a good story, I don't care what's in it. If it's good, it's good. Like a good version of what's been going on in entertainment now is Logan. Okay. Logan is a well-made movie, but if you look at the themes, they're not much different than what's going on with Picard. Obviously, it's a bad copy of that. So, I don't know if I would have been able to buy anything in this, to be honest with you. I'm trying to come at it as fair as I can, but this was just written so horribly. The concepts were so bad. This was trash. The show is, but it's not fun. On top of all of that, it is just like The Last Jedi. All the fun has been sucked out. Now it's just made to enforce people's beliefs and send messages and create conversations, because these fart smellers think they are influencers.
Yeah, they do. They think that they're going ahead. I don't know. They think they're fucking changing the world. All they're doing is changing their viewership from a high number to a low number. They're working subtraction with their audience. Beautiful.
The best part about Silicon Valley season 1 was the constant mantra of, we're making the world a better place, and mocking the crap out of that. And that's what the BBC is doing. They actually go to work thinking, my Doctor Who, especially the mental health one. I'm sure that one did so well. Like, oh, we're gonna really save lives today. Doctor Who,
We're
we're
gonna
so
make a
important.
difference.
A very important episode of Doctor Who.
Why is there any risk at all with these Cybermen Time Lords, honestly? Why does this matter? There's so many ways that you're talking about kind of conquer the universe. How many like dead Time Lords do they have? How many
Not
suits
many.
of armor do they have?
Yeah. So they'll have okay, let's say they got 100.
Yeah.
They got 100 Cybermen who could just regenerate. Well, they still need to conquer the universe. You still need a bunch of organics. And because I guess they bypassed the ascending to be completely, just machines at that point. And plus, they already won the war. There was only 7 people left. So they're going to go back through time and conquer everything. That sounds exhausting for one. And it just is dumb. It is
so dumb.
There are a million different ways you could have told that story, because every story with the Master and the Doctor has been personal. Now, the other thing that pisses me off is, and Starry brought this up, was they just completely ignored all of the progress they made with Missy. Like, the one thing that I liked in the Capaldi run, I like Capaldi, but the storytelling was pretty schlocky. But I like the Missy stuff. And all the resolution they made and the progress they made is just completely trashed. Just like the canon. They destroyed the Cybermen, the Master, the Doctor, and Time Lords in one episode. Thank God the Daleks weren't in that. And that's probably because the BBC doesn't outright own them.
Right. Thank God. It's just pathetic, man. It is so bad. And it's just such a phony conceit. All the details of the story that you would ask about are obscured because it's nonsensical. The Master cannot destroy Gallifrey. It's not going to happen. Even if he destroyed the Time Lords, how? When they regenerate, how do you do it? How do you keep them dead? If you killed each one of them 12 times, then their corpses aren't going to regenerate anymore, are they? So the Cybermen are in worthless dead husks that can't regenerate anymore because they would have already used up their regeneration. So that's stupid. And if, they went to war with the universe, all you got to do is go ahead and just drag those fucking Cybermen Time Lords out into space. Then they can go and regenerate to their heart content and die and regenerate and die and regenerate and die in the vacuum of space. Easy.
I just thought of something else. I just thought of something else. So if you've all seen the Children in Need special Time Crash, okay, with the 10th Doctor meeting the 5th Doctor, Peter Davidson, who is his father-in-law.
Mm-hmm.
And it was a cool little special where they meet and the 5th Doctor ages. And as you know, when doctors meet each other, they'll age up with the time difference. And that's how they explain an older Doctor coming back from a youthful time, So how did the first female Doctor of color by Jo Martin, how come she wasn't like a 90-year-old woman? Or, I know Time Lords age differently, but they still age.
Mm-hmm.
They still age.
Yeah. Well, William Hartnell.
Yeah. So, why wasn't she older? The answer to all these questions are, they don't care. They don't care. It's a silly little dumb show, and all these people whinging about it. I'll use some British terminology there. Whinging.
Yes.
Are just silly. We're just silly little folks. That's how they see the fandom. There was an author. I don't like calling out fans. Okay. Even if you like this show and you're calling me the worst things, I don't care. You can have your piece. I'm walking away. I don't have a beef with fandom. I like fans. I have got your back all the time, even if you disagree with me. But there was one who used myself and a couple of other people to call all of Doctor Who fandom dumb. Basically, just called it. And this is an author of a book.
Really?
Yeah, he was an author of a book. It's not huge, but he's a public figure. So I was about to pounce on him like pretty hard. He deleted the tweet though, so I'm could have kind of let it go. But yeah, this is a guy who wants to go out and sell stuff on Amazon.com, and he wants to call all of Doctor Who fandom dumb.
Uh-huh.
And that's we need to, I don't want to punish people like, literally, but we need to really discourage creatives from acting like this towards fandom. We've kind of let them get away with it long enough. Now, this is part of what we're doing here on YouTube because it's the only place to go. But we really, I'm saying this for me just as much as anybody else, like be resolute with like, okay, I know I'm a fan, but I'm not buying Marvel comics right now. That's hard. It's not that hard, but it sucks not buying Marvel comics, but I'm done. Like until they start treating people with respect, something I've been doing for decades, I'm going to stop. It doesn't make a difference. I don't know, but at least I'm not supporting them anymore because when I was buying comics, I can't really complain too much about them mistreating fandom if I'm helping them get paid. So that's the situation here. Again, I don't call for boycotts or anything. And I think a lot of people have decided to boycott Doctor Who anyway. So I think we should just let things happen as they let the universe unfold as it should. And
boy, that's hard because I feel so much goddamn hostility towards these scumbags right now. I really, really, really hate these pieces of shit. I mean, I don't know what to do. I really, really, these fucking smug, idiotic, talentless scumbag pieces of filth that are destroying our myths. I just can't really feel good about just, live and let live. I don't know, man. I don't know what to do. I think they're hurting themselves very adequately, but I still am fucking disgusted.
You have created a place for people to come and speak their mind on this without fear of being called an ist or a phobe. I think that doesn't even work. Honestly, chat, does that really mean jack squat to you anymore?
Oh God, no. Any idiot that does that, I just dismiss them out of hand.
Yep.
I just dismiss them out of hand. And all you little trolls out there, all you little dickless trolls out there who like to call us stupid or dumb, I have yet to find any of these clowns that have ever actually addressed anything I've said in a video. They've never actually argued the merits, argued with logic, argued with reason. They simply say, oh, you're dumb. No, if you do that, if you resort to that because you're too lazy or stupid to go ahead and articulate a counter argument, I suggest that you're dumb. You're dumb. And I have nothing but contempt for you. And I laugh when I see that, because when you call someone dumb, the dummy is you.
Yeah. I'll go as far as questioning people's taste, but I've just laid out my arguments why I don't like Doctor Who. The plot. I watched the episode. Part of the problem is a lot of people supporting the show don't watch it. They like the politics of it. It reinforces their beliefs, and they're anti-fans. The best, oh my God, the best definition I heard, I was watching our good friend RMB a couple of days ago. He was reading a letter. I believe it's from Mark C. If it's not from you, I thought I heard its name, but the great Mark C, at the Thing Avatar, wrote a letter. Somebody wrote a letter and broke down fandom into hardcore fan and poser fan, and he labeled the Google fan. Oh, the Google fan. That's what a lot of Doctor Who and Star Trek fans are. Google fans. In other words, they watch YouTube clips, they read the plot, they don't watch entire episodes. Oh man, that comics is filled with Google fans. And it's okay if you're doing it to catch up and you want to go read. It's okay whenever. But don't call yourself an hardcore fan unless you, take the time to read stuff. You're always a fan. All people are welcome. And Googling is great to get caught up on stuff. If you get into the lore, I'm not saying I'm a better fan than anybody else, but here's what I do when I get into something. I saw Game of Thrones, watched 3 episodes. It's the greatest thing I ever saw. Bought the books, read them over and over and over again. Spider-Man, same thing. When I was a kid, there wasn't enough Spider-Man stuff I could read. And that's when I hated to read. And it taught me to read because I loved it that much. So, that's what, and the fans out there, you guys can understand that. That's one of our common traits. But yeah, that labeling of the Google fan, that's what we're up against right now. and they don't really care that much. It's so weird, the world we live in. Doomcock, did you ever think you'd live long enough to see poser nerds? I mean,
No,
that's
no.
bizarre to me. That whole concept is bizarre, but it
It's
exists.
sad. These people have no passion. They have no reason to be, no raison d'etre, no defining aesthetic. They're just aping us. They're just aping us in
Yeah.
order to appear like they have some kind of passion inside, that they're not just, dead little Twitterati's, out there, just kind of
Yeah.
social mediaing their way through life in the shallowest, least attention spanny way possible.
I was watching an older live stream of somebody uh, ripping us and they talking very big, and that's fine, talking big, and calling us out. And I went through my emails and all my DMs. I'm like, has this person even asked me a question, like reached out to me or anything? Because they were kind of insinuating they were. Nope. I looked everywhere. Not a single message, not a single tweet, nothing. So yeah, let them do it. That's fine. Keeping our eye on the prize is the most important thing. So,
Absolutely.
taking on Chris Chibnall, the BBC. That's because they're the ones with the power of change, or we get them out of there, or we at least enough of us realize how bad this show is, and voice our. That's all we can do. We voice our discontent. We say our piece on YouTube, and if things change, they do. If they don't, they don't. Doesn't mean we're not making progress. Because
we definitely are.
Yeah,
we definitely are. There's no question about it. Look at what of these franchises that have destroyed their own canon are prospering? I ask you that. Doctor Who, the ratings are at their lowest point in 35 years now. I mean, it's just kept dropping. I don't even know where. I mean, it was the lowest since they got canceled, right? The first time around.
Yeah, they are the fifth lowest. The fourth lowest episode was last week's of all time.
Right.
All time, and the other three episodes were in season 26 of Sylvester. I forgot when the seasons ended. It was 26 or 27. Sylvester McCoy's final seasons, which weren't. I mean, those are freaking Shakespeare compared to this. Those are actually pretty good. I recommend you watch them. But
yeah, and you've got Star Wars. Roos of Soy Woker. It was an incredible box office disappointment, just lower than Last Jedi, which was lower than Force Awakens. And I mean, it didn't even make as much as Rogue One, from what I understand.
It did.
So they're paying the price. What is CBS is going through its death throes with Star Trek. Star Trek is basically a shark doing the death spiral down to the murky deep at this point.
It's sucking them dry on money. It's a money pit for them, and good. Yeah, no, this is all being propped up by a house of cards right now. So I would argue, I'd say a pretty solid argument that genre is still on top. It is still king, but slowly the things that have been propping up the foundation of genre has been falling apart. Game of Thrones was one that I didn't think it would go down that bad. It did. Star Wars, Star Trek, and Doctor Who are doing it concurrently right now, and there's not going to be much after this. And if Hollywood starts smelling that genre might not be the way to go, then things will shift and it'll go to something else. And yeah, there won't be people investing money into Doctor Who and Star Trek anymore because they're very expensive, obviously. And if they're not bringing in Doctor Who, usually the people who create the franchises, Doomcock, they're the last ones to know that they're failing, because there's denial and there's a bunch of yes men and women running around telling them everything's okay. We, the fans, are the first ones to know. We're way ahead of them on this. So it's going to take them a couple of years. Star Wars, they know they have to change. They don't know what to do, but that news that came out.
Well, dinosaurs. They're going to add dinosaurs. So I mean, the fans have been heard. We have been heard, folks. They're adding dinosaurs, which was something we always wanted. They're also adding diversity and representation. So feel better. I do.
I can't wait. I can breathe again. I can breathe again.
It's going to be special. We got a whole bunch of super chats here. I want to go ahead and get to some of these and let these guys have their say as well. Basil the Pumpin' Seagull with a $5 Canadian super chat. Thank you, Basil. Says, once the V'ger cloud dissipated, Kirk found at the center a meaty seagull named Basil. Perplexed, the seagull said, "What were you expecting, Shaquille O'Neal?" Oh dear, Basil. I don't. That must have been like the director's cut, like the revised one. I don't remember that. Thank you, Basil. Though that's insane. But what could I expect from a pumping seagull? Mandingo Chupacabra with a $10 super chat. Thank you, my friend. Says, I am no longer embarrassed to have Clara as my favorite. It's like when Saruman told the Uruk-hais they would not know fear. You can never be bashful about being in any part of any fandom after this.
Yeah.
What do you think of that?
And just real quick, right now, this entire House of Cards is being supported by the MCU. The MCU is keeping this thing rolling, and if that starts to falter, just like in comics, Marvel is the big fish. Everybody else is pilot fish around it, and if it starts floundering, and maybe that's why Bob Iger left.
Yeah, interesting. Lots of theories about why Iger left, but I guess that's a conversation for. I mean, all we can do is speculate. We don't know at this juncture. I'm not entirely sure. Although I've heard many claims. I've heard
some stuff too. Yeah.
Yeah. Casey Osowski with a $5 super chat. Hello, Casey. Says, hi guys. I used to love Doctor Who, but now it makes me want to puke. I'm gone for good. Thanks for killing 60 years in 60 minutes, BBC.
Yep.
Damn well said, Casey Osowski. Damn well said. Well said. Killed 60 years in 60 minutes. Damn near. Casey, well said, my friend. I appreciate you. Thank you for being on the Inquisition tonight. Sam Whiskey with a $4.99 super chat. Thank you, Sam. Says, hail Doomcock and Nerdrotic. JL is Star Trek's baby Yoda. Yes, good old JL. Good old JL.
In your fine chateau. Hanging out in your fine chateau, JL.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. We gotta talk about that in just a little bit. I mean, so much bad shit. This last one was so boring, dude. It was so painful.
Nothing happened in the first 20 minutes.
Yeah, what?
Nothing happened in the first 20 minutes.
No, nothing really happened until the very end. And what happened then was dumb. So it was just like
beyond dumb. Beyond dumb. We'll talk about that. Oh my God.
We will talk about it for sure. Thank you, Sam Whiskey. Michelle P with a $1.99 super chat. Thank you, my dear. Says, hail Doomcock and Gary. Long live the Inquisition. Thank you, Michelle P. The Inquisition still reigns supreme. Right now, Gary, we have 2,900 people listening to us right now.
Awesome.
Which is very, very good. Welcome to all of you. Thank you for being here on Sundays. And man, things are going to jump soon with Westworld season 3. So get ready for that.
Special hello to Chris Chibnall, by the way. Hey, buddy.
Oh, yeah. Hello, Chris Chibnall, you idiot. Eric Hawk with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Eric. Says, have the Remans even been mentioned in Picard yet? Nah, they didn't bother trying to save the Remans. Nah, they didn't give a shit. Let them fry. Only the Romulans, not the Remans. They're vampire critters. They would have been crispy creamed by that supernova, but I haven't even seen hide or hair of one. Not hide or hair of one. Of course, look, nothing on Star Trek Picard is canon. Nothing. Everything is, 25 to 100% different. 7 of 9. Shit. I mean, hell, Picard's implants were on the wrong side. Apparently, you've got, a different actor playing Icheb. It's all a joke. It's all a joke pretending to be Star Trek, and it's nothing of the kind, Eric Hawk. Not a damn bit of it. Mage Grey Wolf with a $2 super chat says, did anyone notice Rio's shoulder scar was missing? No, I did not scrutinize Rios's body. I just, all it occurred to me, the only thing I could think during that scene was, oh, now I know why he has a big empty ship. It's so he can play soccer with himself.
Yep.
That was it.
Oh my God.
That was it.
I mean, so stereotypical too. I'm
It was.
surprised he wasn't working. As I said in my review, I'm surprised he wasn't working on a Chevy in his
exactly laboring on it. And said, will you go hand me the hydro spanner?
God damn it,
my dear. And she hands it. He hands her a flask of booze while he's chomping on a cigar while he's kicking a soccer ball.
That's so rough and tumble.
It was. He's a manly man, isn't he? Definitely a manly man. Which is why I wasn't looking over his body for his scar, because I'm not really interested. Coconut Milk with a $50 Australian super chat. Thank you, Coconut Milk. You said nothing. Your coconut milkiness was self-explanatory. You did not give me a text to read or anything, Coconut Milk. But I still thank you for that very, very generous Australian super chat, my friend. Greatly appreciated by Coconut Milk. Hail Coconut Milk. Sam Whiskey with a $1.99 super chat. Thank you, Sam. Says Palpatine Q kills JL and Soji will kill Palpatine Q.
Why not? We had Cybermen Time Lords.
Yeah.
Smash everything up.
Why not? I mean, so Soji is basically going to be, I think, we were talking about this earlier. I think the Borg are going to return to the cube at some point, probably in the last episode. And I think Soji will maybe become the new Borg queen.
Yeah, she's going to be like a Borgulin. Yeah, I totally, I think she'll be part everything. She is just going to be super duper, super special, super destroyer, slay queen. Go.
It is stunning and brave.
She's a walking MacGuffin. She has no personality. She can't emote as an actress. And I don't, honestly, I haven't seen her in other work, so I don't want to bash her too much. She's given horrible writing, and maybe she can do something good somewhere else.
Yeah, you can't blame any of these actors. I can't even blame Lamulus, aka Elnor. Look, man, when you've cast him in this ridiculous getup, in this wig and these pointy ears, and you give him dialogue like that, like, basically Charlie Brown, I got a rock. I mean, that's all he ever says. I got a rock. I love how at the end of that episode, he's like, go. And he's standing there with his sword. I'll hold them off. I'll hold off those Romulans with their modern blaster weapons
that aren't there, that nobody was there. They already left. They left. They were safe. They didn't need him to stay back. It was so dumb. That was just like at the end of Star Trek Discovery Season 2 when they went through the freaking time thing, when they'd already neutralized the AI that didn't know it was an AI already, but still wanted to be an AI. It was equally as dumb. I was sitting there going, why is he staying back? There's nobody there. And then,
well, just because, I mean, why does anybody do anything on Star Trek Disgracery or Star Trek Picard? It's just
Kurtzman can keep a job.
Oh, well, that's not really working out. That's not really working out at all.
Hawaii 5-0's done.
Hawaii 5-0's done. I did a channel member exclusive video for you guys. You Dumentites and you arch villains out there. I hope you all saw it. I think basically that was a huge FU to Kurtzman. I think it was. And
no reason to cancel a procedural show that can run forever.
Right.
When you need content, and it's probably pretty cheap to make.
Exactly.
Didn't they have a bunch of problems with that show because they weren't paying their Asian actors as much as their white actors?
Yes, they did.
I do believe they did have that problem.
They did. They were a little bit racist there. A little bit racist.
Like they don't practice what they preach.
Right. And so basically, from what I understand is that the rumor is that Kurtzman went into Sherry Redstone and demanded a Section 31 TV show and a raise. And she said, yeah, you know what? I think all I'm going to do is cancel your fucking show. And she did. So, ouch. That's gotta hurt.
It's gotta hurt. And maybe there's more coming. I kind of heard there was, but
Yeah. Well, why would she stop there?
well,
Why would she stop there?
yeah, my source is he's fitting to leave. He sees the writing on the wall. He was on the other side. He wasn't on the CBS side. But he's gonna go to greener pastures, and he's been there for a long time.
Yep.
Yep.
Well, what do you do? What do you do? That's sometimes, rarely, but sometimes in Hollywood, sucking has consequences. Just
It does.
every once in a while, especially when you suck and you get in someone's face that you shouldn't, because you really should not piss off Ms. Redstone.
No,
Ms. Redstone does not suffer fools gladly.
I have a plea for her in my next video. I do. I'm trying to be nice to her and everything. I'm calling her Miss Redstone.
Yes. Oh, I call her Miss Redstone. Absolutely.
Yes, I always show her all the respect. But yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
I've
actually.
Clip. Oh, sorry. I found this clip. I put it on Twitter of Narek and Spock, and it's almost like identical because they look exactly alike. And then the shot that they both the shots are identical where they both turn around the same corner. You can find it's on my Twitter.
Yeah. I already I actually like that.
Yeah. There's a lot of that, believe it or not.
Oh my God, it's embarrassing. They're so embarrassing. Vashta Narada with a $10 Canadian super chat. Thank you, Vashta Narada. Says, I hope Nerdrotic is able to keep you calm following this abomination of who. I'm very grateful to have Gary here to anchor me because it was making me sick. I mean, honestly, I have so much anger at these idiots for the the arrogance of it, the stupid certitude of people that are incompetent. That is just the most maddening thing, is there's nobody so goddamn sure that they're right as the stupid, the weak, and the incompetent. Those people are the ones that are always the first to be sure that their cause is correct, that they can do no wrong. These entitled, talk about entitled, the entitlement of the dullards. That is really, really painful because they're too stupid to know how much they suck. And thus they go through the world like they're conquerors when really all they are is just shit. It just makes me sick.
Yeah, and they're I was so bummed today. I mean, I was speechless at first. I was like, man, they really freaking did it.
Yeah.
And I'm processing it right now. And I think, I mean, America's just finding out right now. I mean, they just found out a couple hours ago. The Brits have been going through this all day.
Yeah.
And it's going to be their version of Last Jedi. And, oh man, Chris Chibnall's going to get it. You know, I mean, like the Phantom's going to turn on him. The usual suspects are supporting, but I mean, this drove a dagger into it. The next Doctor Who episode is Christmas, and then who knows, fall after that. But it's going to be over a year. It's not going to be a year. It's going to be probably like 16 months.
Good.
Yeah. They can say they got the show commissioned for years out. Believe me, it's not going beyond next year.
No.
Not unless,
and I hear that the BBC is yanking their automatic, extortion from the British public for the BBC. So, yeah, I don't know what impact that's going to have with this HBO deal, but it's not good. It can't be good.
No, and they're not going to be able to compete in the streaming wars anyway. And honestly, I don't know how it works over there, like how your license relates to Netflix or anything. But I know they're decriminalizing it in 2022. So that's it. It's over. And it might be over after that. And I would recommend, correct me if I'm wrong, Brits, but it's like a television plugged into the wall. I mean, you can watch Netflix and you're not paying a TV license or anything. So just do that. I tell you what, with a VPN, I watched iPlayer. All I had to do they're very honest over there in the UK. They just asked me the question, do you have a TV license? And I said, yes. And I was able to watch. That's
very good. I need to get some of that.
Surfshark's pretty good VPN. I use the one that Midnight's Edge, they sponsored Midnight's Edge. So I figured they're solid and it works. It's pretty good. Yeah.
So you can just set it for whatever country you want and then go and look at shit.
Yep.
I need
all
to
day
know. I
long.
mean, I've been waiting for it to air in the US all this time. I probably should have been doing that, but I don't know. I'm not that savvy on the VPN kind of stuff.
Okay. You saved yourself a day.
Yeah.
Spend all day on
Carries, welcome to the channel membership, Carries. I appreciate that. And I want to thank you, all the new channel members that we've had tonight. It's really awesome to have you here, and thank you so much for your support. Vashta Narada, thank you for the super chat. Psycho Dwarf 9 with a $5 super chat. Thank you very much, Psycho Dwarf 9. Says, gentlemen, I wish for a way to make the BBC stop butt blanking the corpse of Doctor Who. I don't know how, man, except the people are speaking. I mean, I would really love to know what in God's name the BBC is thinking when they see the plunging subscribers, the plunging viewers, the plunging popularity, all the criticism. I mean, do they simply not give a shit? Are they deluded? What are they thinking?
They're deluded. I think they're deluded to the fact that, I mean, they just, like I said, they're so convinced they're right that they figure it's the public's problem, it's the fans' fault. And that's the gist I got from that article is it's the fans. We're the problem. We're making the show bad. I mean, we discussed this earlier, and that's the most praise I get is thank you for watching this show. Thank you for turning on The Expanse, but thank you for watching the show because I don't have to. And the most criticism I get is I don't know what I'm talking about, or I'm just a hater. I'm just a hater. So, I mean, that one is the most basic and the easiest one to respond to. If I hated this stuff, I wouldn't care. I don't emote hate. I don't really have time for hate. I just don't care. I'm angry. I want the show to change because I still care. I still care about Doctor Who. I wouldn't talk about it anymore because I am a fan. I've been a fan for so long. I think this is the point where you need to recognize a lot of the content creators out there who hang their hat on one franchise, okay, Doctor Who, and you need to go and see if they're being honest right now, because you cannot be happy that William Hartnell is not the first Doctor anymore. So this is your litmus test of, I would believe, Doctor Who fandom. So I will speak for myself. If I was listening to a podcaster and he was defending this, I probably wouldn't listen to that person anymore because I couldn't believe them. Because there's no way a true blue Doctor Who fan can be happy about this decision. You can like parts of the episode. That's fine. I don't care. But changing the canon, unacceptable. So then it shows that maybe they're just using that TARDIS that they don't own and using the name that they don't own to line their pockets. I mean, I'm often accused of, listen, if Doctor was good, I would tell you it was good, and I'd probably get the same amount of views. It'd be pretty negligible. I was positive about Witcher, and that was one of my biggest videos. I was positive about the Joker. That's one of my biggest videos. So yeah, I think it's negligible. I think if you tap into what people, if you connect with your audience, that's an important thing. And part of that is being honest. And I honestly don't like Doctor Who. I honestly don't like what they've done to canon. And I've been honest since day one about it. And that's when things got better for my channel. Quite frankly, I got off the fence because of Doctor Who, because I was pissed and I got sick of it. So I just started speaking my mind and not caring what happened. Now these people have been critical of us. Again, a lot of them, their entire channels are dedicated to a Star Trek or a Doctor Who and not to anything else. So I would question motivation at that point. That's all.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I think that they're just kind of milking it and they're not really fans. I agree with you entirely on that point. I think that these people are, in the business of promoting Doctor Who, but how can you love that? How can you love that? And I mean, when they basically said, well, yeah, everything that you knew was a lie. And, basically the entire society, the civilization, the order of the Time Lords was based on child murderers and theft. Yeah. I mean, I don't know what you can do. And people out there that call us haters, that's just another aspect of the entitlement of the dullards when they go ahead and look, my channel and Gary's channel, I mean, we base our stuff on complex arguments with nuance, but nuance is lost on the stupid. The stupid simply take away in a general way, oh, he's talking against Star Trek, he's talking against Doctor Who, without any of the nuance, without understanding or caring about the reason behind the arguments. And so they just say, you're a hater or you're dumb. Those people are beneath contempt. And, because you cannot address it. When you've already spent like an hour doing a review of The Last Jedi, and some dumbass dullard piece of crap comes on and says, oh, you're just a hater. So what? Are you supposed to then reiterate and walk them through the argument that it took you an hour to present? When they just say with one word, hater, scumbags, morons, dolts, and wieners. That's what I think of those people. I don't even bother to respond to losers like that just say, oh, hater, oh, you're just negative. Fuck you, man. All of my arguments come from passion. All of my arguments come from knowing my stuff. If you can't follow it, maybe you're the dummy.
Yeah,
maybe you're the one.
And I talked about this before, but the one I often get is, why do you care? And it's like, if I got to walk you through that, it's not my job to walk you through why I care about something that I've cared about all my life. The fact that you have to ask that, if you're a normie and you ask that, it's something I might entertain answering.
Right.
But if you call yourself a fan and you ask that,
you're beneath contempt. You're beneath contempt. I won't even bother with you. Yes, Homestead Glamour Girl, morons, dolts, and wieners. Exactly. And Kaliko VW, welcome to the channel membership. Thank you for joining, my friend. I appreciate that very much. And Pictish Grind says BBC equals broadcasting British communism. Well, pretty much. Cardinal Sin with a $5 super chat. Hail Cardinal Sin, who says, on Gary's live stream earlier, the topic came up, which actor that played a companion should be the next Doctor. I said Nicola Bryant. Your thoughts? Yeah, I mean, Perry's a good choice.
No,
you don't think so?
No, the Doctor, Nicola Bryant could play Romana.
Yeah,
she can regenerate into Romana, but
I don't know. I mean, are you assuming Cardinal Sin that they would be, frozen in time like they were back when they played it, or now? I mean,
I don't think she'd be a very good Doctor either. She's a great companion, and believe me,
yeah,
great in a lot of ways.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to think. I mean, companions are generally just not of Doctor caliber. Yeah.
No, they're not the right type of actor.
No. I mean, if they were that compelling, then they would pull focus away from the Doctor and not really be a good second banana. I mean, it's kind of like casting someone like Edward Norton as Conan O'Brien's sidekick. It's not really gonna work. Or Alec Baldwin as his second banana. It would overwhelm the host. So any companion by definition almost is not really going to make a very good Doctor, in my opinion.
No,
but they should. I like Perry.
Yeah, I like Perry too. But listen, there was a scene in today's episode that really exemplified everything wrong with trying to do this without explaining it. Okay, again, they changed the Doctor to no female and they did nothing else. Like they didn't. This would change the Doctor. So they've said, well, the Doctor's been female before. So that's the way they answer it. And instead of having the Doctor go through a process, especially since even if the Doctor's been male for years. I mean, again, everything's all screwed up, for lack of a better term. Everything's all cocked up now. But there was a scene with Jodie pushing over the Master, Sasha, and it was so cringe. I mean, it was, for one, the way they had to shoot it. For one, they're both little people.
Yes,
Sasha is a little guy, and still, it doesn't work. She's not intimidating and scary or anything. And any way, shape, or form. She does mopey good. That's about the only thing she does pretty good is mopey.
Well, she also does a hell of a fish imitation, with her mouth always hanging open like a
God,
fish
I
out there
know.
on the shore.
Oh my God. She did this egg eating contest on BBC. Did you see that? Oh
No.
my God. Thumbnail gold for like a month. I was like, thank you. The content gods have blessed me. I got so many great thumbnails out of that.
Oh my God,
it
that's
was
awful.
terrible. It was just a bad idea, like Doctor Who has been. No, I don't think probably
I can't think of one. I've been trying.
it's not that, because the kind of, we talked about this earlier, the kind of actor that needs to play the Doctor is generally a character actor,
Right.
and somebody who has Ian Mega Geek was trying to say this, like they need to have charisma, be a little sexy, but it doesn't have to be like attractive sexy, like
Right.
like Peter Capaldi, Jack Nicholson kind of thing. You got to have it going on. You know what I mean? You got to have a little something. And and you have to, actually handsome is not the way to go. I don't think.
No,
I think
not really. Interesting. Interesting, quirky. Someone like Hugh Laurie, for example, I think
exactly
would be great.
Like Neil Gaiman when he was younger, he's not an actor, but he looks like the Doctor. That's what the Doctor would look like. Paul McGann, I think, to me, is as far as look goes, the perfect Doctor. I think that's what the Doctor should look like.
I agree. And of course, Tom Baker, I just love him. Very eccentric. I want to thank Raging Raptor for upgrading their channel membership to Dumentite. Thank you, sir. Glad to have you in the order of the Dumentites. Thank you. Admiral OF Doom with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Admiral. Says the only BBC I give a hang about involves rum, Bailey's, banana liqueur, banana, pineapple, and coconut. Bailey's banana coladas. Just an observation. Shit, that sounds pretty good. A Bailey banana colada. I've never heard of such a thing.
Do you like Bailey banana colada? Banana colada. I can't even say it.
And cannon pissed on like rain.
Yes.
Cannon pissed on like rain.
Cannon pissed on like rain. They
all your franchises
will on it like it was
in time, like tears in rain. That's basically what it is.
Yeah. They pooped on it like it was a San Francisco sidewalk.
Yes, it's raining brown. Hallelujah. Oh no, wait, that's just the water hitting the sidewalks in San Francisco. The streets of San Francisco. It would have had Michael Douglas and Carl Malden wearing I guess thick galoshes and taking shots against typhus or something. How sad. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry that they're turned San Francisco into a toilet.
It really is. I can't wait to get out. I honestly am. It's
I know it. Basil the Pumpin' Seagull with a $10 Canadian super chat. Thank you, Basil. Says regular seagull swoop in and steal your fries. Basil the seagull just walks up to you, gives you the fingers, sucker punches you in the gut, and takes your delicious fries with gravy and walks away like a boss. You're pretty much describing Kurtzman and Chibnall and Kathleen Kennedy. That's pretty much it. Just walks up to the fandom, gives them the finger, sucker punches them in the gut, and takes their fries and defiles them. Doesn't even eat them, just like pisses on them and tosses them in the street so you can't use them anymore because patriarchy.
Yep.
I think that's basically it. Hail Basil. Thank you, sir. Basil the Seagull is a badass. It's like the song. You don't tug on Superman's cape. You don't spit in the wind. And you don't pluck a feather off of Basil the Pumpin' Seagull. No. Orknestra with a $10 super chat. Thank you, Orknestra. Says, expletive, deleted Chibnall, colorful metaphor, the BBC. I think this is even worse than what The Last Jedi did to Star Wars. Almost 60 years wiped out. I feel sick. Thanks for helping us vent. You are welcome, Orknestra.
Yep, and it is worse.
You are welcome. I mean, you've got that whole wonderful display set up that you tweeted out this weekend.
Oh, my Doctor Who closet. Thanks.
Yeah. I mean, you really clean it up and just kind of organize it and everything. And oh my God. I mean, all of those beautiful moments all of those dreams, all of those memories are in those boxes. The kind of childhood and the lives and the passion that we've all invested into this stuff, symbolized in those boxes after boxes after boxes of greatness. And then some stupid bitch like Chibnall just skips along and just says, yeah, well, we're gonna jettison that. We're going to jettison that because that's some kind of, I don't know, privilege I don't agree with, or it's not an agenda I want to forward. And I want to go ahead and put the elitist patriarchy in its place by taking their myths and subverting them. It's just so ugly and stupid and sad. And it's just craven. I can't, I'm struggling, Gary, to find enough words to express my loathing of Chibnall and what these self-righteous little nothings are doing to our civilization. I don't think it's having any kind of greater impact. It's not changing society. I think, and in fact, I really think it's having a backlash, honestly. I think it's having a backlash, which is great, but still, it's fucking with our shit. I don't know what to do about it, except to just keep on. I mean, is there anything else we can do than we're not doing?
No, absolutely not. No, there is. I'm going down. I'm looking at the ratings right now.
Good, because I would like to do it. I don't know.
It's averaging 2020 is averaging 4.8 million viewers. That is the second lowest of all time. It matches 1986, which was it was, I can't remember it. So it ended in 88. So it was the second to last season.
Right.
And 4.8 million. Then it was 4.87 million. Then the lowest is 4.31 million. That was in 89. And the second lowest is tied with Sylvester McCoy season. And it's, it's done. It's done. And like, that was back then, and there's so many more choices now. And this show isn't even close to being cool. I mean, God, remember when it was cool for like a minute? I don't need my nerdy stuff to be cool, but I was talking about, it's like, I have tattoos. I have Doctor Who tattoos on my body. It's like,
right.
Long sleeve and a glove tomorrow. Look like Michael Jackson. Cause I got the seal of Rassilon tattoo, which is fucking useless now.
No, it's not, man. It's not. Look, none of this shit is real. None of this matters in the slightest. I mean, I just honestly, I wish you'd never watched it. I just wish you didn't even have it in your head, but you need to start working on that. And I think we need to keep spreading the word. We need to be like Martha Jones walking the earth saying, don't believe in this Doctor Who. Don't believe in this Doctor Who.
Absolutely.
That's what we need to do.
Yeah. I can end it at the 50th. I thought that was a good ending. Remember how hopeful we were? He found Gallifrey and undid the Time War and things were looking great. And now everybody's dead. The Doctor's a girl. The Master's, quite frankly, the best thing in the show. And still, he might be dead now. And the companions they don't go on journeys anymore. I was talking about this earlier. Speaking of Martha, remember Martha started out as a med student, and she ended as a member of UNIT. She joined Torchwood. She had amazing character arcs, and she had a brilliant character arc in one season. Mm-hmm. She goes through the whole having the crush on the Doctor thing, something we can't portray on film or TV anymore. Martha's one of my favorite companions, obviously. Like, I know a lot of people didn't like Martha. I loved her.
I liked her fine. I thought she was damn Martha. Good.
Yeah. And it was fun. They did crazy stuff in the show, and you would buy it because you were having fun. John Sims overacted Master, and they would have these big epic endings, but there was always like some hope, a lot of fun, and it never felt like it was giving the audience a middle finger. Chris Chibnall is obviously, dude's a bitter dude. He's got all this wealth. He's writing television, and he's bitter. That must suck. It must suck.
Why?
But
Why is he?
well, because he's hampered by critics of the show, people not liking his work. And he's usually
Maybe that means your work stinks, man.
yeah.
Maybe that means your work stinks. I mean, or I bet he thinks that he's some kind of fucking genius that's misunderstood, like he's ahead of his time, right? I bet he does. I bet he thinks he's like Van Gogh or something.
Yeah.
Like, Van Gogh went his whole life with only selling one painting, and he wasn't, well regarded and stuff. Here's the problem with that, Chibnall. Here's the problem with that. Van Gogh couldn't get his paintings out there. He didn't get them widely disseminated throughout the world. It was in a very select little area. He had maybe a couple of showings and stuff, and he knew some famous painters who overshadowed him. And he just didn't really get that exposure. But you piece of shit, you went ahead and you had a whole network supporting you. You've had millions of people actively reject your shit. So you are not a misunderstood genius. You are a failed TV writer. That's what you are. What else can you say, Kurtzman and Chibnall, when you have diminished your audience, when the fruits of your labor have poisoned the fandom and driven them away? That is not a misunderstood genius. That is a failed fuck. You're a failed fuck. And you suck. Live with that. Suck on that. Maybe that should make you bitter, asshole. You fucking failed. How do you feel when millions are turning away from your shit because they can't stand it? They fucking hate you. Get a grip. Get out of your fucking bubble and see that you have fucking failed.
Yeah, if he had any dignity, he'd quit, but he won't. And here's the deal. I'm looking at these numbers. So the percentages are going to be the same around the world. So they've lost 3 million. Season 11 averaged almost 8 million, and they've lost 3.2 million in viewers on average. They've lost the same percentage in the United States. They've lost the same percentage in Canada. So yeah, millions. They've driven away millions of people. So this dude can be convinced he's right. And they doubled and tripled down this year. They said they brought back old villains to make oh my god, I can't. It sucks that he has to use the Daleks. I don't want to see the Daleks in this.
No, I don't want them to kill everyone. I want them to kill everyone.
You did notice that Jodie was barely in this episode too, right?
Yes. Well, that was the one bright spot.
Yeah.
That was the one bright spot, is that she was paralyzed and mostly silent, which is, a plus. You got to give it an extra star for that.
They don't have her doing, I know, right? They don't have her doing any of the action.
No.
She's always sitting out of the action. Huh.
No. And this fucking psychopath, she lets this other human die for her.
Yeah.
Lets him die. When Graham talks about the cancer, she just walks away not my problem, mate.
Yep.
It's sick. It's sick.
Yeah, but this is written from the perspective of possible, narcissistic sociopaths. So maybe that's how they see the world. Who knows? And it's just that they did it to Graham again too, when he was talking to Yaz, and they stopped the whole freaking show so he could tell Yaz she's so great and better than the doctor at doing what? I don't freaking know.
I don't know. I don't know. Even better than the doctor. He said, you're the best. You're the bestest ever. You're even better than she is, because she's got a fancy time machine and all you've got is a bad script. Well, he didn't say that, but that's what I inferred.
No, that's what I know what you, yeah. God,
that was embarrassing, man. And then she says, yeah, you're not a terrible human being, really.
Yeah.
And he's like, that's all you can say. And she's like, I'm from blah, blah, blah. That's wild praise.
I'm from Yorkshire. That's a love letter.
Yeah, right.
So everybody from Yorkshire's an ineffectual. I don't think so.
What has she done? What have any of them done? Honestly,
they screamed. They screamed one time when the ship was crashing.
God, dude. I cannot recall. Maybe I'm crazy. I mean, even Clara wasn't boring. I despised her because of the writing, but she wasn't boring per se. But I swear to God, it's like when I look at it, I'm sorry. I mean, I know a lot of people like Graham and everything, but every fucking one of the companions,
Bad this year.
all of them, it's like you took three toilet paper rolls and tied strings to them and jerked them around through the frame. I think that's about what it looks like to me mentally when I watch these people, because I haven't the slightest interest in anything they do, anything they say. I have never had an interesting moment with these people. Of all of them, yeah, Graham would be my favorite, but that's not really saying a lot. I mean, he's a nice guy, but I'm bored shitless when these people are on screen.
Yeah, it's mostly boring. I mean, it's boredom mixed in with the occasional moment of wokeness. There's the attempts that's the biggest problem with woke storytelling is you can't be funny either, because like you're so afraid you're going to offend somebody. You end up cracking like dad jokes, or I mean, I don't want to disrespect dad jokes, to be honest with you, but you know what I mean. Like the humor, they can't even do anything funny. So they've written themselves in such a corner that you get this bland gobbledygook, which is filled with just and they would get preached at by the doctor. There's no doctor speeches. It's just there. Like I've said before, it's a beige wall. It's a glass of warm water on a white kitchen table. It's a white piece of paper. It's forgettable. I mean, the other reason I remember anything from season 11 is how cringe it was. Everything between that, I don't remember, and I don't care.
Yeah. I can't remember. I mean, I know Yaz, only lately I finally remembered her name, Graham. I can't remember the dude's name to save my life.
Hey, could you remember anybody's name of the other humans?
No, I have no idea. It's like, wanna be a chick from Aliens, or actually John Connor's surrogate mom from Terminator 2. That's what I think she is.
Barristan Selmy from Game of Thrones. Such a waste of that. If I thought he was going to be a Time Lord of some kind, and they didn't do it.
No. Yeah, I mean, he's got a great presence. Hell, put him in the fucking TARDIS. Let him be the doctor. I think he'd be a pretty good doctor. He's got some good presence there. I think he could have been fun. Why not?
Perfect for Barristan. Oh, such a waste of that character. God,
oh yeah.
If you don't know, Game of Thrones show watchers, Barristan's still alive in the books.
And very nice.
Kicks ass. So he's the queen's hand. And yeah, like he's got point of view chapters. He's in Marine getting ready for war. And he's got these little squires who used to be slaves, and he taught them how to be knights. And it's like, it's a bunch of cool stuff that they just wasted.
Yep.
So sad. Don't get me started.
Completely. Oh God, it's awful, dude. Grimy, aka Grimmy, with a $5 Australian super chat. Thank you, Grimy. Says only Back to the Future remains unviolated. Yeah, I don't think Zemeckis is going to allow it. I hope not. Also, Babylon 5.
Bob Gale. Bob Gale and Zemeckis both said, hell no.
Good. Let it be classic. Let it be what it is. And hopefully Straczynski is not going to put up with, Babylon 5 getting perverted either. So, knock wood on that. Let's pray. Dreary Nitpicker, thank you for the $4.99 super chat. Appreciate that, my friend. Says, hail DC and Gary. Is it just me, or do you hate Disney a little more every day? Did Gary ever own a comic book store? My sources aren't clear on that. Gary's been rumored to have one time owned a comic book store. I think it's apocryphal. As far as hating Disney a little more every day, yeah, I think that's fairly safe to say. With the High Republic having Jedi Knights Cheech and Chong going out to make sure that the flow of the spice isn't interrupted. the flow of the green leafy spice, the Jamaican spice.
They got rid of the EU. They get rid of the EU because they didn't think it through, and now their movie series is over, and they're like, "Oh crap, we need to still make money on this." So let's make the Let's Get High Republic, and it's gonna be awful. It's gonna be Chuck Wendig's freaking books left and right, and
with gay Tarkin, Tarkin.
Poor Star Wars. Poor Star Wars. This is it though. I mean, you remember the times right after the Clone Wars, and things weren't great, but there was still, the Clone Wars didn't destroy the fandom. Okay, it got people mad, but they still bought stuff. They still bought the EU books and the Dark Horse comics and the games and stuff. But the interest is just going to wane and wane. You'll see like Star Wars Celebration will probably get canceled in the next few years, probably.
I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, I think Baby Yoda can only go so far.
Yeah.
It's going to get old.
Baby Groot, it's the same thing.
Yeah. Hey, we've hit 1,000 likes. Hail Hecate's daughter. Thank you for pointing that out. We've hit 1,000 likes, Gary.
Awesome.
That's outstanding. We still have like in excess. We have 2,800 viewers. This is fantastic on a Sunday night. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. We really, really appreciate you supporting the Inquisition, folks. We really do. Thank you, Drury Nitpicker, for that super chat there. Coconut Milk with a $10 Australian super chat. Thank you, Coconut Milk, again. Very generous of you, my friend. Holy crap. He says, hail Doomcock. I say, hail Coconut Milk. God dang it. I'm going out to Whole Foods tomorrow and buy some coconut milk to support you, brother. Thank you. God dang it. I want to eat a pina colada now with some coconut in there, in a tribute. Drink it as a tribute to Coconut Milk, who has really sponsored the show heavily today. Thank you, Coconut Milk. 200-watt studio with a $5 super chat. Thank you, 201. Says, on Delgado's birthday, no less. I implore anyone to go back and watch Delgado's Master and tell me that this episode's explanation jives. BS. What do you think of that, Gary?
That's the difference between a man and a boy. I like Sasha. Okay, I think he could probably be a good doctor, but he is a little boy compared to the man. That was Roger Delgado. May he rest in peace. He died in a horrible car accident while shooting a movie. He is the master. He was perfect. Him and John Pertwee were freaking brilliant together. They chewed up scenery and spat it out. It was so amazing. So rest in peace to the great Roger Delgado.
Cheers. Any of you out there who are imbibing, raise a glass to Delgado. Cheers. I just had a vision. Who would have made a fantastic doctor? It would have been number 2 on The Prisoner, the episode Checkmate. Any of you guys out there remember the number 2 from Checkmate? He would have been absolutely fantastic as the doctor. Man, that guy was suave, enigmatic, kind of quirky, a little weird. Any Prisoner fans out there, I'd be interested to see in the chat just if you guys agree that number 2 from Checkmate on The Prisoner would have been fantastic. I think that was episode 10, but I could be wrong on that. Just off the top of my head. You probably, do you remember that? You probably haven't watched The Prisoner in a while.
I'm trying to look him up now. Ian McKellen played him in the remake.
Right. Well, he played, he was a number 2 in the remake. He would have been fantastic as well. But God, he that guy was on a series too. I can't remember his name, but oh my God, he would have been good. Bionic Belly Button says, yes, Doomcock, perfect. Yeah, he would have been so goddamn good. God, what would have been also great is Leo McKern as a doctor. He would have been amazing. Holy shit. Leo McKern is, Rumpole of the Bailey, and he was number 2 on The Prisoner. Oh God, he would have been good.
Yeah.
Yes, Peter Wingard. Thank you, Nick Lewis. Peter Wingard. Exactly. Jeremy Irons would be a good master. Yeah, Ryan Griffiths. I think he probably would have.
Oh my God, he would be freaking great.
If you wrote him well, if you didn't get the writers of Wokeman,
Peter Wingard,
Wokeman can make anyone suck.
Peter Wingard passed away.
Oh, that's
2018.
Yeah, he would have been fantastic.
Oh my
He was
God.
weird and suave and cool.
That dude was so 70s. Look, oh my God.
Yeah, I know. Wouldn't he have been? Can't you just see him in it?
Dude, just Google Peter Wingard and you will see like a porn star. I don't. How is that hairstyle even possible?
Well, you may be looking at a weird picture, but he was
it's great.
He was really,
awesome.
really scary, kind of intense and suave and kind of scary, but also goofy. I mean, he'd be fantastic.
Yep, you're great.
I think, but of course, it's moot now. It's pointless now, sadly. But anyway, it just came into my head. Sorry to derail anything. Sam Whiskey with $1.99 super chat. Thank you, Sam. Says Pippi Longstocking would make a better doctor.
Hey, Peter Wingard was he was in Doctor Who. He was on Planet of Fire.
Okay. He was fantastic. He would have been great as the Doctor. Steve Coogan would have been a great doctor, says Adam Warlock. I'll tell you who is a good doctor is Rowan Atkinson.
Yes.
You can see him as the Doctor in that comic relief sketch that is actually, I practically consider that canon. It was so good. Damn, it was good. Consider it a missing episode of Doctor Who, folks, and go check it out. Rowan Atkinson is the Doctor. Check him out. He was absolutely fantastic. Cracklin with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Cracklin, says Master Chibnall. There are too many bad Doctor Who episodes. What are you going to do? Fans. Chris Chibnall turns on his lightsaber. Yeah, too many damn Doctor Who episodes. So, of course, that means Chibnall has to attack the fans because we don't appreciate his genius at destroying shit. Scumbag. God, I hate that guy. I can't even watch, Broadchurch anymore, and I liked it the first time I saw it. I thought it was good, but nah, I'm done with that fuck. Admiral OF Doom with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Admiral. Says, I need someone polite to work for me. Keeps me from trouble when I tell people they are luckier than me because they can kiss my ass and I can't. Just an observation. Luckier than me because they can kiss my ass and I can't. Yeah, that's pretty much the attitude of guys like Kurtzman and Chibnall and Kennedy, and of course Ruin Johnson has it in spades. Piece of shit that guy is. Oh God, this thing is so bad, dude. It's depressing, and I don't know what to
there's
do.
A lot of people upset. Okay,
yeah,
we've got these 2 big long live streams, and there's a lot of people showing up. My DMs are flooded. My Twitter went nuts, and I didn't even see it. There's a lot of people upset, and people are already.
And of course, the trolls will come after us for speaking out, but fuck them, man.
It's the same ones. I mean, it's really, for me, honestly, it's insignificant. It's the same 5 people, animated avatars. It's not the real name, so it could be the same person. It could be, for one, they're really familiar with my work, so they watch it all. It's thanks. That's all I can say is thanks. I mean, if you don't like something, I mean, I cover Doctor Who because I did like it. I loved it. It's my favorite franchise, period. It's my favorite franchise.
Yeah.
I have a lot of interests, but I would say if I had to pick one, it was Doctor Who. And, I want it to get better. I'm going to chronicle its demise. You can't, you can't not watch it. There's a point where I will get there, but I want to hope it gets better. Plus, I'm reviewing it. I need to watch it. It's part of what I do. And it's nice to have a place to go and talk about it, and it's deeper than just a bad episode of television. And for the people who don't understand that, the normies, that's fine. I don't care. You guys are out there making the world go around, and we love you for it. But those of us who are into this shit, we're gonna watch it, not like it, and then talk about it because it plays into a bigger picture. This thing was destroyed. It was sacrificed for something because they didn't make good business decisions with this show, creative and business decisions. They could be making more money and getting higher ratings quite easily right now.
Yeah.
And they had their little experiment, and it's clear it's not working. And it would be one thing if it wasn't working, but then to go in at the end, and the reason Chibnall did this is the same reason Kurtzman is doing what he's doing. So they give themselves a permanent place in the canon, and that makes it harder to get rid of them.
Yes.
Because when they screw up canon, they get fired. That makes it harder for the BBC to hire somebody to go and fix it. So yeah, it's all done for selfish reasons.
So you think it's a strategy to avoid getting fired as opposed to just pure blinkered ego of thinking that they want to put their goddamn mark on something, like they've got a masterpiece and they just want to tag it with their fucking spray paint can of suck.
Ego is the driver, is the prime. It's the foundation of everything they do. Okay, making money and being rich is great, but it's all in support of their ego.
God damn them. Vecna71, thank you for the super sticker there. That's very kind of you, giving us the thumbs up, giving us a pair with a thumbs up. Appreciate that, Vecna71. Gary Oldman would be a great master too, though, says Ashtopia. Gary Oldman can do anything.
Yeah.
I mean, he's a chameleon. I think he's incredible. I mean, I think he could, but oh God, it makes me sick. J Paula 821 with a $10 super chat. Thank you very much. J Paula 821 says the Rats stock dropped by 18%. Thanks to SJWs, Iger, Woke Republic, Corey Chan visiting the U.S. from China, and the Rats rides breaking down. Clownfish TV thinks the Disney bubble might pop soon.
Yep.
Really? You think so?
I think Iger leaving and Chapek coming in. Now Iger's still there. Okay.
Right.
So he's going to be still doing stuff for the rest of the year, but Chapek is, nobody likes that guy.
No.
Like they think it's a really bad idea. And I mean, I think the best analogies to use are sports analogies in this. Like you get rid of a coach who had I don't consider it a winning record, but some might. I think he came in and bought a bunch of stuff and destroyed a lot of stuff and left. But they've burned up their goodwill. Why would he leave at the beginnings of Disney Plus? Maybe it's not doing that well. Maybe the Mandalorian, I'm sure they are under expectations. All right. They have public expectations and internal expectations. I'm sure those internal expectations were thinking that they could compete with Netflix right away. They are years and years and years away from being able to do that. And the streaming wars are not going to last that long. They're not going to last years and years and years. It's going to be over like that.
No. And I got to say, look, one of the reasons why Netflix is on top, aside from the fact that they were there first, is Netflix actually turns out some kick-ass shows. Just straight up. I'm sorry. I mean, I just got through watching Narcos Mexico. I mean, they've had like 4 or 5, 6 seasons of this Narcos stuff, and every damn one has been top-notch. And far better than The Mandalorian. Far better. I mean, I can't even tell you how many great series that I've seen on Netflix. Hulu's got some damn fine original shows on it, including The Orville now. Amazon Prime, same damn story. Mandalorian was not a killer app for Disney Plus. I'm sorry. I mean, it didn't compel me to subscribe. I've only watched the pilot. And I said, no, thanks. I mean, I didn't hate it. I certainly wasn't going to savage it or anything. And I'm glad that fans have a little something to grasp onto for Star Wars. But for me, mediocre is mediocre. I don't care what label is on it. And I just couldn't get excited about it. But you've got to have killer programming to make a dent in what Netflix is doing. because they are kicking ass. Gary, have you watched Narcos at all?
Yeah, I've watched the early one. No, it's great.
It's a great show. I'm telling you, man. And then they went to Narcos Mexico, and this is the second season of it. Boy, oh boy, it's addictive as hell, dudes. You gotta check it out. Narcos Mexico, good stuff. And it's true. I mean, it's based on the wars with Pablo Escobar and
and Disney can't make stuff like that, not on Disney Plus.
Right.
And adults watch streaming services, not kids. Kids are watching YouTube. If Disney Plus wanted to get into like the streaming video game, which it wouldn't do, maybe it could compete, but no, it's going to be over. It's just Disney Plus was an add-on. And the funny thing was, I know how much work they put into it because I had a friend who worked on it. He started working on it when I started my podcast. So that was 2014. That's how long they've been working on Disney Plus. And, they've had some restarts here and there. And I think it's just okay. And look at CBS All Access is the same way. It's getting absorbed. You're going to see all these things get absorbed into one eventually. But yeah, with Star Wars, what are they going to do? They're going to muck around in the past.
Yeah.
In a world I don't care about.
Right.
I mean, like, I did a video on the Palpatine thing. I could barely get through it. I mean, I was super low tier. I'm like, I just snarked my way through it with that editor who came out and gave us some motivation, some background on the story, which really wasn't. They said Palpatine's a clone, confirmed, which, I mean, like, okay. Is it still Palpatine then? I mean, what is Rey, the granddaughter of a clone?
No, well, look, basically, you're right, Gary. Look, it doesn't make any goddamn difference at all. I mean, you can say it's a clone. It's not really Palpatine. What they're trying to say is that Palpatine's body was a clone, so he did die at the end of Return of the Jedi. They're trying to make that like that's okay. Now it's all fixed, so you don't have to worry about it damaging the original trilogy. He did die. But you see, the clone body there that they have in Russo Soywoker, it contains the actual spirit of Palpatine. So, okay, you're trying to tell me that the original trilogy is perfectly fine and fixed because Palpatine died. Well, but his spirit was fine, and it went right into a clone body, just like a Dark Force. So it's a difference that makes no difference whatsoever. None. No difference whatsoever, Gary. I don't know what the fuck.
Tell that to Isildur. No, he's dead. Tell that to Elrond, who had to fight the original War of the Ring when they defeated Sauron, but they didn't get rid of the ring, so his spirit endured. And he comes back to fight. Then that's that fight wasn't looked at as a win because Isildur didn't get rid of the ring. So yeah, it's bullshit. It still screws everything up. It's dumb. It's dumb concept. And my whole video is basically just Disney shut the F up and just try to make more Mandalorians and stuff and just be quiet. Like, really don't ever bring up the Skywalker saga again. You can, that is the biggest fail of all time in entertainment. Like, just the biggest. Doctor Who is the most damage. Star Wars is the biggest.
Yeah, it's just bad. So Palpatine is not dead then, is asking Questor. Well, he wanted Rey to kill him so that he could enter her body and then they would rule together.
Do it.
And so Rey killed him. So how is that not a win for Palpatine? I don't understand.
No, the editor said that she didn't kill him in hate. So it's her state of mind that protected
I would make
her.
a goddamn bit of difference at all.
Nope.
Not at all.
It's really the worst logic possible. But the poor, this is an editor for JJ. So I have great sympathy for her. I mean, it's just, and the fact that she's having to go out and ask questions, answer questions is, it's kind of like Michael Chabon answering questions about Star Trek Picard when he doesn't work on the show anymore. And he's not helping at all. Every time he opens his mouth, he makes it worse.
Oh yeah, it's pathetic. Nothing can save that now. It's just done. But I understand that season 2 of The Mandalorian was going to go ahead and explain how Palpatine survived or something. I mean, that's a rumor out there. I don't know if it's true, but if it is, then Mandalorian is just going to draw fire and raise a lot of anger. And season 2 will be tainted and be flushed down the same toilet that Rusev Soywoker was. If I was them, I would just leave it alone.
Yep.
Just leave it the fuck alone. And I tell you, another thing that they should be doing is maybe do like something like a Guardians of the Galaxy TV show or something. You know, people love Guardians of the Galaxy. Why not have a fun TV show? A goofy, fun kind of Firefly-y, science fiction comedy adventure. It could catch on like wildfire. But no, you just want to keep raping the same dead properties over and over again. It's just pathetic. You have no, it's like the Imagineers have no imagination anymore over there at Disney.
People would kill for a Batman show, but what do we get? We get Batwoman, Supergirl, the CW. You give me a good rated R HBO Batman series, 10 episodes a season, every season and a half. Have Nolan produce it, but make it more comic booky. That would be just the biggest show in the world. It would make them billions of dollars, but nah, can't do that. No. They're just dumb in Hollywood. Hollywood is dumb. I mean, that's collectively, it is really, really dumb. It's a miracle when we get something good, and franchises like Doctor Who and Star Wars and Star Trek, we're not going to get those anymore. It's just because they're all corporate owned. So even the good ones like The Expanse or something like that, The Expanse could only go on so long. The Orville can only go on so long. And they don't want to, they need that singular vision, whoever the showrunner is. That's the only way that works. The BBC it worked for BBC back in the classic days because it was a cheap show. Kids loved it. And it had some pretty damn good creative minds behind it, especially in the early days. And RTD brought it back. But look at everything else. There's a one strong creative force behind it. The MCU's got Kevin Feige. But as I said before, I think genre right now goes as far as the MCU goes. And if the MCU starts puttering out, I think, as far as being the top thing in Hollywood, genre will start putting out. It'll always be around, which is good. Maybe it'll be better when it's niche again.
Oh yeah. I mean, I don't like these fucking normies cluttering up my fandom. I mean, I liked it when it was obscure and it was kind of a cult thing, and you could like make a Vulcan peace sign, live long and prosper, to somebody across a room, and if they were a limited member of your tribe, they'd notice, and the rest of the room would be completely clueless. That's a better way to go. All these posers, all they do is just drag it down to a lowest common denominator of, the same sad mediocrity as, I don't know, gardeners talking about their lawnmowers over the barbecue or something, You know what I mean? Just that kind of normie everyday kind of talk about, school districts and taxes and shit like that, makes me want to rip my own head off and toss it in a pool just to make them shut up. You know what I mean? So I can't hear underwater. That kind of boring everyday talk. That's where they belong. They're people without a whole lot of imagination. They didn't grow up with comics and spaceships and robots and caring about the TARDIS and the chameleon circuit on it, and giving a damn about who TK421 is and stuff like that. Just shut the fuck up and get out of our lives, for fuck's sake. And then there won't be as much money in it, and then Star Trek and CBS would have been happy to just have the regular Star Trek fans back, or at least expand it in a way that you don't sacrifice your fans for some imagined larger market that doesn't exist. I think they're finding it doesn't exist, but too late because it's gone now.
Yeah.
I mean, they've totally fucked us.
Yeah.
Sci-Fi George with a $10 super chat. Thank you, Sci-Fi George. Says, Whovians, did you do it? Chibnall, yes. Whovians, what did it cost? Chibnall, everything. Whovians and Peter Capaldi, fuckity bye. Screw these parasites of fandom and fun. Damn right, Sci-Fi George. Screw these parasites of fandom and fun. I want to know where the fun is anymore.
Yeah.
Where is the fun, Gary? God damn it. Where's the fun? I haven't seen anything fun in genre in a long time. Where is it?
I mean, honestly, Guardians of the Galaxy, as far as the big stuff, I mean, even the Marvel stuff has been darker since Guardians of the Galaxy. And I'm trying to think, even the stuff I like is pretty dark. Umbrella Academy was pretty fun, but that was still dark.
But it was fun though. I mean, it had a little bit of a spark in it. I mean, but it's and Orville is fun. Expanse is fun.
Yep.
Because it's got real. For fun, you've got to have real characters. You've got to have people that you care about. They cannot be in a situation that is relentlessly grim. There has to be some occasions, like in real life, where, they get to show off their lighter side. They get to just have a nice conversation. Danger can be both scary and goofy, like in the original Guardians of the Galaxy, which I think is one of the most fun movies I've ever seen. I get a joyless hyperactivity in Doctor Who. There is absolutely nothing remotely resembling fun in Star Trek. Not a fucking bit of it is fun or joyful or interesting or has a je ne sais quoi, an élan. Nothing. I can't think of a fucking thing that made me smile or laugh. Not a goddamn thing. And even Rise of Skywalker, it showed that the cast could actually have done some good stuff if they just been allowed to have a good script. Like the scene where Chewbacca's playing the chess on the Millennium Falcon and you've got Finn and Poe sitting there and just kind of bantering. That's the only time in the whole movie where people just stopped running around enough just to have a moment, and it allowed them to blossom because Oscar Isaac's a very good actor.
Yep.
But and hell, the guy that plays Finn, John Boyega, is not a bad actor either. But boy, there's something about a bad script that just puts the stink of failure on an actor. There's not a damn thing they can do about a bad script. Nothing. God damn, that's awful, dude.
No, and it sucks. And there's so many now, and they don't feel like they need to put any work. Well, for the longest time, they've had defenders in the access media. So they had a few years, they can get away with murder, narrative murder, and now they can't, and they're having a hard time dealing with it. Well, I said it in a tweet, and they're going to have to deal with it. This is entertainment in the 21st century. You will have to hear from your fandom daily. On in some cases, especially Sunday night, 6 p.m. Pacific time here on the Inquisition. But
damn right.
And it's not just us. It's you guys in the chat. I've said this before. They're watching. I guarantee you, somebody from Doctor Who is watching. I guarantee you, like somebody from Star Trek is watching, and it could be, I don't know, marketing. I'm not saying it's Alex Kurtzman, but I mean, because I've heard that from other stuff. I know they pay attention. Wouldn't you? I mean, I would want to know what people think.
Well, Kurtzman doesn't, because it, probably personally upsetting, but I'm sure somebody on the Star Trek staff wants to know, or they just like get a some underlings listen and then write up a kind of a summary, a censored, watered down summary of the feedback after the latest Star Trek Picard. They put it on Kurtzman's desk, and it says something like neutral that says the reception to Star Trek Picard episode 6 was not precisely what we had hoped. Something like that, But that's about it. I don't know. I doubt Kurtzman himself can bear it. I bet Chibnall himself cannot bear it. But I think there's people further down the chain that are definitely watching Gary. And I hope that whoever is listening for the BBC is not so self-deluded as to think that this is mere hatred. Because when we point out these plot holes, they're legitimate. If you can't answer them, you may just suck.
Yeah,
you may just suck.
And those are pretty big plot holes, man.
Massive plot holes. Massive. Uh,
Like the death particle, that was on
oh,
there. That gets brought up at the end of the episode, right? And
right.
it's one of the women, one of the Earth survivors. She goes, "There's a myth of a death particle." It's like, you couldn't have brought that thing up 2 episodes ago, or maybe you needed get out of jail free card because you can't figure out how to kill everybody. And why did you come up with the death particle after everyone's dead?
Right.
I mean, you could have used a Glock to kill the rest of the human race.
Yes. And why is the death particle like C4 or something? Because when he blew up the little handheld hand grenade, it like basically leveled Gallifrey.
Yeah. But
So,
it was supposed to kill the universe, though. I thought it was to wipe out the universe. Are they
well,
just
it
doing it one
was.
planet at a time?
It
or-
was, but then they kind of backed away from that and said, well, it may not wipe out the universe, but it'll take care of your planet. Of course, then it was mainly just, well, the ruins of your city. Well, it was shrunk. It was shrunk, Gary. What do you want?
I died.
It was shrunk. So, it was a death particulette. Basically, if you had a hamster on your ship, it would have given it a migraine or something. I don't know. That's what you've got.
Yep.
Drury Nitpicker with a $9.99 super chat. Thank you, oh dreary one, who says, so I just got back from the barber shop. Poor guy had a family emergency halfway through my haircut. I told him to go. I'd come back tomorrow. I know, I'm such a saint. You're lucky to have me here. LOL, man. Drury Nitpicker is walking around with half a haircut. Half a haircut.
What?
Yeah.
You got a mullet?
I don't know if it's a mullet or if it's like a Mo or I don't know. Like an episode where Mo got half of his hair ripped off or something. I don't know. Drury Nitpicker, God bless you, sir. You are a mensch and a great guy, and God bless you. I think Drury Nitpicker should be known throughout the fandom as the patron saint of barbers from now on. Drury Nitpicker, you are the patron saint of barbers. What a guy. And he gave me a copy of Witcher 3. What can I say?
That's awesome.
He's good in my book. Thank you, Drury Nitpicker, for the super chat and for the games again, brother. Nicholas Horton. Oh, he also did a great sketch too, by the way. He sent me a great sketch of Doomcock. I need to put that up. I wanted to ask you permission if I could put that on Twitter, and I forgot, Drury Nitpicker, but I'd like to do that if you would allow it. Nicholas Horton with a £5 super chat. Thank you, Nicholas. Says, hail DC and Gary. This finale won't escape your wrath. Release Harvey.
Yeah, release Harvey. What the hell? What time is it?
It's now 10 seconds to Harvey.
10 seconds to Harvey. H minus 10.
That's right. It's very, very close. The Harvey clock is nigh. Harvey is nigh, folks. Harvey is nigh. This shit. Oh my God. Am I ever going to get some good news again? I just don't know. Jurassic Next with a $5 Australian super chat. Thank you, Jurassic Next says, magenta hair and flapping hands are well represented in the High Republican counter group. I'm rolling on the floor like a method acting class. Oh, the High Republic. Jesus God. You can't make this shit up.
You really
I mean, all these people in these like writers groups and shit. I mean, none of them are like over like 35, I don't think. I don't know. It's like none of them were alive when Star Wars actually was released. So I don't know how you can expect them to grasp anything like Star Wars. You should at least have a few ambassadors from that hallowed time that could tell you what Star Wars meant to them, and by extension to most of their fucking fan base for 50 years. So, but yeah, they don't want to hear from people like that. They don't give a shit.
No.
And to quote Yoda,
That is why you fail.
So yeah, they'll never learn. They'll never learn. Rural with a $2 super chat. Thank you, my friends, as you guys are on the same time as Raketa is. Who cares? We are the Inquisition. That's all you need to know. The Inquisition is Sunday night, and I don't give a shit who else is streaming. I don't care. It doesn't matter who else is streaming. We're on, and that's all that matters, right, Gary?
Yeah. We're not lawyers. We talk about we're inquisitors.
Yeah. So we're not lawyers, so it's not competing. But even if it was, we're the Inquisition.
We're the Inquisition, man.
What else do you need to know? We don't need no stinking law degrees.
Oh, hell no.
We're the Inquisition. Thank you, Rural, however, for that. Nicholas Horton, and actually, I would correct Rural's super chat here. Rural said you guys are on at the same time as Raketa is. No, Raketa is on the same time that we are.
Yes.
Think about that. Nicholas Horton with a 5-pound super chat. Thank you, Nicholas. Says DC. What would you say if you went to a Doctor Who Q&A panel at a convention? I would stand up and I would say in a quick kind of tone of voice, are you people out of your fucking minds? Have you ever watched Doctor Who? Do you care at all about Doctor Who? Or are you just basically masturbating on the air? Is this basically onanism in the TARDIS because you are so convinced that you people know better than all of the other writers for the last 50 plus years of Doctor Who what makes the Doctor the Doctor? Fuck you people. You are a bunch of jerk off, screw off, lame ass, no talent fucks. And I'm sick to death of you pissing in our TARDIS. And hopefully I could get all that out before they could drag me out of there. But that's basically what I would want to say. Well, I'm serious, man. I think it's just when you stand up and just fucking let it go. And everybody's gasping and everyone's clutching their little Jodie Whittaker action. Well, nobody has Jodie Whittaker action figures. They don't give a shit about Jodie Whittaker. Nobody cares about fucking Whittaker. Nobody likes Chibnall. You have severed half of your audience at least. Probably closer from what I understand, because it was up to 8 million, right? Now it's down to something like 3 or 4. At least in half. At least in half. That is how you label failure in my book. You have failed. You have failed. Do you have any feelings about sucking so bad that you have lost half of your fucking audience? That's what I would want to say to those cocksuckers.
Yep.
I'm sorry, man. I it's probably a good reason I don't go to conventions. Okay? Because I would be evicted. I would be evicted. I choke on that bullshit. Like what we're because they're up on a stage. We're supposed to like defer to them. Like we're supposed to bow our heads and take the mic and be respectful and ask them a happy little like softball question that'll make them feel good about themselves when they're pissing in our cornflakes and breaking our rice bowl. Fuck you. That's what I'd say to them. Fuck you. I hope somebody from Doctor Who was listening, and I hope you would convey this to the brain trust that has fucked Doctor Who forever.
Forever.
Fuck you.
I mean, it's I don't think it's sunk in with me completely. I'm gonna live. I'll be fine, but I didn't think they'd really do this. I'm not surprised, but I maybe I held out. I don't know, but they did it, and there's no undoing it unless somebody comes in and completely retcons. You know, listen, even if they were stuck on a female doctor, it's like reboot. If you want to make her the first one, reboot, but they had to do it in canon. They had to take it that little step farther. And the reason they felt emboldened was that first episode. That first episode got 10 million viewers, and they just hung their hat on that. And they thought, well, it's okay for us to do whatever the hell we want now. Yeah. And boy, are they regretting it. And you could tell in the press and stuff. They
are.
Oh God, yeah. I mean, they lost millions of viewers. That's not good. There's no way you could spin that. They're going to try. Piers Wenger coming out and saying, his quote was, "Doctor Who has never been better editorially."
What the fuck does that even mean?
So the editors cut the episode good, or your message is getting out editorially. What the? Yeah. That's a very interesting statement to make. So they probably think that, well, we're getting our message across, but we're just not articulating well enough. No, we get it. We get the message. We're bored by it, and we're tired of being patronized, and just entertain us or go away.
If you had a modicum of the talent, you assholes, you talentless little fucking televangelist preacher ass, Carney Barkers of fandom, you hacks. If you had a iota of the talent of the that went into the Expanse, you would show and not tell. That is what great writers do. They show and they don't tell. They go ahead. The Expanse depicts a future that is everything you dickless little weasels want. It is, because the women are treated completely with equality. All races, sex, race, sexual preference, none of those things matter a squirt of piss in the Expanse. It depicts a future. It's a bit of a dark future because there's still warfare and things like that, but at least racial prejudice is gone. I've never heard anybody have any kind of racial prejudice, any kind of questioning. Why is a woman in charge of anything? Men and women coexist. There are no issues between them, along with religion, all that shit. None of it matters. And so in a way, the Expanse is depicting the kind of future that you morons want to bring about, but they do it effectually by actually showing it as a fait accompli without any kind of little mincy, fucking whingy little virtue signaling. You pieces of shit just make me sick. Mm-hmm. You make me sick with your fucking self-congratulatory, masturbatory fucking tweets and, oh, look at us, we made the world a better place. Fuck you. The Expanse makes the world a better place by showing a better place to the world. You morons. That's how you do it. You don't preach. You make a great show with great characters, and then people look, and then after a few seasons, hey, you know what? That's a pretty goddamn good world. Why can't we have that world? Show, lead by example. Don't fucking preach with your lame ass scripts and your fucking actors that can't act their way out of a goddamn wet paper bag in a snowstorm. You people are idiots and talentless hacks. That is the worst label I can lay on you motherfuckers, is that you're talentless hacks. Mm-hmm.
And because meritocracy is bad.
Yeah, meritocracy. That is the most pernicious thing, Gary.
Yep.
Meritocracy is how we advance. Meritocracy, like the CDC should be a meritocracy. NASA should be a meritocracy, because the best people are the ones that can get us to the stars and can cure diseases. Meritocracy is not an elitist thing. It's the way that the race can make progress. Fuck. Yep. Music is a meritocracy. The Beatles are where they were because they did the best fucking music.
Yep.
It's not because they fucking had whingy ass little tweets showing off what fucking little enlightened douchebags they were. They just went out and they did their goddamn job and they got rewarded for it because they did it better than anybody else. And that is what meritocracy is. And that's why we need a meritocracy. That's why it's not an elitist thing. It's a fucking key to civilization and human advancement, you pieces of shit.
I don't know that.
God damn it. I'm sorry, man. I'll shut up.
No, that's exactly what they injected into this piece of entertainment. That's it's almost antithetical to what they're about. You know what I mean? It's antithetical to their message. There's the self-loathing comes through. I don't know how they work it out in their head every day.
But I don't know, man. I don't know. It gets to the very heart of what I loathe. Which, I mean, when you said that really cut right to it, Gary. It's like they don't like meritocracy. And meritocracy is the life's blood of any civilization, honestly. I mean, you never get it perfect because there's always weasels and scumbags and nephews and, fucking sons and daughters that don't deserve to be where they are. They get it because of their positions. But when you don't even value the concept of a meritocracy, when you reject that quality should prevail, then you do a disservice to civilization. You do a disservice to humanity, because God damn it, if quality doesn't matter, what does?
Nothing. And that's what happened in The Doctor. If there's a infinite amount of doctors out there, that makes none of them special or unique. I mean, there could be a universe full of doctors. How lame was that concept? Undoing the Time War, then redestroy everything about it was unbelievably lame.
I'm just really not happy, man. I'm just feeling really kind of depressed right now.
You and a lot of other Doctor Who fans right now are feeling pretty down. I wonder where this is.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you, Nicholas Horton, for setting me off. Psycho Dwarf 9 with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Psycho Dwarf 9. Says, buckle in, gang. Express elevator to hell. Ka-chunk. That was prophetic. That was before I lost my shit just now. Thank you, Psycho Dwarf 9. John Ellis Bush with a £1.99 super chat. Thank you, John Ellis Bush. Says, sees this episode engages battle bush mode. That we need battle bush mode. John Ellis Bush, and his initials come to Jeb Bush. I wonder if it's actually Jeb Bush. Wouldn't that be cool? Jeb Bush in the chat.
Please clap.
That'd be cool. And Psycho Dwarf 9 again. Thank you very much for that super chat as well. Ashtopia with a $1.99 super chat. The lovely Ashtopia did not say anything. However, I appreciate you very much, Ashtopia. Thank you so much for that contribution. Michael Maloney says with a $2 super chat, hail Doomcock and Gary, to which we say, hail Michael Maloney. Thank you, my Legionnaire. And you are awesome, brother. It's always good to see you. Draco Argentus with a $10 super chat. Thank you, Draco. Says, Chibnall, think you know what you do. For all know now how you lost its way. Fans shall ne'er go gentle with your much ado. All rage against the dying of the Who. I should read that again because I botched it. Chibnall, think you know what you do. For all know now how you lost its way. Fans shall ne'er go gentle with your much ado. All rage against the dying of the Who. Beautiful. Thank you, Draco Argentus. Thank you very much for raging with us against the dying of the Who. God damn it. Listen, if you respect yourself and you respect your life and you respect your past and you respect your own cognition and your own emotional background, you cannot help but be angry at these violations, these desecrations of things that we care about. And after a while, you just have to lash out. I mean, sometimes it's not just enough to go ahead and do like a review like we do. Sometimes you just have to just howl.
Yep.
No,
it's better to do it. That's why I'm glad I stumbled into this, because you guys are the co-host out there. We get to hear from,
absolutely.
When we're doing a review by ourselves, we're locked in our rooms and editing and going over the episode 5 minutes at a time. And it's like, you get to something and you go, God damn it. And then you realize it's 2 a.m. and you just woke up your kid and, oh, that's me. I did that for Star Wars. It's better to have y'all around for this. Cause, and believe me, this is as bad as the decision day when the decision came down, it was Jodie. And I want to preface that it wasn't all Jodie. It was 80% because it was Jodie, but the other 20% is I knew what would come with it.
Yeah.
And it was this. And then I guess maybe I knew in my black heart of black hearts that it would come to this because they're predictably woke. I mean, just think of, any woke plot for next year and it'll happen. If they bring back Tanit, it'll be to chew them out because of the patriarchy. And if they, if
You
Jack
know,
living so long is bad for the environment, it'll be his fault. So
right, right. You know, the simple fact of the matter is, unfortunately, or maybe fortunately, I don't know, but the simple fact of the matter is, you scumbags are pushing all of our buttons so hard, it was such glee, that what's going to happen is it's going to trigger a backlash. And where you could have actually had kind of a future like, the Expanse and everything, where we're all equal, and that's the kind of future I want. What you're going to do is you're going to piss off so many people that there's going to be a backlash, and you're going to wind up living in fucking, I don't know, The Handmaid's Tale or some shit. It's gonna swing around, man. You are just so perniciously undermining Western civilization
Mrs.
that
Neurotic tweeted about that. She said, in The Handmaid's Tale, I don't watch that at all, but the women did it to themselves, I guess. I don't know.
yeah.
And she said that's kind of what's going to happen. We're going to end up, we're self-censoring ourselves in the Puritanism. I know that Umbrella Guy and Yellow Flash like to use that term because it's freaking applicable. They're the new Puritans. They're the freaking pilgrims of, pus running around there. Basically, I mean, like ruining everything about entertainment. Listen, boobs are fun. Boobs are fun. I like boobs. There's not enough boobs
Yes.
on TV and film anymore. And if the ladies need something too, that's good for them. I hope so. But we need some boobs. There's not enough boobs, to be honest with you. And
there's
the
a
biggest
boob shortage.
Yeah, there's a shortage of boobs. And you can't do like, fun like movies like Old School or Step Brothers anymore. Like imagine them making Step Brothers now. That movie's not even that old.
No.
And then forget Blazing Saddles and Airplane, and like we can't have fun anymore. We can't joke. It might be mean to this one person. You know what? I mean, maybe we need to consider that you need to flip that around. You need to be able to be okay with people joking with you, because that shows that you're secure and you can handle a little heat. Because guess what? The world's not going to change. You can't put everybody in a little styrofoam box and keep them safe. It's just the world doesn't work like that. And they're finding out. People are finding out, but it needs to adapt, especially here on the interwebs.
Yeah.
Because it's still bad. But we keep fighting, man. We keep fighting. We're going to take some losses. I figured Doctor Who was lost.
Yeah.
I did. And I figure Star Trek is lost. I'll be honest with you guys. I don't hold out hope that Star Wars, Star Trek, and Doctor Who, well, especially Doctor Who, will ever turn it around. I don't think it will. I think they'll die. I think they're going to go away. They'll stop making money for the companies and they'll get broken apart. Or, that's God. I did a podcast like 5 years ago with another co-host, and I had to fight him on this. Like, I'm like, I got a really good topic, man. He's like, I don't want to talk about it because, like, I don't think it. For one, he didn't believe it, and he didn't think it was a decent topic. So I ended up doing it by myself. It's one of the first things I did by myself, and it was Star Wars versus Marvel at Disney. I'm like, eventually, one is going to gobble up the other. They can't continue to have both of those properties. They're too expensive. So, while they're going great, everything's great. But when things start falling apart, it's within the realm of possibility that like Spider-Man can get sold off. Like they keep Marvel or they sell off Spider-Man. And that's kind of what we got right now. Or they sell off another character, or DC, AT&T needs money and they sell Superman or something stupid like that. That could happen.
Yeah.
And then it gets in the hands of the wrong. I mean, they're already in the hands of the wrong person, but like that stuff's it's lost to us. And if they took a minute to try to figure out fandom and try to figure out why this stuff, because they don't understand. I mean, it's easy for you and I here in the chat. Okay. Because we've been doing this shit. We've immersed our lives into it, but these people really don't understand. It's like Mandarin to them. They don't get it. They don't get why Superman's been popular this long, why people love Indiana Jones, why people love Back to the Future and like universally, a lot of people call that the perfect film. I think Raiders is, but I mean, I won't argue with you. And why people like Doctor Who, they're still asking. There's people at the BBC like, why do they care so much? And again, I get hung up on that. But if you have to ask that question, you don't understand fandom.
No.
At all.
No. And you don't feel passionately about things.
No.
You really don't. And I think it's probably a byproduct of a generation of people that grew up coddled, mollycoddled, grew up getting the participation trophies and, grew up in a kind of hive minder environment where nobody can be made fun of. And, nobody's the, target in dodgeball. You know what I mean? Like they don't even have dodgeball anymore. Everybody wins. And so it's mean. It's so mean to say mean things about people. They just can't take it. They're wussies. That's basically it. They're wussies. They don't think deeply. They never had to compete academically. They didn't have to worry about, having a high standard of performance. What do you mean? What's that? Everybody passes. So, everything's acceptable. Nothing can be funny anymore. They can't joke around because nobody can take a joke anymore. And, it really is that we are like Veronica Cartwright at the end of Invasion of the Body Snatchers from the 70s, the Philip Kaufman version, when, she's one of the last human beings in the world surrounded by a bunch of fucking pod people. And she dares to approach Donald Sutherland, hoping he's real. And then he turns on her and points and howls. And all the other pod people are alerted. Oh, we've got a human here. That's kind of how I feel a lot of times. Yep. Well, I think it's like that. They really are. I mean, they just are they have a whole different aesthetic. They have a whole different way they were raised, and they can't take humor. They can't, think deeply about things because hell, to think deeply about things means to debate things, and debate was hostility. Debate was not tolerated. I mean, it's like, oh, you're getting personal. You're invading my space. You're triggering me, for fuck's sake. What kind of world are we living in now?
Yep.
It's fucked up.
Yep.
But whatever this world is, I want to say welcome to the channel membership, Eskimono Phono. Thank you for becoming a Dominion, my friend. Very, very much appreciated. And thank you, Draco Argentus, for that poem. Trevor McEwen with a $10 super chat. Thank you. Trevor says, Hail Doomcock. Gonna watch you tonight despite my health issues, as you know. Thanks for getting back to me. You're very welcome, Trevor. I'm so sorry. I'm looking forward to the rants and punishments you and Gary will hand out. We'll hand out punishments at the end, right, Gary?
Yep.
We'll go ahead and hand out some punishments at the end. Mr. CCDV with a $5 super chat. Thank you, sir. Says, if you were a twee, what kind of tard would you be? That's right.
Oh, yes.
That twee was disguised. It was had the chameleon mode
in a rock quarry.
Yeah. Well, they didn't have a budget for a big enough rock to credibly represent. I don't know. It's stupid.
It was stupid.
I don't know.
Really
well, dude, I don't know what kind of twee I'd be. I guess I'd be number 5, the larch.
The larch. I agree with that one. Yes.
Thank you. We are in agreement. We are number 5, the larch. George Orwell with a $9.99 super chat. Thank you, George. Says war is peace, freedom is slavery, ignorance is strength, and the doctor is female. I'm turning in my BBC press card. Beautiful, George Orwell. Beautifully said, brother. Love it. Love it. Yes. God dang it. That was beautiful. Thank you, George Orwell. Damn it. Turn in that BBC press card. Burn it. Burn it. That would be the best way. Dump it on their doorstep. When they try to step on it, put a bag of poop underneath it.
Yep.
Ashtopia with a $9.99 super chat again. Thank you, Ashtopia, very much. Says Chibnall has nailed the coffin shut. They couldn't even let this once wonderful show die with a shred of dignity. Its beaten and drained corpse is going to be dragged around for another season. I know. I cannot stand Jodie Whittaker as the Doctor. She is so one note. I mean, aside from being a woman, she is just so one note. She says every fucking line the same way. And she has 2 default modes, basically hyperactivity and mouth hanging open, gawking. That's basically it. She's a gawking mode and that's it. Ah, god damn it. Thank you, Ashtopia. You're right. Chibnall has basically put the final touch on the corpse, has removed the last kidney from the thing and sold it on the black market, and now shit, I don't know. It's gonna be, weekend at Who's or something. They're gonna tie strings to the doctor and jerk her around or something. I don't know. Makes me sick. George Forrest Jr. with a $4.99 super chat. Thank you, George. Says, hail DC and Gary. Can you put a force field around the BBC home office and unleash Harvey on them? I wish I could, but if we let Harvey out, he's not going to stop at the BBC. He's going to go on and on and on. And then it's pretty much, the death particle that the Cyberman had, that's Harvey. I mean, it's the Harvey particle as far as I'm concerned, George Forrest Jr., and we don't want to let him out. It would be very bad, very bad. Thank you, George, though, for that suggestion. If I can find a way to do it safely, I will, and no more BBC from Harvey. Java Bean with a $2.99 Australian super chat. Thank you, Java Bean. Says it's all just so very sad. Thanks, Gary Doomcock et al. It is. It is. It's just, God, it's sad, dude. I mean, it's fuck, man. I'm, Gary,
Yep. I felt this was like after The Last Jedi and oh God, watching Marvel go down.
Yeah.
But this is the worst. No, this is the worst. And yeah, like I said, I'm still processing it.
It's hard.
Nothing we can do. It's going to be years. If they're going to fix this, it's going to be years. So it's like not even worth it. Nobody's going to give a rat's ass about this thing in 6 months, much less years. So you'll see like it depends. I'll be keeping an eye on the Doctor Who collectible market. I mean, things are getting cheaper now. So
really,
yeah. I mean, like the Tennant era figures and the box sets and stuff, they're still worth like money. There's for example, there's like a Army of Ghosts playset, which has a Dalek and Mickey and a Cyberman. That still goes for like $100 something bucks. All the Ninth Doctor era packaging goes for a pretty decent amount of money. But if that stuff starts falling off, then it's dead. But I mean, we're basically just, at this point, we're just buying from each other. But the collectible market is the first place you see where things start eroding, and then people just lose interest, and you'll see less and less of the stuff. And quite frankly, I just, it's a strong franchise. A lot of people are still, I think they're going to dive into the old stuff a lot more. That's what tends to happen. Losing Big Finish is a blow. It's a big blow.
Yeah. Well, along the lines of what you said, Gary, do you think there's been a decline in the merchandise sales for Star Trek Discovery and Star Trek Picard?
I guess there would be a decline. No, because there hasn't been an incline. So you would need an incline for a decline.
I had to toss you that softball.
Yes.
Let you knock it out of the park there.
They would need so I mean, Doctor Who's a stronger franchise right now, or was, than Star Trek. How sad is that?
Star Trek is fucked. I mean, they haven't sold a goddamn Star Trek thing since I don't know how long it's been. I don't know how long it's been. I've seen some original Star Trek stuff from Titan, and that's about it. Other than that, and some box toys, some Japanese blind box toys and stuff like that, but nothing from Star Trek Discovery. Nothing, and nothing from Picard. Absolutely nothing from Picard. At least you see Star Trek Discovery DVDs, but I mean, Picard is fucking non-existent, and thank God. Oh my God, dude.
Yeah, I was looking at the other day, like the 9-inch figures. Here's a go. 6-piece Star Trek 9-inch action figures, and it's freaking Kirk and everybody else. $75. You get 6 figures. That's freaking that's a deal. Here's a big lot. You get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, including Q and Kirk and Picard. $60.
Wow, where's that big lot?
On eBay? Freaking eBay. Looking at it right now. Star Trek 9-inch figure lot, $150. You get like 12 of them. That's a fucking deal.
Wow. I've
Like,
got a
you
whole
think-
crate of the original Playmate figures. Remember
Yeah.
those way back when?
Oh yeah, I got him hanging up. Well,
Yep.
they're Mrs. Neurotics. She's the one. She's the Star Trek collector. But here's a shitload of DS9 figures. TNG
Beautiful.
Voyager DS9 for $50. I mean, it's like
I got so many Star Trek figures, dude. I've got, you know, those kind of like, I guess they were the, you know, a little bigger than Mego sized Star Trek, action figures. Came in the window boxes.
Yeah, those are the ones I was talking about. The 9-inch figures. Those are cool. I like them.
They are. I've got the in right here in the closet. I've got Kirk and Spock in the Where No Man Has Gone Before pilot tunics. I've got the them in the Tholian Web spacesuits. I've got Jadzia Dax and I've got Kira over there. They're out of the box because I had to, because they were hot. But
too big. Yeah, of course.
It's just funny. I mean but boy, there's nothing like that. There's nothing like that around. Nothing for Star Trek Discovery. So yeah, you guys, by your sales shall ye know them. And these are dead franchises. These are ex-parrot franchises, folks.
Yeah.
Just trying to tell you. Apocrypha with a $2.99 super chat. Thank you, Apocrypha, very much. Says, some men just want to watch the world burn. R.I.P. Damn right, Apocrypha. Some men like Chibnall and Kurtzman and Ruin Johnson just want to watch our worlds burn. Good night, Warren Roar. Oh, I see you've left a super chat. If you're heading to bed, let me read it real quick for you. He says, with a $19.99 super chat, which is very generous. Thank you, Warren. He says, I loved The Invisible Man. Nothing woke, just good horror thriller. I've quit Marvel and most comics due to the woke feminist agendas and read manga exclusively now. It's a breath of fresh air. Sexy women, strong men, art, and stories. Hail Warren Roar. Yeah, man. Listen, I'm glad you're having the courage of your convictions and stopping to pay money for that woke shit. And I'm surprised about Invisible Man, actually. I really am. Because when I saw the trailer, Gary, I mean, it's an invisible white man being toxic and harassing a white woman.
Yeah.
So, but Warren Roar is an authority. I mean, I trust the man. So if he says it wasn't woke, I guess it wasn't woke. Have you heard anything about it?
No, I haven't heard anything about it.
Huh. Interesting. Well, thank you, Warren Roar, and good night, my friend. Thank you for popping in here and appreciate that super chat, brother. Coconut Milk again. Holy smokes. With a $20 Australian super chat. Thank you, Coconut Milk. Just gave me a little emoji there. Very, very much appreciated, Coconut Milk. And cheers to you, brother. Thank you. I'm glad things are better in Australia. And I just want to say to all my Australian friends out there, God bless you guys. You suffered a lot this year. I'm glad things have gotten better finally over there. And I hope Australia will recover soon because you guys are just awesome. You really are. Some of our Australian viewers are just uniformly super cool. They really are. And was heartbroken. All this shit that went down this past year. It's just awful. Tim Riggs with a great question, a really great question. Thank you for this $5 super chat. Tim says, Hail, High Inquisitors. I'm confused. How is there a Doctor Who finale when Doctor Who hasn't been on TV in 3 years? That is the right way to say it. That is exactly the right observation, Tim Riggs. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you very, very much. I guess, there can't be. This is not a Doctor Who finale. That garbage is not Doctor Who. And I think we just need to let go of this idea, Gary. I think that's when the healing can begin, is when you can let it go out of your head and just rest assured that, hey, you know what? These scumbags and talentless fucks can't touch Doctor Who. Same thing as the way Kurtzman hasn't touched Star Trek, frankly. You know, Star Wars got fucked though. In a way, Star Wars is fucked worse than anything. Well, no, actually Picard now too, because you actually see Mark Hamill as Luke Skywalker be humiliated. You see Han Solo, die as Han Solo. You see Jean-Luc Picard, played by Patrick Stewart, is a doddering old idiot that cowers behind a table while his female housekeeper and her man-child, I don't know what it is, defend him. I mean, we had to watch that shit. So in a way, it's at least it's not like they got Tom Baker on and bent him over and had a Dalek, inseminate, pounding him from behind or something, which is basically what we've got with Picard and in Star Wars.
Yeah.
What do you think?
I think it's 6 one way, half dozen the other.
Yeah.
I think Doctor Who got it worse because at least Luke had his story. They didn't go back and tell us that Luke was originally a girl and that he got the Force from it just magically came through him, and they're getting very creative and fucking up our franchises. So I mean, there's a point where and I might have reached it with Doctor Who. It's like I'll do this review, and we'll see. It's a long way off, but where it's just like, okay, fine. I mean, like honestly, I think more people hate it now than like it.
Yeah, I do too.
Clear. Don't automatically assume that those 3 or 4 million people in the UK are watching it because they like it. I talked.
Yeah, they may be hate watching it.
Yeah. I don't think people like it very much. They're not making anything. Nobody will back. The only people who are backing Jodie right now are, I mean, quite frankly, YouTubers.
Why are they doing it? They think there's an audience there or something? Yeah, Gary is in shock, mad vibe. So am I, man. I can't. The sad thing is, I mean, you guys may think that I have successfully ranted tonight or something, but I have not been able to articulate exactly what I want to say. I've tried. There's just a depth of anger and despair that I can't get to it. I can't find the words to say just how bad and angry I feel.
It wasn't just enough to change the Doctor into a female. They had to destroy the canon because the canon is bad. It's wrong. It's wrong, even though it was of its time. And, usually we try to be as accurate as possible with history, although we know history goes to the victor, but that's precisely what they said. That it was just a fairy tale written by the Time Lord elite, a creation myth. They put a myth within a myth, a woke myth. Well, I've got what they literally did was make a woke creation myth. They kind of flipped it on themselves, and it's not going to work very well for him. Chibnall will be remembered. He'll be remembered as the guy who killed Doctor Who.
Reviled. I mean, I just saw it. I mean, you've had a few more hours than I have to process this. I'm just, God damn it. It's just so fucking mendacious and I just can't get
arrogant.
It's
arrogant. It's pompous. It's and aloof, and there's no fucks for them to give, not towards us, because we're not human.
You're right. Yeah. Neither are they. Fucking hell. Humans are beings with passion.
Yep.
Beings with, joy. People that laugh. There are no laughs in this shit. It's just pathetic. It's lame. It's anemic. It's creepy. It's just so fucking clingy. It's clingy. Watching this shit and living in this fucking woke culture, it feels like somebody is slowly but surely just circling you in a kind of a mindless, mechanical way, like an Energizer bunny on a circular path, holding a goddamn giant tube of saran wrap, and they're just walking around you, and with every circular, completion, every like rotation around you, you're just getting more and more constrained. You're getting suffocated, and you're getting the fucking saran wrap is just binding your hands and your arms, and you're just starting to not be able to fucking move because your every thought and your every goddamn inclination to be human is stifled and just like, no, shove it. It doesn't fit our woke agenda. It doesn't fit our woke agenda. It doesn't fit our woke agenda. We just want you to fucking be constrained in every way. This fucking thing is not just curtailing freedom of speech. What they're trying to do is curtail freedom of thought. And I say, fuck that. I say, fuck that. I will never have my thought constrained. I will keep speaking out, and these motherfuckers can go ahead and keep like whinging and whining on Twitter or whatever. I don't give a shit. I just mute them and never let them know, and let them keep working and working and working in their free time to spread my fame on Twitter. I don't even look at them. I don't even care. I'm not going to shut up. I'm never going to fucking shut up. I'm never going to fucking shut up.
No, hell no. That's something they can wish for someday.
Good luck.
He's not alive anymore, but Nathan Turner, who, was reviled by some, but looks freaking great now. Chris Chibnall, is awful. He's freaking awful.
Pathetic.
And I mean, like, even if, like, say Peter Capaldi was still there, right? If they were bringing in Chibnall, I would be equally as upset. I would just, especially with the direction they were going with Moffat, and Capaldi was still around. At least we get good performances out of Capaldi, but like Chibnall's stories are garbage. Like Moffat's worst episodes are still better than Chibnall's best episodes. So
yeah. Oh yeah.
Too bad.
God damn. Absolutely, man. God, I wish we could have Russell T Davies back.
He'll never, ever, ever come back. Something happened. He will never come back. I'm sure he's been offered boatloads of pounds to do a movie, and like hell no.
I don't know, man.
I don't know what it's. Maybe it's got something to do with his husband was dying towards the end of Doctor Who. I think that had something to do with. I'm not 100% sure. I know his husband was dying during Torchwood, when he did Torchwood for.
Oh, really?
And it was like a horrible brain cancer or something like that.
Oh,
that really got to him. So yeah, that's, maybe he associates. I don't know, or maybe the BBC was just fucking a pain in the ass to work with, which I've heard.
Well, now
from everybody. Yeah.
Now it just really breaks my heart that that BBC used to turn out some of the best, my favorite stuff in the world. Doctor Who, The Prisoner, Blackadder, Young Ones, Monty Python, for fuck's sake.
I got DVDs. All that stuff you just listed off, I've got DVDs.
So do I. Goddamn, so many great things. Blake 7.
I'm finally going to embark on that.
You're going to like
I've got that and Red Dwarf ready to go. So,
Red Dwarf is so
I just
good.
I gotta watch Altered Carbon. I gotta find time to watch Altered Carbon. This is
Sapphire and Steel. You might want to check that out.
Most definitely.
It's really good. And it used to be this super fucking cool thing. And Bottom and Filthy Rich and Cat Flap, by the same Young Ones guys, Comic Strip Live, so many great things. And now it's just become this straight jacketed. It really is. It's like the BBC has become a Cyberman. This once human breathing thing, the BBC, has been grabbed and gutted and stuffed into a goddamn mechanical shell of SJW agenda, and it's just lurching around, looking on the surface the same, but boy, it's not the same at all, dude. It's not at all same.
Yep.
June Wong with a $5 Australian super chat. Thank you, June Wong, who says, "Hail DC and Gary. I made a video showing how the Pulp Fiction art was made. Also made fan art for Mary. please search Twitter, YouTube, Mother Chicken Siamese. I'll pop that into the chat. Mother Chicken Siamese. Chicken spelled Chikin, just so you guys will know. But yeah, man, there you go. Mother Chicken Siamese. There you go. Cardinal Sin says The Prisoner was aired on ITC. Okay. So they did not do that. Only Fools and Horses. Yes, which I'm watching now. Thanks to The White Wolf. Thank you for sending me that, The White Wolf. Also, Yes Minister and Yes Prime Minister. I mean, so many great shows, and I don't know what the fuck. I don't know. Sporking News Podcast with a $2 super chat. Thank you, my friend. A new channel member. Sporking News Podcast says
he's a good dude.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. They keep killing our childhood. Why, SJW? Why? Because they hate us. That's all it is. I think they hate us, and I think they hate Western civilization, and they want to somehow topple it for perceived injustices in the past. They're doing injustices in the present that will simply boomerang and cause a backlash that will ensure more injustice in the future. Well done, USJW turds. Beautiful. Just beautiful.
No, they're writing to piss us off. Like I'm convinced that's what, like, in the writer's room, they're like, oh, this will really piss off some of the Doctor Who YouTubers and fans out there. I mean, like, of course, like the fact that we're even in their head, or the fans are in their head at all, it just shows how weak they are.
Yeah.
Pathetic.
Oh, yeah.
And then they're willing to destroy their own careers to be right. That's how dumb these people are. But they won't. Don't tell them. They are smart. They're so smart.
Oh, they're so smart. Mm-hmm. They're so smart that they and their fellow SJW turds have turned the Inquisition into an absolute must-see on Sunday nights. They have made sure that our audience for all these hours that we're on have not dipped below like 2,380 viewers this entire time. It has been higher most of the time. They are organizing us and making us stronger. So well done, assholes.
Yeah.
I don't know what to tell you. You're making us very happy. I don't know. I don't know what the fuck, and it's only going to get worse for you because you are cutting off your nose to spite your face. You're basically losing. Oh, you've lost over half of your audience, and all you're doing is helping us to organize and say, you know what, this is fucked up, and we're not going to shut up. So. Yeah. Maybe you should rethink your strategy. Maybe just actually make good shows. And then, you know what? Goddamn. Me and Gary would be praising your show.
Yep.
We'd be praising your show. We'd be supporting it. And all these people would still be gathering, but to sing your praises instead of burn you in effigy. It's fucking amazing. Captain Spire with a $5 Australian super chat. Hail Captain Spire, who says, Star Trek, the original series, Return of the Archons. The entire planet was placed into a numbness to promote peace and tranquility, giving up its freedom of will and creativity. Yes. All hail the great Landru. The body lives. Exactly, Captain Spire. And they walk around like zombies most of the time. But you know what? The thing about that Return of the Archons episode, Captain Spire, is that periodically Landru would have to release control of the population, and they would run wild. And that releasing of control is known here as the Inquisition. Every Sunday night. So you are all released from Landru, folks. Enjoy it. Enjoy free thinking, free expression here on the Inquisition every damn Sunday night. And next Sunday, it will be on Gary's channel, just to let you guys know. Jim Slows with a $1.99 super chat. Thank you, Jim. Says, after this, push the button. Let Harvey out.
Yes, push the button. Push the damn button. What do we do with the drunken doomcock? What do we do with the drunken doomcock? What do we do with the drunken doomcock? So he'll push the button.
Well, Hollywood's doing it for you, Harvey. You don't have to worry. It's coming. Unfortunately, it's coming. and all dread it. Fixie Clary with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Fixie Clary. Says, one of the basic tenets of leftism is the destruction and tearing down of established traditions. That's why stuff like this keeps happening. Well, I know it's one of the basic tenets of Marxism, which is not exactly always leftism, but I take your point, Fixie Clary, and I think it's a good one. I think these people want to tear down our civilization in order to replace it with something more amenable to their soulless, joyless, drone-ish desires. That's what I think. You're right, Fixie Clary. Thank you, my dear, for that $5 super chat. Much, much appreciated. Jad with a $50 super chat. Thank you, Jad, very much for that. Jad, man, that's very generous. Says you should stop saying fans and replace it with customers, especially in Access Media articles. Whose fault is it when customers are to blame for poor reviews and lost sales? You're right.
Yeah,
you're right. I mean, fans, it conveys more love and more devotion and more knowledge than customers, but God damn it, ultimately we are the customers. Yep. And we're supposed to be always right. We're supposed to be catered to. When did it become fashionable for these worthless sons of bitches to go around and frustrate the desires of customers? It's like, and I go into a fucking restaurant, I order a goddamn filet mignon, and then they bring me fucking chicken. And I complain that this is chicken is not what I fucking ordered. They tell me, shut up, fanboy. How long do you think a restaurant like that would last?
Yeah.
But that's exactly what's happening, Gary.
Yeah, I will start doing that immediately. Consider it done.
Customers, yes. Customers. Beautiful. I love it. I mean, fan is more accurate, but within fan is implied customers because we're the ones that buy all the action figures and toys and books and CDs and soundtracks and shit. Idiots. Dude, Jad, thank you for that $50 super chat. Thank you for that distinction. I think we really ought to think about that. I think we ought to think about that. That is well fucking said.
Yep.
Damn it. 100%. Jeffrey Wolf with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Jeffrey, very much, sir. He says, isn't this part of cancel culture? Yes, they're trying to cancel our culture, our entire culture.
Yeah. Yep.
Oh my God, my head hurts. It's making me so goddamn angry. Ugh.
No, I can still talk about this. Like, listen, I've been talking about it since 12:30 today, my time. So I'm rolling on about what is it, 9:30? Yeah, like 8 hours. Dude. 9
I'm
hours.
sorry.
No, it's all good. I took a little half-hour break, had some soup, and for the throat, it's very good. It's very good to have something warm, a little coffee. You know,
it is.
Keep the voice going because I've got to finish a goddamn Star Wars video. I didn't think I was going to make a goddamn Star Wars video until Kathleen Kennedy left. Quite frankly, I was done with the High Republic of Bob Iger. That wasn't a Star Wars video. That was more of a Disney video.
Right.
I think that was my last video. I've been live streaming a lot. I've been working on an Anas Abdeen video for 3 days.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to seeing that. Is that coming out tomorrow?
Yeah, it's done. It's finished. I just didn't want to release it on the weekend. I don't know. Sometimes it's good to release stuff on the weekend. Sometimes it's not. But then Doctor Who dropped a bomb on my Sunday. So
I'm supposed to go. What can you do?
I was supposed to go down south to take my mom to a dentist appointment. I got to pay because I can't go. I got to pay somebody to go with her. Fucking cost a fortune, dude.
Oh, really?
Dude, yeah. So, yeah, Mom Roddick is doing well. I know I brought that up, and that situation has worked itself out. I mean, there's a whole set of problems, but like we're out of the woods. You know what I mean? So it's
good.
It's good. Yeah.
Man, that is good news. I know that's been on your mind a lot, and I'm just glad that that's coming along, dude.
Yeah, she's under my care now. So
good.
And Mrs. Nerdrotic has been kicking ass on that. So
well, of course, she's wonderful.
She is.
No doubt about it. And I just want to say, we still have over 2,300 people watching.
Yo,
even after this time. We're at 1.4 thousand likes. Do you think there's any way that we could get to 2,000 likes? If you guys are enjoying the Inquisition, think about licking that like button if you would. It'd be a hell of a signal to YouTube that you really love this this show. If you could go ahead and maybe go ahead and punch that thumbs up.
Let me see. Did I get a note? Did you guys get notifications? I heard a bunch of people say they didn't get notifications from me.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Which is incredible because we still had a lot of people watching.
We did.
Yeah. God damn. I live stream. You got to talk to this guy. He's really good. He knows who you are. He thinks you're awesome. Heel versus babyface. He's good. He's funny. I'll show you one of his videos. He's really good. I think
sounds good.
Somebody you would be interested in talking to, or we could, because right. I think he's within our realm, definitely. Yeah. Okay. So I got the notification. That's good.
Okay. Well, that's good.
Well, I noticed. I'll tell you when I don't get one. I usually get your notifications like all the time. So, and the one time I didn't get one, I popped in and told you. I'm like, that's weird. I always get your notifications.
No, I really appreciate that, man. I really do.
Yeah.
And Eric Hawk said I got the half-hour warning. So that's good.
Dude, that's always good. That's rare.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Holy shit. And we have jumped up to 1.6 thousand likes. So 200 just now. So that's really good.
That's awesome. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you guys so much. Really appreciate that. Man, yeah.
So what about real quick on Picard, dude?
Yes.
Fucking Picard.
Oh,
which is nothing compared to Doctor Who, quite frankly. I'd watch Picard 10 times before I watch that fucking Doctor Who episode again. But nothing happened for 20 minutes.
Right.
And that forced romantic scene, I wanted to throw something at my monitor. Okay, so Agnes Girardi, who is I call her the drummer from Scott Pilgrim, killed Bruce Maddox. They were after Bruce Maddox for 5 episodes. That was their MacGuffin. We need to find Bruce. Got to find Bruce. Got to get the Bruce. Got to get the Bruce. Got to save Shoji. Bruce knows where Shoji is. Get the Bruce. Get the fucking Bruce. Bruce is dead. They fucking killed Bruce. And then they just forget about it the next episode. She acts all nervous and Picard's like, well, what happened to Bruce? Well, his heart gave out due to him being a man, and he's just weak, and he died. Okay,
people die.
People die, Rob. And I alone 7 of 9, 2 phasers. I'm sure she didn't go down on the planet and slaughter everyone. Everything's fine. Oh, my name is Picard. Everything's pretty. I like the Federation. Look at the pretty colors in this spaceship.
There are only 3 lights. The 4th one is just the light reflecting off my bald head.
Yes. Oh, the 3-4 lights, and they're pretty. No, he's fucking got dementia or something. So yeah, they just sit around. She says he died, and they don't check the EMH. They don't care. And I know there's people who haven't watched Star Trek Discovery, so you're expecting more context. You're expecting more answers to these questions. It was kind of funny watching Red Letter Media go through this process because they watch Star Trek Discovery, and it's like it's like they were expecting something good. It's like, what the fuck are you expecting from Kurtzman? I mean, like, we could sit there. I'm not going to lie to you. I've watched a lot of Kurtzman Star Trek.
Right.
He can't do it. It's not like he's going to fucking remember to do it all, or he can't do it. It's proven. If we get a halfway decent episode, that would be a miracle, and we're not going to get it. So the people who are waiting for things to turn around, only if they completely fire every single human being involved in this show and bring in new human beings. That's the only way that can fix it. You keep Sir Patrick Stewart, and Q makes everything a dream. That's the only way you can fix it. Otherwise, you're just going to get more of this shit. This season's going to end, and they're going to go, well, maybe you're going to hear the people finally come around and go, well, this season wasn't that good, but the next season will be better. All the first seasons of Star Trek suck. Okay, for one, this isn't a 7-series episode. This show. This is 2 series, 3 maybe, but probably 2. That's it. And that's if the writer's strike doesn't affect everything, if it happens and blah, blah, blah. And if Kurtzman's still there and Sherry Redstone, and there's a lot of caveats in this.
Mhm.
So, so they don't talk about the dead body. Then we're bored for 20 minutes. Then they get to the fucking Borg thing. And then they spend an entire episode to go get Elrond. And then they leave him behind again. And they send Picard to very specific coordinates on the Borg cube, which is the creepiest part of the Borg cube near nobody. So he can have PTSD. I mean, like, everything about this is stupid. And then the Romulan meditation where you walk around candles and you can remember your dreams vividly.
Yeah, that's it. It's basically just walking along and talking.
Yeah, and you're remembering a dream.
Dude, there's not even incense. There's not even like new age music or any shit. There's nothing. It's just basically don't turn left, follow the path. Now, tell me in your own words about it. It's just fucking bullshit. You know, they do go and they try to they get Bruce Maddox. The whole thing was to get Bruce Maddox. They get him, and then 5 minutes later he's dead. And then you've got this whole thing of, we've got to have security clearance to get on the Borg cube. So Raffi has to sit her skeezy drunken ass down at the console and you know, reel off shit and describe Jean-Luc Picard as, you know, Picard, all ego and rampaging id. Man, he is slinging his dick around on Ryza. He is drinking it up and whoring it up and shooting his 6-shooter like a rootin' tootin' cowboy and gunning down anybody that ever questions his orders. That's Jean-Luc Picard, isn't it? Isn't that the Picard you know? Holy shit.
From Picard Security. He's
That's right.
Picard. It's
hey, Picard, man. He makes that little limp-dicked Captain James Tiberius Kirk look like a church boy, the way that Picard was going around all ego and rampaging id. What a bunch of shit. Stupid. It just shows none of these idiots have even watched The Next Generation ever. And then all of that shit they go through. And then Picard just beams down on the cube. He doesn't go through processing. They don't check his ID. They don't card him. Oh. They don't photograph him or give him a badge. After all that shit, he just fucking beams over there anywhere he fucking wants to. Can you believe that?
And then the logic around this. Okay, so he's going there to save Soji because we were on the clock. Remember, we had to hurry up and save Soji. But we dicked around this is episode 6. And we finally get to Soji, and then they dick around for most of the episode. And then I thought about it. And the reason Soji and Daj were sent to Earth in the Borg cube is they were made by Maddox based on a painting. How did he get a version of it? Because remember, it was in Picard's like safe at Federation. So I don't know how Bruce Maddox got to that painting. Okay. And then he made them to figure out why to get to the bottom of the ban of the synthetic ban. So he sends a robot to a Borg cube. A robot to a Borg cube, a synth robot to a Borg cube. Technology.
And a bad robot at that.
And a bad robot. Oh my fucking God. And then
and you mentioned Picard's storage unit at Starfleet.
Yes,
it had like all his like pictures from old real Star Trek, like Next Generation Worf and stuff. And really, if he'd been honest, what he should have said is does it say dead franchise storage on my garage? Yes. Does it say dead franchise storage on my garage, motherfucker?
And it might. And then there are other questions that were brought up by other people. I can't remember. So, one of the live streams I was on, maybe it was Anna or maybe it was you who brought it up. I should know the difference between you and Anna, but I'm kind of tired.
If you don't,
Right. Well, Anna's working out who's a bitch and who's a hoe, and it's taking her a while right now, but got her kicked off Twitter, which is kind of,
Oh, right.
that
Right.
Anna,
Poor
that
Anna.
Anna. So, but how did that sign survive? Wasn't that on the Enterprise D? I'm pretty sure it crashed. What's the one that crashed in the
It's the
generation?
Enterprise D.
Yeah,
Yes.
and wasn't that signed? So, did somebody save all that stuff beforehand? Or
I would be very surprised if they did, since it crashed, and they had to be occupied with getting out of there and shit. I don't think they had time to rummage around for the plaque or what.
it doesn't matter.
It's
That
just
movie
stupid. I mean,
sucks.
they don't show the Enterprise E ever. I mean, presumably he was on the Enterprise E for a long time, but we've got the Enterprise D up there in the hologram in Starfleet headquarters, and then the ensign doesn't know who the hell he is. Really?
Isn't it weird we're not seeing? I mean, like, I know they're trying to make it like an Earth-based show, but like we're not seeing any ships, anything. We're seeing the hologram real quick and nothing else. The shipyards, it was like Discovery type ships, maybe.
No. And one of the funniest damn things, one of the worst things that, like, somebody asked me, what's the worst thing you saw on Picard? And I had to dig back, and I said, one of the worst things I saw was a little moment when they first showed Rio's ship, right?
Yeah.
In orbit around Earth, and it goes off to its grand new adventure when he says engage, right? And it turns and it flies off. There is not another fucking ship in the sky.
Yep.
You cannot see a single ship for miles around. There are more satellites around Earth today than there was ships around Earth in that period, when that is like the heart of the Federation. That's sector 0001 from Star Trek the Motion Picture. Okay, that's the heart of the Federation. It ought to be like 100 times busier than LaGuardia Airport, and it's like there wasn't a fucking ship in sight. How's that for your fucking future? It's ridiculous.
It's small. I mean, like,
petty.
It's small, petty, mean, and it was all a lie. By the way, it was all a lie. Again, the Federation was just an aloof, elitist organization, ignoring the suffering of the marginalized people of the galaxy for years, and they're going to get their comeuppance now. They're going to get their comeuppance because the Federation has failed you. I have failed you, and I'm sorry. And it puts your head down. It's like, oh my God. Yeah, they brought him back for this. He came back for this.
Yes.
Yes. That's the most disappointing part. This is his idea. He's all down with this shit.
Allegedly. He may not have had a fucking idea. He may not have had an opinion. He just wanted the money. We honestly don't know. I mean, we're taking Kurtzman's word and Chabon's word for it. We don't fucking know. They might have just said, "Hey, here's a bag of money. You want to do this Star Trek thing? Okay. Can we say that you approved it? Of course. How much is it? Yes, I approve." It's just,
is the check clear? Is it in my bank? Wow.
That's all he cared about.
Maybe.
I don't know. I have no idea, but I know that historically, Picard Star Trek has been shit Star Trek. When you give Patrick Stewart the authority, he lacks the talent. He doesn't have any writing sense, any story sense, and that's why we got Insurrection and Nemesis, and I mean, he just First Contact. He wanted Picard to be a goddamn John McClane in space. It's ridiculous.
Kirk's the best captain. I mean,
Kirk
there was never doubt before, but the argument is over now. So,
thank God.
Yeah,
thank God. I always said Kirk, always.
Yeah, me too.
But I still respect the Jean-Luc Picard.
I do, or did.
Yeah, but not anymore, man. Not anymore. And then, dude. I mean, the biggest mistake that they made on Star Trek Picard episode 6 was when it stopped being boring. They introduced some plot stuff, and whenever they have plot stuff, that's when the stupid begins. So they go ahead and he's got his little cube, his little lament configuration, and opens it. And after he like has her remarkably punch through and remember everything that he wanted her to remember, and conveniently, in the one memory she has, there's a skylight that shows the very distinctive blood red moons and the constant electricity. Boy, aren't they lucky that she had those exact details in that one image. Thank God for that skylight. Now they know where all the robots are, all the synths are. They're hiding out. And so they get that information, and then old Narek or Nirjan or whatever his fucking name, the Romulan lounge lizard, says, "Okay, thank you very much. You're phony, and I don't want anything to do with you. Goodbye." And he opens the thing, and it goes and spews out poison, a cunning death trap for a robot that is going to get triggered. And when they get triggered, they go ape shit, and they have super strength, even though it's a human body. It's just a human body, but somehow it gets super strength because of the positrons in the brain. I don't know. Instead of injecting her with something incredibly toxic like blowfish poison or something, or shit, we've got stuff like that. Ricin, right, from Breaking Bad.
What about
or just cut her throat or snap her head or something?
What about those acid pills that they've been spitting at everyone?
Acid pill. Why don't you like kiss her and go ahead and pass that pill into her mouth and then chomp her jaw shut so that she's like spewing acid. Ta-da!
Yeah.
But no, we got to leave her there so she has a good chance, like James West on Wild Wild West or James Bond, to get out of the clever death trap that he's laid, and forgetting that the floor is wood in there. And she just punches right through it.
Yeah, just right on through it, and then ends up right where she needs to be. You know, she just happens to go through a hole in the floor and ends up right where Picard is. Isn't that neat? Isn't that fucking neat?
Yeah, and not only that, but so she's running through the ship. Like, no, she's running through the ship, and Picard is tracking her so that he can rendezvous with her, and the Romulans are tracking her. So if everybody can track her, why don't they just beam her up? Why don't they just beam her into space, or beam her into a more secure brig with actual force fields and shit, or just beam her out and never re-energize her? Just let her be a lost pattern. What is all this drama? What is all this bullshit and pursuit? Why does Elnor need to stand in the hall with his knife stick?
I don't know. They walked her through the dream so she could figure out where the home was, right? Where her home was, which you could see two moons in a storm.
Yeah.
I guess the storm opened up just conveniently so you can see the moons.
Oh, you're right. In a storm. That's right. See, you're right. If there's a storm, how come the moons were visible?
It was ridiculous. I mean, and then the very end, what you talked about, like they walk through. Okay, they had this. What do they call it? What race was it from again? I got my notes here. The Siconians.
Oh yeah, what was it? Yeah,
that was this little doorway that you could walk through, and with a range of 40,000 light years, and you could go anywhere. But they decide to go to Planet Riker, where Riker's at, because that's where they're going next episode.
Planet
Riker. Get away, and then they left Elrond of Rivendell, Elrond Half-Elven of Rivendell behind to fight off people who weren't there. He could have walked. I mean, he was safe. Picard was gone. He could have walked through. There was nobody coming. I'm going to keep them from coming after the device has been closed in the secret room that nobody knows about. It was fucking stupid.
It was so bad, dude. Oh my God. And they're going to, and that thing would beam them 40,000 light years. Right?
40,000 light years.
40,000 light years. Now, what that means, for those of you who are not scientifically inclined, is that it takes light traveling at the speed of light. That's why it's light. 40,000 years to get there. So, that must mean that this transporter can actually beam people, beam particles, beam physical energy faster than the speed of light. Way faster. How does that work?
Mm,
40,000 fucking light
I
years.
don't know.
40,000 years later, Picard energizes on.
Yeah. What if he put in the wrong coordinates or something? And but these are the people who put in the script that there's only 3 billion stars in our galaxy. So
Right.
yeah.
Yeah. That's
Folks,
science.
Doctor Who and Star Trek are just shit together. It's astonishing. It's astonishing that they would fail together. I'm not surprised with who's involved. Two heads of the Hydra of what I call the multi-headed Hydra of the franchise apocalypse. Kurtzman, Chibnall, Jar Jar Abrams, Rian Johnson, Kathleen Kennedy. Dan and Dave can go on there too. They can go on there too, but they were just dumb.
Good old Dan and Dave.
Yep. Fuck.
Fucking Dan and Dave.
Well, we talked about it already. I was somebody made that you can make your own Game of Thrones credits, and they made credits with our names in it. And I listened to it, and I was expecting to have a good little laugh, and I got sad. I was like, I remember how excited I used to get when I heard this theme. I'd be all, my God, we got another episode of Game of Thrones. But now it's just, oh. And then it was that with Star Wars and everything. It's like, God damn. We need something very good to come out. Like Westworld needs to pull a miracle and be good again. Or I don't know. Orville's a long way off.
Yeah.
Vance is a long
I don't
way
know.
off.
Yeah. It's all we're getting is the bad. We're not getting the good stuff. I mean, the good stuff is like non-genre, stuff like I said, like Narcos and things like that.
Yeah, I don't watch too much of that though. I mean, like I'm genre through and through. So hopefully, I guess we're getting Umbrella Academy season 2 this year.
Well, that's good.
But I mean, like the movies don't. I mean, Tenet looks pretty good from Nolan, and we got James Bond next month.
Oh, well. Oh, that's gonna be so fucking good. It's gonna make my goddamn head explode and transport my fucking head 40,000 light years. Yeah, that's what it's gonna do. Chris Persia, our master wrencher, says, "Don't forget that Voyager was transported 70,000 light years, and that
70,000, yeah,
and that was halfway into the Alpha Quadrant. So 40,000 light years would take them anywhere in the Delta Quadrant. Yeah, just like that. And I want to say, happy birthday to Chris Persia, by the way. This is his birthday, and he is spending it with us, wrenching and stuff. And I just want to say happy birthday, Chris.
Happy birthday, dude.
To the master wrencher.
Was it the Sicarians? I'm trying to think of what. Yeah,
the Sicarians.
Yeah, the Sicarians. 40,000 light years. So, yeah. They don't care. I mean, again, it's just an example of they don't care, and it wouldn't be that hard to care and take a little time. This is difficult for them because the person running all these shows runs other shows, and he can't run one show, much less a Star Trek show. Star Trek is not Hawaii Five-0 or CSI. Well, it is now, but I mean, it's not generally. And yeah, people are still defending it. People who didn't like Star Trek Discovery are defending it, and I'm just baffled. I'm baffled about that. Like I said,
yeah,
if you like Star Trek Discovery and you like Picard, that's a consistent argument. I don't agree with it, but it's consistent. Like not liking Star Trek Discovery and liking Picard, it's just because it's got Sir Patrick Stewart in it. Come on, be honest.
Yeah. But what good is it if Patrick Stewart is doing horrible things that are antithetical to his character?
None.
I mean, that thanks for nothing. Thanks for nothing. God. So yeah, Star Trek Picard episode 6, boring and stupid at the same time.
Really, really stupid, but more boring. And it didn't have a ton of Picard. I made sure to keep a note of how many scenes he was in, and it was like a little less than half of the scenes he was in.
Well, it was still more than Jodie Whittaker was in.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. That's true. And I know you talked about this, but the worst scene, and this is the worst thing I've seen in Star Trek Picard, was after Rafi called her friend to finagle that pass aboard the Borg, the papers to get on the Borg cube. She's doing it because she relapsed, because she had some idea in her head that her son would just magically take her back, and that forced drama scene, which is horrible. So we get another forced drama scene where she's overacting, where she's drunk, and none of the Sorba people could have called. It had to be Raffi, and it was clear that she was, with her horrible acting, that she was suffering. And Picard applauds her relapse. He applauds right after she's done, and then she passes out, or practically passes out. Then the captain takes her in the bed. That was horrible in every way. Picard is disassociated. I mean, he's just an asshole in this. He's just total asshole. It's unlikable. Yeah. Alex Kurtzman has managed to make 7 of 9 and freaking Picard unlikable characters. I guess you got to credit him for something.
Brilliant.
Fuck.
Brilliant job, you idiots. Eli McInnes with a $4.99 super chat did not say anything, but thank you very, very much, Eli, for that support. Rogue 9 with a $9.99 super chat. Thank you, Rogue 9. Says, hail, my liege. My condolences to you and Gary on the death of Doctor Who. It pains me to see another great franchise commit seppuku. Now all they have to do is give her a female name as the show dies. It is sad. It's we're still reeling from it. And I think we're probably going to be talking about it for days, if not forever. I mean, it really is. Doctor Who has been butchered retroactively. They've basically gone back in time and given the Doctor an abortion. It's just aborted show. Wonderful.
Yeah.
Well done.
Well done, Chibnall.
Makes me sick.
God damn it.
Yeah, I know it. Thank you, Rogue One. We appreciate it. We need the condolences. We really do. Thelma ML with a $4.99 super chat. Thank you. Thelma says the only good thing about the last Star Trek episode was Hugh and this line. Please, my friends, choose to live. Well, yeah, poor Elnor. Please, my friends, choose to live, as the heavily armed, security guards with, phasers or disruptors or whatever confront him and his knife stick. Jesus, I don't know. But you're right, Thelma. Hugh was good.
Yeah,
it was
Jonathan Del Arco. Is that his name?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, he looks great. Yeah, he he's aged well, and he did a good job. And there was a moment where he hugged Picard, and that was like a moment. That was like, and then it's gone, and then it makes you realize like what's missing. And everything.
Absolutely. Clay Brazil, I'm gonna do a video on Palpatine being a clone. Don't worry about that. That's coming.
Yeah,
for sure.
Oh yeah. Yours will be better than mine. No, mine's going to be very short. I think mine. Well, it's mine.
It's
going to be like 8 minutes long.
but you've got Doctor Who on your mind, even more. So, you certainly. I mean, God, you're one man. You can't do everything. Not every damn thing. Damn near though. You touch on everything. Tim Riggs with a $10 super chat. Thank you, Tim. Again, says Doctor Who equals one of the few things that had a chance of retaining and getting international subscribers. The UK government seems dead set on killing the license model and forcing BBC to go sub only. Jokes on the BBC.
Yeah, they're going to regret that.
They are.
Yeah. I mean, when the only thing they were pushing, Russell T Davies came out. I don't see him talking very much. He was pushing for the BBC, and he's like, "Well, it's got news." Really? If you're clever,
yeah, that's about all it's got anymore. Yeah. It's sad. Oh God, Snark Marks, what a name! Hail Snark Marks with a $2 super chat. Thank you, my friend. Says, tell me, Overlord DVD, what is your accent? Mass, like Massachusetts? I don't have an accent, do I?
No.
I think my accent is pretty, if anything, I ought to have a Texas accent, because that's really where I've kind of grown up. Though I went to Miskatonic U for my archaeology degree, But other than that, man, pretty much been around Texas. So, but my mother was from Boston. So I don't know. I don't think I have any kind of particular accent at all, Gary. But if I do, well, maybe I talk a little like that.
I don't. Yeah, I don't have one either. So
yeah, I don't think we really do. But thank you, Snark Marks. You may have homed in on my mother being from Boston. So indeed, maybe you're getting some kind of weird, like I don't say out to the car, the bar, that kind of thing. But maybe I've got a little bit of it. I don't know. Thank you, Smart Marks, for that question and super chat. Psycho Dwarf 9 with a $2 super chat. Thank you, my friend, very much. Says they're killing the 4 olds. Yes, they are. They are methodically butchering them, slow deaths, and trying to make us watch as they are basically violated and mutilated and tortured. And you know what? They're going to pay for it. They are paying for it. They are. It's only a matter of time, but they are definitely paying for this shit. Emery Kalame with 2 super chats in a row. Thank you very much, Emery. One $2 one says change show title Doctor Who to Dr. WTF are you doing? Damn right, Emery Kalame. WTF are you doing? Dr. WTF. I think that's very clever. And Emery Kalame with $5 super chat says, what if the Master and Doctor were created when Timeless Child was cut in half? They missed a storyline. Yes, they should have had the Timeless Child go back in time, and it should have been King Solomon who divided that child, cleft it in twain, and then they became the Master and the Doctor or some shit like that. Why not? It's better than what they came up with, dude.
Yeah. God.
It's fucking awful.
So,
Raging Raptor with $1.99 super chat. Thank you, my friend. Says woke till broke. BBC is bankrupting themselves here. Damn right they are. Thank you, Raging Raptor. Another one of my new channel members. Dean Heiss with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Dean. Says, I am all the Time Lords. Well, they're trying to make it literally that they basically stole her thing from her, and which also makes me wonder, Gary, is there what race did she come from? Is there an actual race of actual regenerating Time Lords that didn't steal it, that it was their natural thing, or is she just a mutant?
She's Moses. That's they straight up left her outside, and she's the source. So that's they basically made a new mystery to retcon, to make women more prominent in the history of Doctor Who instead of just building upon it, because it's not that important. And it was more important for them. They felt like this is their thinking, folks. We're going to retcon and include a little young girl, a person of color, and more people of color will like the show. They don't like the show because the history is too white. Just completely ignoring what their fandom looks like.
Right.
I mean, their fandom looks like what they want it to look like. Maybe they're hanging around too many elitist white people. I don't know. But I've seen what their fandom looks like, and it looks like all the other fandoms. Everybody. Doctor Who had the most diverse fandom I've ever seen. Had.
Yeah. Really?
Yep. No, they're playing this whole political bigotry. It's political bigotry, and it's not. Listen, conservatives watch Doctor Who, liberals, progressives, anarchists, people who worship the super intelligent shades of colored blue. Everybody watch Doctor Who. Okay, and all of a sudden there wasn't enough, so we changed it, and now less people are watching it. Less people because of political bigotry of the center, of the right, and it's a religious zealotry towards an ideology. It's really kind of weird. Well, it's not weird. I mean, it's what happens when you get rid of opposing ideas. And
Oh yeah,
we live in Demolition Man now. So
we really do. And our ideas are not welcome. And
yeah,
neither are we.
they're demonized. We're evil. I mean, our ideas are completely evil because, I mean, how could you not like Doctor Who? It's stunning. It's brave and stunning.
And
It's
it's what you should be valuing in your society and in your life. And if you don't, then you're a fascist.
yeah.
You're basically a Nazi. You're a racist. You're a alt-righter. If you don't love Doctor Who, because, well, whammon. It's like, okay. Oh, fuck you all. Vecna71 with a $10 Australian super chat. Thank you, Vecna71. Says, what happened to Rassilon? Did I miss something?
No,
Yeah, well, Rassa who? Rassa what?
he's still out there. He got hellbent. He was banished by the Doctor.
Well, how's he fit into all this mess?
Well, they'll screw him up next year.
They will. I'm sure they will. Coconut Milk with a $10 Australian super chat. Thank you again. Oh, generous Coconut Milk, who says BBC advocates child torture. Pretty much.
Yeah.
I mean, they didn't actually show, how the kids were killed over and over and over and over and over again. But you get the idea. You get the idea. And I guess they did. I mean, it's the whole race is basically built on the, theft and abuse of children, child murderers. Well done. Well done. Fuck you. 200-watt studio with a $5 super chat. Thank you, 200-watt studio. Says, how do you kill Time Lord Cybermen? Put them all on a ship and blow it up in space. They regenerate and suffocate 10 more times. Exactly. It's not rocket science. And shit, I mean, surely there must be some kind of disintegrator technology somewhere in this universe. Good luck regenerating when you're just a bunch of scattered atoms, for fuck's sake.
Uh-huh.
I mean, it's just not hard. Or how about you just go ahead and shove the Time Lord Cybermen into a black hole? Yeah, good luck getting out of there. You can regenerate till the cows come home. Ain't gonna happen. It's just so dumb. A handful of fucking Time Lord Cybermen are not gonna conquer shit.
No.
It's ridiculous. Dreary Nitpicker with a $9.99 super chat. Thank you, Dreary Nitpicker. He has a riddle for you, Gary.
Yes.
He says, Gary, if a hobo takes a shit in San Francisco and no one is around, does it make a sound or smell? A question for the philosophers. We need to make an exodus out of California. My people literally wrote the book on it. Since Dreary Nitpicker is of the Jewish persuasion.
It does not smell because it always smells. So the individual smell would just be absorbed in the overall all-encompassing smell. So there you go. I will be leaving soon. I saw somebody in the chat worried about the virus going around. Not too concerned. I'm trying to keep my kid, from worrying about that stuff. And I'm just keeping an eye on it. Got plenty of food, got plenty of water. I'm good. Thank you.
Yeah. I mean, that's good to stock up. Have you?
I always do anyway. I'm paranoid.
No, I think that's smart. I actually went out and grabbed a bunch of stuff earlier. I mean, so it's, from what I'm hearing, it's really not all that more dangerous than normal flu. I mean, it is more contagious, but it's not necessarily more dangerous. I mean, is that kind of what you're hearing over there?
They talked about Tim Cook said Apple was back up and running in China.
Yeah.
So I think I don't want to minimize it. I think it's always good to over preparing is good. I think that's a great thing because you don't know when, if I buy a bunch of food and water, then an earthquake hits, well, I'll be damn glad I had it, and that
absolutely.
Can happen. I'm sitting on top of like 3 fault lines. So that could happen during a live stream.
Right.
We haven't had a big one here in the city in a long time, honestly, since 89. There was the one in Napa a few years ago, but that's not near me. And that was a little one that my friend Derek, the co-creator of The Boys, his house got completely effed in that. So Yeah, it's good. It's good to be prepared. I don't want to minimize it in any way, shape, or form. I don't. But my kid's asking me, and I don't. I don't want him to worry at all. But I mean, if it does get like, if I sniff that it's getting bad, I'm pulling him out of school.
Yeah. Oh, you should. I agree. Cardinal Sin with a $2 super chat. Thank you, brother. He says the Cybermen haven't been scary since the reboot. Oh,
No,
I
they
agree.
haven't. I agree. The Mondasian Cybermen are still the scariest Cybermen. Hello, we are the Cybermen. That is the best voice. I do it terrible, but that is the creepiest one.
Very.
No, and then you can make them creepy. They're like one of the easiest things to make creepy. They just don't know how to do it. I mean, like the Time Lord. Okay, when did they have time to make like the big Time Lord, colors and shit? I mean, did they have a cyber stylist? Did a cyber stylist and fashion designer?
Yeah, that's a good point. They fit them up and they knitted them so we could tell that they were Time Lord Cybermen instead of just regular Cybermen.
Cyber Time Lords are the most interesting people.
They live such interesting lives. I was telling
lives.
my girlfriend the other day. The old monster, the orange monster from Looney Tunes.
That is my
Fantastic
second
stuff.
favorite one. My first
Isn't it
favorite
great?
one, the best one ever, is when the little mad scientist is chasing them and they knock open the bottle of ether and they just huff a bunch of ether. They're all, hey, bunny rabbit. They're freaking tripping, walking down.
Yeah,
the
I know, man. They're just floating through the hall.
That made me laugh so freaking hard.
It's good stuff.
Yes.
Great stuff. Warner Brothers cartoons, some of the best stuff ever.
Yep.
Tiara Starbrighter with a $2 super chat. And a good point here from Tiara Starbrighter says Anita Sarkeesian equals Google fan.
Oh, God. Yes.
Very good, Tiara Starbrighter. Thank you for that super chat. Psycho Dwarf 9 with a $5 super chat again. My legionnaire and pal, Psycho Dwarf 9. Thank you, sir. Says, gentlemen, I had to come out of the broom closet in the 90s. Most SJWs are rank amateur at Zinger. Yeah, they're no good at it. They can't handle it. They can't handle the truth. They can't handle the comedy. They can't handle shit. They're fragile and they melt at the very mention of my name, which makes me very, very happy indeed. Eric K with a $4.99 super chat. Thank you, Eric. Says, ready for your trans gay raptor who uses force lightning and oh yeah, they can fly too. Is that coming up next? They can fly now. Geez, Eric K. Good one, man. Thank you for the $4.99 super chat. Manliness and motivation with a $2 super chat. Thank you, my friend. Says, I ain't watching The Girl Doctor. T. Baker forever. Yep. Tom effing Baker. My favorite.
Just watch the classics. You'll be good. Maybe someday they'll find them all. They've animated some, which are pretty cool. It's very cool, actually. And, No, there's there's 20 something years of Big Finish you can listen to up until now. I mean, there's a lot,
right?
Oh my God, is there a lot? But from here on out, it's dead. It died. I don't care about 60th anniversary.
Really
they're gonna, and like I said, they're bringing back Tennant. He's coming back. I promise you, he'll want to help out his friend Jody,
right?
And which initially they didn't want to do, believe me, but now they're going to be forced to do it. And you'll see Tenet comes back. It gets watched by 10 million people. It'll be ridiculous. It'll be some ridiculous number. And then the next episode will be like 3 million. It'll be nothing.
But what they're going to do to Tenet is going to outrage so many goddamn people. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if just 1 million came back after that. They're cutting their own throats, and good. I hope that they enjoy it. I really do.
If they wanted to make, enough money to commission series for the next few years, make it two Tenet specials. 2 Tenet specials would make them so much money. Freaking release it in the theater or bring back, Paul McGann, and they'd be able to make merchandise again. And, their merchandise is, in the crapper right now. I know that for a fact, by the way, they can't spin that. Doctor Who merchandise is at an all-time low for the new series. All-time low.
Good.
There is a company out there that signed up with them, and they are fracking pissed right now because of the way things are going. So
there is a price to be paid for this kind of cultural vandalism. And I'm glad that those motherfuckers are paying it. I am so glad that the marketplace is speaking. Even in their socialist, paradise over there, even so, they are losing money. And it makes me very, very, very happy indeed. TK Not at Post with a $50 super chat. Thank you, TK Not at Post, who says, "Hail DVD and Gary. I'm done with woke pop culture. Disney, Star Wars, and MCU, Star Trek, etc. I'm rewatching Star Trek, the original series, rereading 60s Marvel comics. Yes. Honor Harrington, Horatio Hornblower, and I'm loving it. Hashtag without respect, we reject." Damn right, TK Not at Post. Rereading 60s Marvel comics. Man, there's not much better than that in the world.
It really doesn't get better than that. Are you reading the originals, or are you like reading trade paperbacks?
I hope he's. Oh, you mean like actually the original?
Yeah, that's what I do. I crack open the real deals. I like the smell. I'm careful.
My God. Well, if you've got them, I mean, not a lot of people.
No, of course not.
Lucky enough. I do have a Amazing Spider-Man #6.
Awesome.
And Amazing Spider-Man #7. Both in really, really good condition. I haven't graded them, but they're really good.
Bank. They're worth bank. Thousands.
Really?
Yep.
Wow. Shit. I should read them and smell them.
Bernie Sanders is Doctor Who. Where's my tortoise?
We've got a plan to deal with the Daleks. We're going to give them the best health care available this side of Andromeda, and they're going to come around.
We're going to start a Daleks workers union. The union of the Daleks.
I've noticed that the Daleks are already well suited for the plumbing trade, given the plungers on their arms. And so we're going to go ahead and employ every single Dalek in the burgeoning plumbing field.
The Cybermen are going to join the Teamsters. Yes, we're going to unionize all the Doctor Who villains. That's what he's going to do.
That would be great.
That would be the Union of the Daleks. That's the next special.
We are going to plumb. We have come here to clean your toilets.
For fair wages.
For fair wages.
That's right. That is awesome. See, we got to laugh over this shit, It kind of takes the sting out of it. If I laugh at any mortal thing, just that I may not weep. And, God, this is so awful. Jason C with a $20 super chat. Thank you, Jason C, very much for that. Very generous, sir. He says, "Hail to my Lord Doomcock. Hail Nerdrotic. Hail to the Fandom Menace." Thank you very, very much, Jason C. And I say, hail to you, sir. TK Not at Post is answering you. Gary says, reading the trade paperbacks. If only I had owned a comic book shop. I could read the originals too.
I didn't mean to sound all alien. I'm just wondering if you had them or not. Not everybody does. So. There is some very affordable Silver Age out there. There is, but it's like Jimmy Olsen and stuff like that.
Right.
Like Marvel stuff.
Well, or you can get the DVD with all the comics on them. Now you can't smell the pages, but you get all the ads and everything.
Yeah.
The Stan Lee soapbox and, Stan's soapbox, Excelsior, and, all the upcoming news, the blurbs about the upcoming comics. So you can kind of watch the whole Marvel universe evolve. Those DVDs are worth shit. I mean, I mean, I know you can copy them, but I just, man, I just think one of the best inventions in history, for God's sakes, you know? Shit.
Remember, the Daleks have 100% literacy. Oh my God.
Oh dear.
Poverty
like
wages got to go. Where did all the money go? Union power on the go. Exterminate. Low wages.
Exterminate discrimination in the workplace.
Oh my.
Oh, that's funny. And yeah.
Bernie Daleks. That's funny. They crack open the new leader of the Daleks, and it's like, hello there. Who are you going to vote for this year? If I may advocate for myself in a moment. Yeah, doing Bernie is funny. It's kind of like a older, crankier Larry David.
It is, actually. Yeah.
Lower pitched. And coconut milk. Holy crap, coconut milk. Wow, with another $50 Australian super chat. Brother, thank you so much. And he says, timeless child? Yeah. I got no time for this fucking child. It's a timeless
I
child.
ain't got time for this child.
Fuck this child, man.
Why was it called The Timeless Children? That's what the name of the episode was. Children.
I don't know, because they kept killing them, and new kids would come. It's like
maybe.
Like what was it? Like the never-ending gobstopper of kids. You just suck on it and get more kids. I don't know. This is killing a lot of kids, man. Wonderful. Isn't that just swell?
Why does Doctor Who hate children?
Why does Doctor Who hate children? I think that is a fantastic job. Oh, thank you, Cardinal Sin. I appreciate that. I do a good Bernie. Thank you very much. I also do a Bill Clinton, but that's neither here nor there. John Maciel with a $2 super chat, a sobering reminder that 1 month until James Bond is destroyed. I'm going to destroy James Bond. I'm going to fucking do it. When I see that goddamn shit, yeah, boy, oh boy, am I going to hit the warpath. You just watch, folks. You do not fuck with my James Bond. I mean, that is a quintessentially toxic male franchise. And just leave us a little something. But no, you got to go ahead and screw that up. Well, okay then. Game on, motherfuckers. Game on. I'm coming. Coming hard.
People are mad about that. I was talking about it earlier. I did a video on there was an article by a woman in the UK. It was a great article, so I wanted to read something positive where she was totally against everything that was going on. She's like, just what you said. She's like, I like my men. I want my man to be a man. I want my James Bond to be James Bond. So I read the article. It was at Comic-Con. I only had like 10 minutes to record the video. Dude, people are still watching it. People are so freaking pissed about this.
Mm-hmm.
And it's going to be another one of those franchises. Don't get your hopes up. They were warning us. They've been warning us. They brought in L337 to write it, and Fleabag. I haven't watched Fleabag, so I don't know. I can't say if it's good or bad. But I know what she says in public, and I know what she's said about this film. So we'll see.
Yeah, I haven't watched it either. I mean, before she did this, I thought she was kind of hot, but now I'm angry, so I can't say. Thank you, John Maciel, 60-bit mascot with a $5 super chat. Says, Hail Inquisition.
Yeah.
How much must they fail before the Jake era is over? Close your wallets, create new myths, do it. Thank you, 16-bit mascot, very much for that, sir. I agree. We've got to go ahead and close our wallets and open new myths for ourselves. Dr. Ho with a $3.99 super chat. Thank you, Doctor. Says, how many of me are out there? Now they are free.
Yeah, there's tons of them out there.
Yeah, apparently so. Just tons of them. Jesus Christ, that's terrible. Thank you, Dr. Ho, very much for that. Christopher Persia, our master renter here tonight with a $5 Canadian super chat. Thank you, Chris. Says the only positive for today, Robert Zemeckis and Bob Gale continue to say no to Hollywood rebooting Back to the Future. I think that's absolutely delightful. Thank God for somebody with some principles and some scruples in Hollywood. It's rare.
I think they do that for Michael J. Fox. I think it's a loyalty to him and stuff.
That's simple, really?
I think they would. I mean, plus they want to protect their work. And you know, the reason that movie is such a classic, because it's an 80s movie. It's straight up an 80s movie about the 50s, and it is their story. I mean, you can't do it now because you would have to do somebody going from the 2000s to the 80s. And I mean, like, it's not something that can be redone at all.
No.
Period. With I mean, the only reason it got done halfway, I mean, remember, Back to the Future 2 was not well received when it came out. Okay, people didn't like it. I did, but a lot of people did not.
Really?
Like it. Yeah. Oh yeah, people were just not happy with that movie. But I liked it. But
that's weird.
I've got people. It was like 50-50. It wasn't the universally loved hit that the first one was. I love the third one. I love them all. I freaking think they're brilliant.
I do too, Gary. I mean, I felt like the 3 Back to the Future movies were pretty much great. I mean, you know, I think the first one is the best, but I thought that number 2 and number 3 were very clever twists on the idea, and shit, I really like them.
With Indiana Jones, when Temple of Doom came out, that wasn't universally loved like Raiders of the Lost Ark. I mean, it's popular now. Both Back to the Future 2 and in Temple of Doom are more popular now. Like, people like them a lot more than when they initially came out. It was lukewarm.
It took me a while to warm up to Temple of Doom. I still can't honestly look at it like a prequel to Raiders of the Lost Ark, because I personally don't feel like that is Indiana Jones up there. You know, I look at it personally like it's kind of a more generic pulp action hero, and I can relax and enjoy it for that reason. But my problem is, like, it can't come before Raiders, because then he had, you know, the stones, the you know, that he chanted the mystical thing, and it, you know, they burned and did this stuff, and you know, he says at the end of Temple of Doom, you know, I understand their power now. So why is then he gonna say in Raiders, you know, I'm not, you know, scared of a bunch of hocus pocus, and you know, and talking about, you know, when he looks at the, you know, Ark kind of dismissively, like, you know, lightning, fire, power of God or something, you know, he would be different. And also, he was way more awkward with women in Raiders of the Lost Ark, with Marion and you know, the girl in his classroom that says "love you," has written "love you" on her eyes and closes her eyes, and he's kind of flustered looking at those eyelids that say "love you." He was not really a ladies' man at all.
No.
But then when he suavely, like, whips the whip around Willie and pulls her over, he's just it never rang like Indiana Jones to me. So if I can look at it away from Indiana Jones, it's a pretty damn fun movie. But I think they got the character wrong. I don't know what the fuck they were thinking.
The only thing I just remember, the only thing bugging the shit out of me when I was a 14-year-old little nerd was that raft coming out of the plane.
Well,
that was the dumbest thing. I'm like, what are they? But that's lame.
Yeah,
lame. I hated it. I don't mind it much now, but I freaking hated it when it came out. It
is bad, man.
In Crystal Skull.
It's dumb. It's like basically the nuked fridge, but beforehand, you know. And Raiders is perfect, however. To me, Raiders is perfect. There's just it couldn't be better. And so that's why I think it's the best. Kigo Bricks says, I like my coffee like I like my women. Easily dispensed from a machine on demand.
Okay.
It just struck me as dumb and funny. I like that. J25 with a $5.55 super chat. Thank you, my friend, says Klutzman. I demand my 31 TV show. Redstone, the fucking hubris.
Sheer fucking hubris.
Sheer fucking hubris.
Hubris. Oh my God.
Oh my God, get out of my office.
Pro tip jail. Pro tip jail. Yeah, don't talk about your super secret mission. Pro tip.
That's right.
Oh,
Oh, that reminds me of something in this episode, Gary. Okay. First rule of the division, do not talk about the division or fight division on Doctor Who. It should be like, first rule of fight division, don't talk about fight division, saying now it's against our principles to interfere, but division interferes. Fight division. Do not talk about fight division. God damn. Fixie Clary with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Fixie. Says the wise are filled with doubt, while fools are full of passionate intensity. Well said, Fixie. That's exactly what we're going up against today. That's exactly what we're going up against. Supreme Overlord SJW with a $5 super chat. Thank you, you evil overlord of SJWs, who says, Doomcock, I told you that 2020 was going to be the wokening after tonight's Doctor Who. Do you believe me now? I fear that maybe I do. Maybe everything is going to be destroyed. I don't know. I have very little optimism left in me, Gary. I don't know. I think it's bad. Dixon Cider with a $5 super chat. Dixon Cider says, does Harvey have any Eldritch God friends from other universes that could take care of this woke cancel culture? I hear there's much wampum in it.
People have accused me of putting on a wig and dressing up in drag and pretending like I'm Harriet in order to get some of this sweet, sweet pound me too money. But there's nothing to that rumor, dude. And no other Eldritch God would stoop so low as to do that.
Yeah, I can see that. I can see that. Gary, I know that you have been going since 12:30.
Yep.
You must be a tired son of a gun.
I am. I could go for a few more minutes, though.
All right, brother. I'll see if we have anything specifically addressed to both of us, and then you can check out and get a little sleep. I might be good for a little while longer here. I want to try and see if I can maybe get through some of these, but let's see. Thank you, Dixon Cider. I love that. Let me look and
I thought he was going to ask if Harvey had a hot sister. I don't know. I just thought that's where he was going with that.
He's like, well, sure. Let me introduce you to her, mofo.
Supreme Overlord SJW with another $5 super chat is asking you, Gary. Gary, Hartnell could still be the first Doctor. Remember, the character refuses to call some of its incarnations the Doctor.
Yeah, okay. But it's not the first. I mean, he refuses to call the Valiard the Doctor, I guess, and the War Doctor, but he's still the Doctor. But that was his original self. Okay, so I mean, I'm not too worried about him being the Doctor. I mean, that could be one way they get around it. It's not going to sell to the fandom. Hartnell was the original Time Lord. Called the Doctor. It's called Doctor Who because it's supposed to be a mystery. They gave us way more information than they ever should have. I mean, listen, every showrunner for decades did not answer a lot of questions like what the Doctor's real name is, and but there was supposed to be a mystery and a meaning behind it, but now there isn't. We know the Doctor doesn't have a name because the Doctor doesn't know its name. So they just answered that effing question.
Mm-hmm.
Without meaning to, and they've done horrible damage to canon, like irrevocable. Can't fix this shit. You have got plot holes now, and I mean, like you could drive a train through because you did this. All the motivations of the later seasons, all the motivations leading up to the 50th anniversary, the effing time war, everything is effed because of this decision.
Yeah,
unless they undo it, and I don't see how they can do it.
Yeah, this is nothing to see here. I mean, it's like a train wreck. Okay. We've seen the thing go off the rails. We've seen it burst into flames. Nothing left to see. You know, they're just snuffing out the flames and clearing out the bodies. It's done, man. It's just done. Fuck this shit. Cardinal Sin with $2 super chats in a row saying both the same thing. Thank you, Cardinal Sin. We missed you, Father Gary and Father Doomcock. Well, we are delighted to be back here, my friend, and thank you so much. It's our privilege to be here every Sunday night, and next Sunday it'll be on Gary's channel, and we will be not quite getting to Westworld yet. I mean, I think that's the week after next, but we'll be talking about this shit. We're always here. Let's see. Vecna 71 with a $20 Australian super chat. Thank you, Vecna 71. Says Doomcock and Nerdrotic, the best background noise I have ever had. Never had bigger little brothers. I do now. Well, thank you, Vecna 71. I mean, sometimes I guess I've used Clyde Lewis and Art Bell as background noise. So it's not necessarily a bad thing. I'll take it in the spirit it was offered, Vecna 71. Gary, I think you feel the same way, probably.
Absolutely.
We don't mind that at all.
Nope.
Let's see. So apparently Palpatine was a clone. LMAO, says Lloyd, with a $2 super chat. Yeah, apparently. But yeah, I'm going to do a video about that. Don't worry about that, you guys. It's definitely coming. Let me just make sure. Phil 82245X with a $4.99 super chat. Thank you, Phil. Says, hail DC and Gary. I read that Kurtzman wanted to buy the rights to the show Red Dwarf. Does that man want to destroy everything? Is nothing sacred? The answer is yes and no. Yes, he wants to destroy everything. No, nothing is sacred, Phil. I'm sure you would agree with that, sir. There's nothing there. And Vecna 71 with $2 Australian super chats is saying, hang on, I haven't had one super chat read out, my lord. Well, you have now. In fact, Vecna 71, you've had 3 read out. So there you go. I'm sorry it took so long, man. We got a lot of super chats tonight. I can't. I mean, it's just amazing. Captain Palsy with a $2 super chat says, "Hail Doomcock and Gary, hail to Captain Palsy." Good stuff, man. Good stuff. Scott Rainford with a £2 super chat says, "Today I canceled my TV licenses over Doctor Who." See, that's the thing. That's what I would say. It's like, man, with the internet these days. Screw a TV license. If you're in the UK, cancel your TV licenses to show your protest over what they have done to Doctor Who. Don't you think, Gary?
Yes. I think I'd write in, let them know that you canceled your license, and hopefully that doesn't inconvenience you, but it saves you a few bucks. And there's tons of ways to watch news and stuff without the BBC license. That's perfectly legal. It's actually quite easy. If I care, I used to watch BBC News long time ago. I watched it all the time, and it's pretty easy to find. You don't need to pay that fee. It's unnecessary, and especially if you don't feel like they're representing you at all, which a lot of people feel like. That's why they had that little Brexit thing. There was a lot of people who felt like they weren't being represented fairly. And whether that's true or not, well, maybe if people feel like they're represented fairly, they don't want to do stuff like that, like get rid of their licenses and get out of things.
Yeah, maybe so. But listen, if you're a passionate Doctor Who fan, cancel that damn TV license, even if it's just for a month, just to register your complaints. That could go a long way towards making a splash, but certainly not judging anybody who doesn't do it. Vecna 71 with $2 Australian super chats in a row. Vecna 71 says, "Damn, Gary nailed it." I think that was around the time when you did that Dalek, talking about unionizing thing. I think that's when I saw that super chat come up. But then he confuses me because he says on the next super chat, Vecna 71, Aussie accent, he nailed it. Now, I did the Aussie accent. You did the Dalek.
Yeah, I don't think I did an Aussie accent.
Yeah, so I guess he's complimenting both of us.
Yeah, that's good.
Well, thank
thanks
you.
anyway. Thanks
Yeah.
anyway. I appreciate super chats and all compliments and criticism. I take them all to heart, especially when they're done with respect. I mean, you don't have to coddle me or anything, but yeah, I'm definitely open to criticism. I can always get better.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Well, like intelligent criticism,
Yeah.
constructive criticism. Sure, I'll listen to that all day. But listening to some idiot just say, doom blank, like make it a.
Listen, those people are not even worth your time. And
No.
the thing is, you've got your legions; they got your back. Listen to Doom Chat. I know you got Doomcock's back, and he appreciates that. We all appreciate that. There are people who like to take shots out there on YouTube because they're trying to get traction for their channel. And I've always tried to openly say that that is the worst possible way to go. That is death for your channel. Try to cover pop culture, try to cover television, try to find your voice in it. And if you're good, people will come to your channel. I mean, it's not even a matter of good if they like you, and anybody could do it. Try it. I mean, honestly, that's what I say to my critics. Instead of saying I ruin everything, well, take a counterpoint, get on YouTube, take a counterpoint, make a channel, see if you can do it. I mean, you obviously think it's easy, so do it.
Right.
Just do it. Fire it up and go, and because according to them, we're ruining everything. So we have all kinds of power over. I mean, basically, they think the people who watch us are just waiting for decisions to be made for them. That's how they see you. And that's why they're on, because we don't see you that way. I think you're a bunch of very smart individuals with good taste, and we don't agree on everything, and that's fine. That's totally okay. But we're not making Doctor Who bad. We're not making Star Trek bad. We're not making Star Wars bad. We are simply reacting to the shit that we have been presented with. And it goes beyond it being just bad. We're not talking about poorly written material here. It goes way beyond that. I think a lot of people, I understand you don't want to bring up what's really going on because it brings up a very, very crappy debate and it brings crappy takes. So when we bring up that the female doctor doesn't work, it fundamentally changes the show. It's filled with propaganda from a partisan side, and it's so obvious. And I'm saying that as somebody I'm not on a political side. I'm very by the issue. So there's issues I agree with on both sides.
Yeah.
And
me too.
I'm noticing it and just calling it out. And that's my take on it. It's filled with this crap, and it's obvious. The fact that it's obvious. And they're not being secretive about it, because remember, the goalposts have moved 1,000 times since this shit has started. So first there was no politics in there at all. You're seeing ghosts. And then it's always been political. And then Doctor Who's always changed, but then it's never changed. People have always hated Doctor Who. I mean, it's like, and tomorrow it'll be canon was never important. Trust me. That's the one for tomorrow.
Yeah, screw you people. Screw you people. The people that say that are the people that don't know canon.
Yep.
Because they're not really fans.
No.
They're Google fans.
Google fans.
That's what they are. And they can't even be bothered to Google like the facts of the matter. They're just full of shit.
No, that's the writers at Star Trek Discovery. They watch YouTube clips and they Google Trek Core. They look up Trek Core.
Right. But then they don't learn anything about it. This is pathetic. And I just think the people that attack us for ratings and stuff, I was told that one of these clowns, I won't say their name because I don't publicize them, don't actually know who they are. I've never watched them, but somebody told me that after they had done like one or two videos like recently attacking me specifically, their channel had grown by 100 subs.
Yeah. Which it would have done anyway if they probably had done nothing.
Probably. Where I get at least 100 a day, easy. So that's pretty funny.
Yeah.
Just the best revenge is just living your life and doing what you do.
The best yeah, absolutely, starving them because they want to get a reaction. They want
Yeah.
to get into the whole YouTube thing, and it's just like I really no time for it. It's hard enough watching Doctor Who go down. I'm gonna keep it on Chibnall and the BBC, and that's it. That's all I got time for. If somebody wants to criticize, make videos, go ahead.
Yeah.
Go right ahead.
Yeah. I don't care. I'm
Yeah.
certainly not going to respond to it though. I never do. I never
No.
respond to any of these clowns. They're just like kind of like wannabe young guns, like coming to town trying to, take on the big gunslinger, and the big gunslinger is too busy, getting laid and drinking and having a good time to bother with your dumbass. So good luck. Good luck playing with your little pistol in the street, dipshit.
And nobody's saying anything. I mean, they come out of the woodwork. Honestly, trying to think of a lot of our stuff when we report rumors, they're just rumors.
Yeah.
And sometimes they're not 100% right, but they're in the spirit of it, and sometimes stuff is wrong. And then some stuff like today is fucking spot on. I don't hear.
Yeah. Nailed it.
Whatever.
Exactly. All like when my Rise of Skywalker stuff came out. Boom. Yeah. Boom. Nailed it.
Yep.
Oh, problem being says I made a super chat hours ago and I'm in the UK and it's now 7 a.m. Did I nod off? I have not read your super chat yet, my friend. But I will find it real quick. Anybody that's been in the UK and has, been hanging out all night.
Oh my God, it's been freaking terrible for you guys. I'm so sorry.
I am so sorry. Problem being with a £1.99 super chat. Thank you, Problem being, very much for your patience. It says Major Who site forgot to mention Delgado birthday.
What?
The Major Doctor Who site forgot to mention Delgado's birthday. Those scumbag idiots.
Doctor Who sites are folding. We've already seen one fold. No, Doc, you're gonna see that stuff fold. We're nearing the end. Listen, it would probably be near the end anyway, okay, because the show's been on for freaking 13 years and it's been taking year breaks between seasons. So they pulled the gimmick. The gimmick's not working. And listen, there isn't jack squat they can do that at this point. There's no gimmick that's gonna work.
No,
nothing. That zero will work. I mean, the only thing that would bring people back is if you brought David Tennant back. It's not happening, or Matt Smith or Peter Capaldi. You would have to go backwards and they won't do it. So it's done. Bye-bye.
Yep. I mean, I don't know what to say, man.
Chibnall's, I'll show you. I'll lose 2 million more viewers. Yeah, per episode. Yeah, I'll get you then. But I'm right.
Yes,
I'm right in my little Chris Chibnall bubble of rightness.
Yeah, right. Yeah. It's sad, dude.
Oh no, buddy. Get some sleep, man.
Oh man. You guys in the UK, man, it's like already dawn over there now. Sun's coming up, isn't it? You guys are the best. Hail to the UK. Hail to all of our British and UK viewers and listeners, and thank you all for staying up with the Inquisition, folks. I mean, it's wonderful. And yes, problem being, I'm so sorry. He says, thank you. Yes, it's true. Doctor Who TV forgot whilst waxing lyrical over the shit episode.
Doctor Who TV forgot? Yeah. Fire him. They're fired.
Just like you said, Gary, if these shills are waxing rhapsodical over this episode, I think you know what you need to do in terms of taking them seriously, in terms of Doctor Who. I mean, shit. It's 8:16 in Poland. It's 7:16 a.m. where you guys are. Dedication.
Gary,
wow, you guys are incredible.
In Liverpool. Says he's in Liverpool. Lloyd. Wow. It's 7:16 a.m. here. Poor Noel, man. I know he had a rough night. We've all had a rough night, buddy. Get some sleep. I promise you there's going to be 2 videos on this. I'm going to do an entire season video, and I made the decision today I'm going to do a last episode video. Quite frankly, the interest in Doctor Who's down. I don't give a fuck. I'm making these videos for you guys, for the people in the UK, for me to vent.
Oh yeah. I've got one. I've got one I got to make for sure on this. I've got an angle on it. I'm looking forward to it. Gregory Burke was asking me to read his super chat to you, so I'm looking for it. Sorry, Gregory. I'm scrolling through. I'm looking for it to get it to Gary here. Was it just done, Gregory? Oh, here it is. A $1.99 super chat from Gregory Burke says Pete Sigma is the real name of Doctor Who. Pete Sigma.
Pete Sigma.
Pete Sigma. That's what he says. So I don't know what that really means. I mean, Supreme Overlord SJW is saying with a $5 super chat, I think the Doctor's real name is Martha. We've had Martha Wayne, Martha Kent, and now Martha Who. Well, that's an interesting viewpoint. Well, thank you, Gregory Burke. Thank you, Supreme Overlord SJW.
You. And yeah, God dang, I don't know how much I have. I spent so much time at it. It's it's kind of like it's like content bingo. You got to like hit things right, and it's like I spent all this time on a Star Trek video, and people they'll be fired up again on Thursday after Picard, so I might save it till then. It's not a time sensitive video. That's the good thing,
right?
Yeah, it's one of those videos I can release kind of whenever. But yeah, god dang, I'm still Noel, I don't know where your thoughts are. Doomcock. I'm still gathering them. I have not watched the episode again, and I need to. There's like classic episodes I'm going to rewatch probably tonight after this show, including all Omega appearances, and I'm gonna go. Yeah, dude, I'm getting in the lore because I just gotta get freshened up, and plus it's fun to watch the episodes. Let's be honest.
God, it takes the stink off, doesn't it?
It's so beautiful. Yeah,
it's
great.
Man.
I like watching them on my crappy. I have the DVDs, but I also have every episode digital. That's one of the things I was given at Technicolor because they have this. They had this database just with everything in it, and they said I could have some stuff. So I said okay. So I just downloaded all the Doctor Who.
Sweet.
Yeah, it was cool. I mean, it's like TV. It's not the highest. It's not in high def. Some of it's 480p. Some of it's DVD. But a lot of it's DVD, but it's great. I have no problem with it. That's the way I like watching it.
Yeah, I mean, well, that's kind of sweet. I mean, there's something nostalgic about watching it with the, VHS kind of, resolution,
Yep.
A little sentimental about, I don't know. And, the original resolution was kind of shitty anyway.
Yep.
So, it's kind of in the spirit of it, right?
Yeah. Unless it's on, I mean, God, you know what the difference between video and film is. I finally got, because I had, I didn't have the Robert Meyer Burnett version of The Next Generation, that special edition Blu-ray he did. So I finally got that.
Oh, you did?
Yeah. I'm going to watch all those special features and he's been talking about. And yeah. I didn't know he worked on Lord of the Rings, dude.
Robert
Burnett worked on Lord of the Rings Blu-ray, the Two Towers and Return of the King.
Sweet.
It's the greatest Blu-ray set ever.
Damn.
Period. Yes. If you don't own it, buy it. If you're a Lord of the Rings fan, the special features on it are spectacular.
I've got the extended editions.
Yeah. It's a gold box set. You see it. It's got a big old ring on it.
Sweet.
It's amazing. Back when entertainment was good.
Oh yeah, man. The Fixer 1 with a £2 super chat is saying only live TV is on the license fee. So really? No, I think any TV, right? Are you saying, I don't understand what that means. Only live TV is on the license fee. Huh. I don't know. I don't understand how that works really. We don't have anything like that.
You don't need live TV. You got live streaming.
Yeah, you got live streaming. You got us, man. All you need is
We'll
internet.
be here for you if you want. If you want to know what's going on in the UK, just ask me.
Damn right.
Yeah, I'll tell you. I've got my
Skip-
finger on the pulse of the Brits.
That's right. You do, man. You really do. The Tyos with a $9.99 super chat. Thank you, the Tyos. Says the only way to save Star Trek and Doctor Who now is to let them financially kill themselves.
Yeah.
I love Star Trek and Doctor Who, but I'm not giving them a penny for what they've done. Yes. Keep your wallet closed. Keep your wallets closed to these cultural vandals. Teach them a goddamn lesson about treating their customers with respect, because without respect, we reject. Goddamn right. Goddamn right.
There needs to be a big rejection. I know there was people hanging on, and don't even watch it to hate watch it. Like, walk away at this point.
Absolutely.
It'll
And
just
yes,
get worse.
Cardinal Sin. I got the Doctor Who stuff you sent me, and I'm extremely grateful. Thank you, Cardinal Sin. Yeah, man, it's awesome stuff. Sent me some DVDs, and it's absolutely fantastic. Thank you, Cardinal Sin. Extremely much, sir. Vecna71 with another Australian $20 super chat. Thank you, Vecna71. Says passion comes from the heart. Enough said. Damn right. We're not haters, we're lovers. We're just disappointed. Our love has been abused. That's basically what it is. And I don't think there's any shame in that whatsoever. And Adam Wofford with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Adam. Says, hey, Alex Kurtzman thinks all of you guys are part of Midnight's Edge's channel. It was one of his rants why Star Trek Picard isn't trending on Twitter. Really?
Hey, Andre, where's my check?
Yeah. Hey, Andre.
God damn it.
They really, I mean, how do you know? So Alex Kurtzman was on Twitter ranting?
It's okay. Hey, I get told I work for Jeremy. And that fucker don't pay either. So no, it's okay. Oh no, we're part. No, that was another thing that was said, is we're part of a cabal. We are a secret cabal that we get together all the time and we give each other talking points.
Oh my God.
Did you know that?
I did not know that. Wink, wink.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
My own mother can't get a hold of me.
I know, man. It's impossible. Nobody can get a hold of you, and I'm hard to get a hold of.
Yeah.
But I think both of us have more Twitter followers than Alex Kurtzman does. I'm not sure. Yeah. I've never looked at Kurtzman's Twitter feed.
Yeah,
have you?
No, I haven't either.
I've never even glanced at it. I figured it. I mean, shit, he surely blocked me. Surely. No?
I'm not blocked by anybody. Yeah, I don't add anybody though. I mean, I really leave.
I never do that.
Yeah.
No.
But I wouldn't be surprised if you were blocked.
I would be incredibly surprised if I'm not.
Nobody blocks me.
But I've never looked at Alex Kurtzman's Twitter feed, and I can't believe he was like ranting about me and Nerdrotic. Was he like directly? If anybody has like any like mentions, I'd love to see them. If you could screen cap them and send them. I don't think
that would be surprising.
He's got
if he brought us. I mean, like he's been very quiet about us.
I'd be very surprised if he did that. But that's what Adam Wofford is saying, that he thinks we're part of Midnight's Edge's channel. So.
That's funny. Hey, I like it. Hey, that's a good channel, man.
It is a great channel.
Good people over there, man. Love freaking Tom, and Tom helped me out with the GoFundMe on Nasab Dean, and good dude. I am checking. What was I gonna check? I just brain farted. Oh, the Ready Room. I was gonna see what the views were on.
Oh yes,
Let's
check out how our Ready Room competitors are doing relative to us, and I want to welcome Norwegian Kryptonian to the channel membership. Thank you, Norwegian Kryptonian, for joining and supporting the channel. Greatly, greatly appreciated, my friend. Got another member.
That's awesome. CBS All Access has 192,000 subs. Will Wheaton's first episode for the Ready Room got 197,000 views. His latest episode is at 38,000 views. 2 weeks. The one before that was at 39,000 views. Yeah, that's a huge drop off. Now, like, I don't know, my live stream reviews vary. His are always like 23, 24 minutes long, which is actually optimal. You should keep them that. But mine, I tend to ramble, so mine go 40, 50. And I'm doubling his stuff, but the interest is down. I mean, like, I'm way down from my first episode too. My first episode was like 138,000. Now it's at like 80 or something like that. But yeah, listen, I don't like to flex. I'm not a flexer dude. But I'm going to flex on this one. I'm beating Will Wheaton. And if Doomcock did a live stream, he would beat Will Wheaton like a drum. So yeah. F Will Wheaton.
100%.
He blocked me on Twitter.
Did he?
He did.
Will Wheaton did.
Will Wheaton. I've hung out with that dude.
I wonder why.
Yeah, because I'm evil now.
Well, that's weird. By the way, our Lord and Master, Midnight's Edge, is in the chat here.
Oh, where's my money?
Yeah, where's my motherfucking money, Midnight's Edge After Dark? If I'm part of your cabal, where's my wampum, Savvy?
God damn it, cheap bastards.
No.
Check is in the mail. Have you paid your dues, Jack?
Yeah. Lori Wilson says saw a video on YouTube with Will Wheaton being a total jerk.
Was that was that just any video, or was it a particular video?
Every damn one.
Which one was it, Lori? I'd love to see Will Wheaton.
Will Wheaton, yes.
Wheatons. Sorry. What was I going to say?
You were looking at the ratings, which were not good.
They're terrible. No, everything related to Star Trek, positive and negative, the views are down. So if anybody's reviewing it, the views are down. If they're positive, if they're negative, I mean, like Red Letter Media and Drinker, that's anomaly. Those guys can, like, I don't know, do a video in the shower and they would do good. So those are good channels, but everybody else related to it, it's all kind of down. I mean, it's still good. The clicks, all clicks are good clicks, believe me. But yeah, it's not looking too good. No.
Drake is 6 with a $2 super chat. Thank you. Drake is 6 says, please, it's Star Trek elder abuse. #MurderFest. That's right. Blondie the scientist murdered Bruce Maddox. I can never remember what her name is. What's her name?
It's Dr. Girardi.
Dr. Girardi.
Yeah, and I only remembered it this week. I was just saying the drummer from Scott Pilgrim. And then there was a decapitation again this week. So we almost got through the whole episode without any bodies hitting the floor. And our good friend Bird of Prey 5, hail Bird of Prey 5, was keeping count. I was keeping count in my video too, but I haven't come out with it yet. And we both are at 33 at this point. 33 dead in 6 episodes of Star Trek Picard.
Oh, by the trail of dead shall ye know them. That's basically it. That's sad. Thank you, Drake is 6. Sadness Factory with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Sadness Factory says it's not all bad. It's not all bad. Your Picard coverage got me to watch The Next Generation, which does wonders for my depression. Cheers.
That is
excellent,
brilliant.
Sadness Factory. Glad to hear that, man.
Brilliant. That is brilliant. And listen, I talked about that a little bit in my review. Doctor Who and Star Trek are excellent for depression. That is a common thing. This is something I brought up in recovery. This is something I've dealt with, and they're very, because of the way these shows are structured, they're fun and they're a little light, they're great for that. And story after story of Star Trek helped me get through a rough time. Doctor Who helped me get through a rough time.
Yeah.
I mean, just like comic books helped me get through a rough time. I heard that. I hear that in the live streams all the time. Listen, those shows help me get through a hard time personally. They're important. That's how important they are. Imagine trying to forget about your depression watching Star Trek Picard or current Doctor Who. It's not everything has to be just devoid of fun. It's gone. It's completely missing.
Yeah.
I was fully prepared when Jody came around. I was prepared to go, listen, I don't like the female doctor, but it's Doctor Who. It's okay. It's fine. It's written okay. I don't particularly like it, but you might enjoy it. That's what I thought it would be personally. I didn't think it would be this bad. This was before series 11, but it's bad.
Yeah. It's as bad as it gets now. They've totally fucked it. I'm going to have to think about this long and hard, I have to think about this.
I'm right there with you. This is I got to process this. So, the review will get done when it's done. I don't want to rush it, but, God dang. I did not think that would be fucking true.
It's so bad, dude. It's horrible.
I talked to that person today. I did in between shows. I talked to that person. It's the first time I've talked to that person in a long time.
Really?
Yeah. And it wasn't much of a phone call. I mean, they're really nice. They're dealing with a lot of trouble right now. Coronavirus is just messing up a lot of things right now.
Oh God.
Including merchandise for toys that is coming out of China. So a lot of people might be losing work because of this, which is sad. But yeah, it was just kind of shock and sadness.
Yeah.
Shock and sadness.
I'm sorry to hear that, man.
Yep.
Yeah. I feel you, man. Schizo programmer with a 2 super chats in a row, asking the same question, £2 and a £5 super chat asking, did you get my message about the whiteboard? Yes, I did, Schizo programmer. And I thank you for that. The shot and the clarification, and truly appreciate it, sir. Thank you very much for that. Baxter79 with a message for both of us, a $2 super chat saying, keep up the great work, you two. F the haters. Damn right. F the damn haters. 110%. Philip A. DeMick with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Philip. Says it's the same thing as buying the Mona Lisa and painting bare boobs on it. Some things belong to the world, not the highest bidder. Yes, I think that civilization has an interest in protecting its culture and its works of art. I think that there's a legal right and a moral right, and they're not always the same thing. And, corporations, I think, have the legal right to make sequels and reboots and all the things that they do. But I argue they don't have the moral right. And that is the basis for my without respect, we reject. I mean,
Yep.
Them perverting our canon, we should not stand for it. It goes above and beyond mere profit. I think that we have an interest in protecting our culture, and they need to respect that, or they need to get out of the fucking way. That's how I feel about it. Redwood the Elf with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Redwood the Elf. Says Missy should have been the Ranny. Missy should have been the Ranny. Redwood the Elf says
she would have been a really. I mean, yes, that would have been. That's basically what it was. I mean,
yeah.
Michelle Gomez was great. She was freaking great in her role. She chewed up the scenery.
She did.
Yeah.
Really good. Vashta Narada with a $5 Canadian super chat. Thank you, Vashta. Says it's been confirmed the Doctor's going up against the Daleks in the December special. God help us. Yes. Especially when it's going to be, whamming in those tin cans.
Yeah.
That's what they're going to do. I don't know.
Contractually obligated to keep the rights. The rights are split between the Terry Nation estate, I believe, and the BBC. I can't remember what is what. Like one has a right to the image or something like that. Now the BBC still owns them, but they can't do anything without them as long as they put them in something. If Current Who is running for a year, I believe it's something like that. There's a couple of articles on it's very interesting. Back in the early days, they didn't think this show would amount to anything. That's why they were tossing videos, and that's why there's missing episodes.
Yeah.
And they let some of the creators keep the rights.
Yeah.
Which is kind of cool.
That is incredibly cool.
Yeah. When the BBC was fucking cool.
Wonder what would happen if the rights lapsed. I mean, could they make just Daleks show?
Yeah, they did
like
the
a
Dalek
Dalek
movies.
sitcom or Dalek movie without the Doctor. I don't know.
Yeah.
Be interesting.
Oh, I think they would too. I mean, why not?
Why not? You could come up with something. Meet the Daleks. It'd be like
Yeah.
a little sitcom with laughs and
I am going to school now.
things
My
like that.
parents don't understand me.
My girlfriend is a bitch.
Yes, it could be like a family of Daleks in the suburbs, like Roseanne, except with Daleks.
Exactly. I think it'd be hilarious.
It would be
I'd watch it.
hilarious.
Might
That'd
be
be a good
genius.
skit. Yeah, that'd be a good skit.
Postmodern genius. Corayon with a $5 Canadian super chat and a $10 Canadian super chat. Thank you. Corayon says, how about Hugh Laurie for the next Doctor? Shit, I'd go for that in a
Fuck
heartbeat.
yeah. Oh
He-
my
he's
God.
great.
Yeah.
God, he's great. He sounds a bit like you sometimes, Gary, when he does his American accent, though. I've
Oh,
noticed
really?
that. Yeah, I've been
Why?
watching Avenue 5, which is an acquired taste. Let me just put it that way. But yeah, sometimes I feel like, I don't know. Even he's also got a beard in this one, so it's starting to even look a little bit like you, man. It's kind of a cool thing.
I gotta watch that Avenue 5. I keep threatening to do it.
Oh man, it's weird. It's kind of good and kind of a train wreck. It's like it's one of these shows where you hate every fucking person on it, except for Hugh Laurie and the engineer girl. But it is so obnoxious, and it's just so hell bent on. I don't know. I think Armando Iannucci doesn't like people very much. And so it's very satirical, but it's also really painful to fucking watch.
Is it nihilist or is
extremely?
Yeah,
dude.
okay.
Extremely. But I mean, it's clearly going to be a show where the situation just deteriorates and deteriorates and deteriorates and deteriorates. So you hate these people, but you can rest assured that you're going to watch them suffer as the shows go on, as the seasons go on. So I mean, you have to be in a certain amount of, I don't know, man. It's so weird. It's really weird. I don't know what to say about it, honestly. I watch it just out of a kind of perverse fascination, but I really loathe most of the people on it. I mean, not just dislike, but loathe. So it's taxing. It's not easy. And Korayon with a $10 Canadian super chat says, gentlemen, if you love Game of Thrones, I humbly suggest the BattleTech franchise. Some events in the lore directly mirror Game of Thrones and would make a fantastic genre series. Interesting. So you're saying would make it fantastic. Well, you're not saying then what? I mean, BattleTech, is videos, right? I mean, so we should just watch the videos, right?
Yeah.
I'll check it out, Corion. Thank you very much for that. I've not actually ever watched any BattleTech, so sure. Yeah, I'd like to check that out. Thank you for that suggestion. Stuart Mitchell is saying Avenue 5 is great. Peter Colabucci is saying good night, everyone. Good night, Peter Colabucci, and welcome to the channel, Carl Booth. Thank you for joining the channel membership. Thank you, Carl, very much. Kaliko VW again with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Kaliko. Says when it comes to Doctor Who, if it isn't broke, there's no need to fix it. But PC/woke can't leave shit alone other than to piss people off. I don't know why they hate us so much. I don't know why they hate civilization so much. I don't know what their problem is. BattleTech is books and games, says Valentine Ward. It's hard for us to find time to read books, at least for me, Gary. I mean, I don't know.
I listen to them at night or every time I'm driving or at the gym.
Yeah.
I'm trying to listen to. That's how I got through Bob Iger's. Oh God, fucking Bob Iger's book. I hate biographies, especially by like uber rich guys who are like, you can be a winner if you do stuff like winning stuff. If you have a great attitude, you can be. It's just the Star Wars chapter was worth listening to, though. That was pretty good. But yeah, UFO books.
Yeah,
those are good. It's hard to read. No, it's impossible. And so many people have been nice enough to send me books, and they have my promise. I mean, before I croak, I will read them. I'll read them all. Absolutely. maybe in retirement after I have the channel. But the plan is to, I figure if I can get 5 years out of the channel, that'd be awesome. That'd be great. Then I can just go roam the earth with Mrs. Nerdrotic. But I will read those books. I promise.
Eventually.
Yeah.
Eventually. Yeah.
Got a
I've
big
got a
old stack.
oh my God, a whole house full of books I need to read. I just can't. I'm just too overwhelmed, but I'll get to them in my copious spare time or retirement at some juncture. I don't know. Morgan King with a $10 Canadian super chat. Thank you, Morgan King, who says, "Hail Overlord DVD. I am drinking absinthe to get rid of this episode from my mind." Good one, man. Absinthe will do it. It'll kick it like a horse right out of your head, and you will sleep like a baby. Drink a lot of water, though, Morgan King, because it will fuck with you in the morning. We don't want to give you a hangover, especially since you've just joined my channel membership. Hail Morgan King. God bless you, sir. DB Cuzzitis with a $5 Canadian super chat. Thank you, DB. Says secret Romulan meditation ceremony was taboo, banned for non-Romulans because it was so embarrassing.
Yeah.
Candlelit stroll while getting nagged to try harder.
Yeah, she was Romulan splaining her. That was so sexist. Oh my God. And he was debating her dreams. That's like drapes. I won't say the word, but it's like drapes. He mentally draped her. And yeah.
Oh my. Mentally draped her.
Yeah.
Jesus. That sounds bad, man. Very bad.
Terrible.
Oh my God.
She's just a robot, though. She's just a toaster.
She is. She's just a toaster. Who cares? Make her pop toast. What the hell? Why not? Alfred McKay with a $13.99 Canadian super chat. Thank you, Alfred, very much. He says, I want to get into Doctor Who, the old ones. Have you seen the 2013 first Doctor biopic, An Adventure in Time and Space? Yes. Oh, yeah. It was good.
Yep.
Really good. Walter Frey was in that.
Yes, he was.
As Hartnell, which was
it's very good. It's done by Mark Gatiss, and there is a box set out there. It's a little pricey. It might come down because people don't care about Doctor Who anymore, but it was the 50th anniversary seasons 1 through 7 Blu-ray box set that comes with all the specials.
Sweet.
I believe the anime. I think I have it. I haven't opened it. But it has Adventure of Space and Time, all the 50th anniversary specials. It comes with a like a badass sonic screwdriver, remote control, a comic book exclusive, cards. Yeah, it's awesome. I mean, off the shelf, it was $300, I believe. I think it's like looking at it like $1,000 right now. But if you can get it for like $300 and you have $300, it's worth it. It's so all the transfers are beautiful and it's really, really good. It's
holy shit, man. That's one thing I don't have is a good Tom Baker Doctor Who sonic screwdriver. I've got the toy, but it's just annoying. I used to go to conventions and I used to see like the machine tooled ones out there. But now I haven't been to a convention in forever, and I don't see them anymore.
They don't make us. I have. They made a 10th Doctor and a 12th. It looks like 11th Doctor, but it's called the 12th Doctor. It's Capaldi's. They made a universal remote by the Wand Company. Those are great. Oh my God, I've got. Yeah, you can when I do my videos, just look next to the face of Bo, or look right next to Michael Burnham, and those two Sonics are right next to her.
Sweet.
Yeah. Looking at
very
right
sweet.
Now. They're awesome.
I want to welcome Warhammer to the channel membership as well. Thank you, Warhammer. Hail Warhammer. Good job, man. Good job. Thank you, sir. And yeah, he also finishes. Also, should I start with the very first season of Doctor Who? What are your thoughts? Much obliged.
Modern.
Well, I know some people would say no. I mean, I think you would say no, right?
Yeah, I wouldn't start with the black and white Hartnell. That's something you got to kind of work up to. I would do the 2005 Chris Eccleston, work your way through that. And if you really like it, then start diving in. And I wouldn't, at that point, I wouldn't go to the first Doctor. I would go to Tom Baker, immediately to Tom Baker. And then because you could, I mean, like there is a progression, but that's how it worked for me because I knew Tom Baker first. That's how I
Right.
knew it, and then I would watch like some of the Fifth Doctor. Occasionally, I would see like Sylvester McCoy on PBS, but he wasn't on there very much, and that I remember. But then, when I started diving back, I started with Pertwee. I started in color because I'm a dumb American, and I just fell in love with Third Doctor. Then I went back and did a little more. It's a little out of order, but it worked for me. I think black and white turns a lot of people off. It just does. It shouldn't, but it does.
Well, I'm in my in my watching. I started right at the start, Alfred McKay, and I'm glad I did. I mean, I really like the Hartnell stuff.
It's good.
And yeah, and the Dalek invasion of Earth is one of the coolest things ever. I mean, seeing those Daleks on the streets of London in black and white, in largely in silence. I mean, it's like a documentary.
No, that's what makes it creepy. That's why
Exactly.
the Cybermen were creepy before. I mean, it worked on it still works to this day. That's how it was good.
Yeah, man, like Barbara, like running across the bridge and the Daleks in pursuit, and there's just this eerie kind of silence. It's disturbing.
When you hear all this bullshit that it was like male gaze and never diverse. I mean, go look at who the first producer was for Doctor Who. Go look at who helped rework the theme. Go look at the companions, Barbara. They weren't like little pushovers. I mean, like people don't even know what the fuck they're talking about.
No,
it's so lame. Did you know though that they scrapped a Dalek invasion of Earth for Matt Smith?
Really?
Big plot element they were supposed to use, and they scrapped it because Karen Gillan left, and then Matt Smith. I don't know if anybody remembers, but Matt Smith had committed to an 8th season. He did. It's out there. Then he backed out. And they had worked this whole Dalek invasion thing they were going to do. They have play sets. They have there's toys that they made, and that's my friend told me about it, that they scrapped the whole plot. And it sounded awesome. Oh my god, I was like, god damn it.
Oh, that's too bad.
Yeah,
damn it.
Do a video on it someday. I mean, like the information's out there, you can find it, but maybe I can get some extra information for my friend and make a video on it.
Oh, that would be awesome.
Cool. Yeah.
Oh, that's a shame. So Alfred McKay, you have two different opinions. I'm a completist, but you'll probably find it easier and more satisfying immediately to go the way Gary said, just to start.
Yeah. I mean, if you want to watch the old stuff in order, sure. But definitely watch the new first. That's what I would do.
I agree. I think that's true. Good night, Via and Anakin. Thank you for being here tonight. Let's see. Adam Wofford again with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Adam, saying Hugh Laurie as the Doctor and Tom Hiddleston as the Master. I would watch that instead. Jeez. Well,
take all my money.
Yeah, take it. Just don't go for that. Hugh Laurie is the Doctor and Tom Hiddleston is the Master. Holy shit, that would be fucking amazing. Adam, dude, go get a job at BBC, okay? Go get a job at BBC. Work your way up and seize control of this thing and make that happen. I want to see that. Vecna71 with a $2 Australian super chat. Again, thank you, sir. Says they can only write what they know, which is what? Ruin? Oblivion? Crap? Garbage? They need to broaden their imaginations, I think. Brian Yoder with a $10 super chat. Thank you, Brian. Says, as a palate cleanser after watching Doctor Whom, I would like to suggest The Magicians. Good progressive gay and women characters exist, but not the point of the character, in my opinion. Would like your opinion. I've not watched The Magicians. Gary, have you?
Not my cup of tea.
Not your cup of tea. You didn't like it much?
No. It was on before. Was it Happy? It was some show I was watching on Sci-Fi. Me and Mrs. Nerdrotic gave it. I gave it like 15 minutes. I was like, no, it's not for me. It's you know what? But some people like it. And that's fine. That's totally fine.
Yeah, no, I feel that. I just haven't. I don't know. I mean, I guess I had to take a look at it and just see for myself. Good night, Grand Moff Inquisitor. Thank you, Grand Moff Inquisitor, for being here tonight. Thank you, Brian Yoder, for that suggestion of the Magicians. I'll go check out a few episodes. I'll see what I think about it. Sam R with a $2 super chat says woke equals lack of imagination, and it seems intelligence. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, they cannot see the hypocrisy of fighting against racism and sexism by applying racism and sexism. They don't get the contradiction.
My entire season. This is why it's going to take time. My season 12 review.
Yeah,
I'm going to point all that shit out. I'm sick of it. I usually skip past a lot of it because I want to get to the plot and try to be a little funny in the videos. But no, I'm going to meticulously point out every single time they set up a scenario, a woke scenario. And it's very light. You picked one up when the little girl got pushed off the cliff. You're like, oh, it's just a kid and a girl being pushed off the cliff. No, it was a little boy taking a toy from a girl and pushing her off the cliff. There was symbolism in there. And by itself, if it was by itself, it'd be no big deal. But you compound it with all the other shit they put in there. It sounds crazy until you start noticing it, and then you see it 5 or 6 times an episode. It's every
yes.
Yaz blowing off Graham. Doctor blowing off Graham. That's done on purpose. That's not accidental. There's nothing accidental in television. Everything is thought about to stuff you don't even see. There's entire departments that work on aesthetic. So it's gonna just take a lot of time. But
it was a little spaceship toy that so basically, and it broke so basically it was the boy taking the future away from the girl. Symbolically stealing her future for the patriarchy. That's what it basically was. Lee Jordan with a $9.99 super chat. Thank you, Lee. Says Peter Cushing! Exclamation point.
Yeah, the forgotten doctor.
The forgotten doctor. But of course he was great. He's great in everything. Grand Moff Tarkin, for God's sakes. Thank you, Lee. Yes, thank you for that reminder, sir. An excellent one.
Those Dalek movie posters were the best.
Oh
my God, they're so good.
Oh yeah. And he was basically the Hartnell who. I mean, he's got like a daughter in that, doesn't he? Our granddaughter?
He's human. He's just a mad scientist-y kind of guy, but it's still who. I mean, in spirit.
It's so weird. It's a weird backwater of Doctor Who lore. It's kind of a redheaded stepchild or something,
It's not unlike, say, if an American company got a hold of the rights, it's probably that would be something they would do. They would do something along that lines. They would change it to ground it in reality. It's like Chris Nolan's Doctor Who. It's
right. Which would be interesting, but I don't think you could do something like that with the Doctor. Honestly, you've got to stick to the lore if you want any respect from fans. It's just too much of it.
Doctor Who belongs on TV. It does not need a big budget with fantastic special, because everybody would just focus on the special effects. That was Douglas Adams. That's why you never saw a Hitchhiker movie until after he was dead, because he didn't want Star Wars with jokes. He didn't want a bunch of special effects. He wanted the spirit of his film and script, and he had a script written. If you use the script from the album, which is an edited down version of the radio show, and just adapted that into a movie, it would have been the greatest thing ever made. But no.
Well said.
Stupid Disney thing.
Well said. But for the next Doctor Who, Code Monkey has a fantastic idea with this $10 super chat. Thank you, Code Monkey. He says, hail. Is there any truth to the rumor Sir Patrick Stewart will be the next Doctor, and the show will devolve into all of the companions being female and constantly nagging at him? Yes. Now that you've said this, I think it's inevitable, Code Monkey.
I think that happened. It was called Clara. I'm sorry.
Basically, Clara. God damn, I hated her. The worst of all of them. I swear to God.
Oh my God.
Oh, I couldn't stand it.
I totally understood why Danny Pink decided to stay a Cyberman and fly
away. You could do worse. It's like a Teddy blowing his own brains out on Westworld.
Exactly. Oh, that was the audience right there.
Yeah, it really was. And I wonder if this third season is going to be as bad as the second. I don't
Do
know
you
how
think it can? Do you? They had to hear. I mean, the ratings were down. I mean, that was a monster hit show. That was going to be the next Game of Thrones. That's what I was saying. It was that
Yeah.
good. And they really effed up in that season 2, man.
Totally blew it. Totally blew it. TC the Mandalorian with a €5 super chat. Thank you, TC. Says you can't bring back the real doctor. He's dead. Watching old vids is like leaving flowers on a grave. Heartbreaking. A retcon would Frankenstein it. Yeah. Yeah, you're going to do that tonight. You're going to watch some real Doctor Who and
I have to
lay some flowers on that grave, aren't you?
So I can sleep. I'm pissed. I mean, I'm sorry, person in chat who brought up Hugh Laurie as the Doctor, and we're like, yeah, that'd be great, except his whole lore is messed up, and he was just a little girl who was taken and experimented on, procreated. Yeah. Now I hate this story.
Yeah. Yeah. I despise it.
Yep.
It's ugly. It's sick.
Yep.
It's just the fucking Gallifreyans, the Time Lords are scumbags. It was stolen biological material from a little kid that they killed over and over and over again over the course of fucking years.
This show was the shining beacon of light in a sea of freaking nihilism for a long time, and now it's just devolved into this garbage that hacks right, because what you brought up all the time is it's so easy to go dark. I mean, this is like the easiest, most basic bitch form of writing. Subvert, go dark, rinse, fucking repeat. And it's like, God damn, could we just have something fun? And there is fun things out there, and damn it, we'll cover them, but it's far and few between. Jesus. And not with our big, the thing about Doctor Who was like, there would be thousands of us who would get together and talk about it and like it in forums or whatever. Right. And it was a big fandom. That was pretty cool, and now it's not. Like Whovians are like, I want no part of it anymore. Yeah. It's nasty. It's devolved into, you're speaking of de-evolution. The fandom, which was one of the coolest fandoms, has turned into one of the most vile fandoms, and it sucks. And that's just on Twitter. I can't really paint a broad brush, but the ones on Twitter, just go look at what they've said to Bolstrek, like some of the crap they said to that guy. It's like horrific. Noel has gotten like they're. I mean, the stuff they'll say, and a couple people actually put their names to it. That's crazy.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the vitriol is
it's obscene. Like a TV show. Like, so what if we don't like it?
Yeah, but for them, it's not a TV show, and that's why they like it. See, they don't care about the shitty story and the terrible acting and the retconning of culture. All they wanted to do is make its point, make its political point. Yep. And if we don't like the episode, we disagree with the political point, and we're Nazis.
Yep.
That's basically how these people think. If you can call it thinking, because it really doesn't have a whole lot of
thinking. I blame their parents.
Yeah. I think I blame their parents too. There's fucking did a hell of a job with these people, for God's sakes. Also the schools.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Schools for sure. I mean, it's just
the ones here. Yeah. I almost every day after school, got to have a little talk with Junior. It's like, what did they tell you today?
Well, I'm glad you're alerting him to how stupid, authority can be and how wrong they can be. I think that's a very good lesson to treat your kids to.
Yeah.
I really do.
Question everybody except for me.
Yeah. Robert Bonchune, 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 with a $10 Canadian super chat. He didn't say anything, but just puzzling over his last name, Robert Bonchune. I hope I'm saying it right.
Viva la France.
Il est for France. Oh, I have a better French accent than Jean-Luc Picard does. His sucked. God almighty. Nathan O'Brien with $1.99 super chat. Thank you, Nathan. Says Yaz did Graham dirty. He must represent the OG fans. Yes.
Yep.
I think that's true. White males, the patriarchy OG fans just got shit on. With faint praise. Cardinal Sin with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Cardinal Sin. Says Ben Miller for the master. Looks the part. Great actor. I don't know who Ben Miller is.
Let me check.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Tommy TK is with a $2 super chat saying, what about Martin Freeman as the doctor? Hail Doomcock. I did not like The Hobbit. And so he kind of, I was very pro Martin Freeman for a long time. And I know it's not his fault, but I don't know, man. It kind of soured me on Freeman. I don't know that I don't think he'd make a good doctor.
Ben Miller, the comedian.
That's what Cardinal Sin is saying. I don't know.
Yeah, he's going to be in Carlsbad this coming April. That's one of my hometowns. Carlsbad, California. Yeah, sure. He kind of looks like he'd be a decent master. What were you saying? Okay. On Hobbit, Martin Freeman. Martin Freeman? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't dig him either. There's something about his nature. He looked the part, but he was not Bilbo. He's too, I don't know. He's kind of a pompous ass, like in real life.
Yeah.
And he doesn't play the everyman, the nice, jolly everyman very well, although he looks like he should. He was great in Love Actually as the fluffer, as the porn fluffer. That was pretty funny. But I don't know, man. I think he's one of those actors who's better when he's a little pudgy. I thought he was a terrible Arthur too, just a bad Arthur Dent. It's hard for me to see. I can't remember the actor. I used to know his name like off the top of my head, but the guy who originally played Arthur Dent, who was in 12 Monkeys, played by
Bruce Willis was in 12 Monkeys.
No, who's the guy who played Arthur Dent? What's his name? Simon Jones. Simon Jones is the best Arthur Dent. But I didn't think Martin Freeman was a very good Arthur Dent.
No, he wasn't. No, you're right. I've fallen out of love with the guy. It was good in The Office, but that's about it. And you'd think he'd be better. I mean, he's okay as Watson, but I don't know.
Yeah, he's good as Watson. He's good.
Cardinal Sin with another $5 super chat. Thank you, Cardinal Sin. Says, if you pull up a pic of Ben Miller and share it on the screen, you'll see how much he looks like the master. He played Arch well in Robot of Sherwood.
Yeah. That was a terrible episode. Oh my God. Yeah, I remember him. I remember him. Yeah, he kind of looks like the master. I think he'd be good.
It's not too bad. Not too bad a choice there. Thank you, Cardinal Sin. Yeah, that's not bad at all. Let's see. Oh, Lady Gravemaster with a $25 super chat. Very kind of you, Lady Gravemaster. Appreciate that. And she says, she's one of my arch villains and one of my legionnaires, by the way. Says, keep an eye out. Chapek is about to be sacrificed to the populace within the next 6 to 9 months max. It's a bait and switch. Once Disney implodes, Iger will strut back in, dust off the rubble, and rebuild the brand as sole proprietor.
No
really
way. For one, no. Yeah. No, he's about to retire. He's got higher aspirations. I mean, I don't know if that'd even be good as Disney with a sole proprietor.
Yeah,
it depends on who it is. If it's like Elon Musk or something like that, sure.
Yeah,
but not Bob Iger. Doesn't have a creative bone in his body.
No,
I'm not a fan of that guy at all. I think you're half right. I think Chapek is a bait and switch. I can't believe. I mean, like, I was utterly shocked. I haven't even seen any articles of people bitching that another white man named Bob got the job.
Yeah, that's so weird.
I thought the next CEO would be a woman for sure. Sure. So, Yeah, I guess meritocracy counts when it comes to CEOs, but maybe there is a woman who can run it.
Well, he might actually meritocracy. He might be well and duly sacrificed because he was actually in charge of the Disney park stuff. And of course, with the failing of the parks and Galaxy's Edge and shit, they may be okay. Who can we sacrifice to the SEC or for whatever reason is coming? It's like, oh yeah, give him Chapek. He deserves it.
Didn't we talk about like the whole fudging the books thing? Just kind of
right on the SEC,
rug.
Which may be coming home to roost. In which case, they want another guy over there to throw up and sacrifice, I guess.
Disney will get away with it. If the freaking bankers can get away with what they did, Disney will get away with what they did.
Yeah, maybe.
Fudge all the books they want. There's no justice.
It kind of sucks, though.
Yeah. No, it'd be interesting. Listen, I didn't make it sound like there's women CEO. The current CEO, Susan, our lovely Susan, not the biggest fan. But like there's been good ones in the past who got railroaded, like Marissa. I know a lot of people don't like Marissa, but Marissa Meyer went through a lot of shit. She actually went through a lot of shit. So that's not public, and Silicon Valley is a rough place, man. It's a rough place, but they're trying to make the world a better place. They are.
Oh, they are. Just like Chibnall and Kurtzman. Oh my God, just destroying shit right and left, and they think it's an improvement. I can't fathom people like that. I can't fathom people like that. Trevor McEwen with a $10 super chat. Hail Trevor again. Trevor says, sent a super chat earlier. It's amazing how far Doctor Who has fallen. I'm glad to be getting better health-wise. Dude, I'm so glad, Trevor. I'm so glad you are. Yeah, he's having a hard
important thing.
Yeah, he's having a hard time, but I'm really glad, brother. And please keep me posted on how you're doing. I'm really sorry you're going through all that shit. That's terrible. SF Giants 49er with a €5.49 super chat. Thank you, SF Giants 49er, who says the German word for dirt is Dreck. So after last week, it's Star Dreck for me.
Yes,
Amen.
it is.
Amen. It's dirt. Yeah, dirt as in poopy pants dirt.
Star Trek discard.
Discard, exactly. Forever Sci-Fi with a $4.99 super chat. Thank you, my friend. Says, hail. Can't wait for the land before a long, long time ago with dino droids. Also, our Altered Carbon season 2 sucked.
Did it?
Wow.
God, and a lot of people are saying that now. And
that's what I'm hearing.
Why did it suck? I need to know why. I need
exactly.
a why. Give me a quick one sentence why. Did it go woke? Did it focus on Faulkner and not Kovic or whatever his name is?
Right.
Was
Novak
it missing?
Kovic. Yeah.
Kovic. Yeah. Was it missing?
Kovic,
Joel Kinnaman, because I like Joel Kinnaman in season 1. I thought he was good. I don't know. If it went woke, it's gonna go broke.
Yeah, it is. And the more we do that, the better the lesson gets, and the more these people are finally going to be able to. They're not going to be able to ignore it, and I think that's really good. Saldrin TJ with a $10 super chat. Thank you, Saldrin. Says fun and agenda don't mix. Hi guys, and hail chat. Yeah. They really don't. They really don't. That's
I can say.
Problem.
A pleasant surprise. It's not the greatest thing ever made, okay, but Lock and Key was so far it's pretty good. I'm 5 episodes
worth watching.
I am enjoying it. Me and the wife are sitting down. It does not have any identity politics. It's got some teeny bopper stuff, but that it's like totally manageable. It's not like CW, you know. And it's a very interesting concept. It's kind of like how I looked at the comic. The comic wasn't the greatest thing I've ever read, but I enjoyed it. So I mean, I would call it almost light entertainment that probably would have normally been on network television. It's a little better. I mean, it's shot better and stuff. It's got decent kid actors. The young kid's okay. The two older, the brother and sister, are actually really good as a brother and sister. And did I mention no identity politics and no agenda?
No shit.
Yeah, it's pretty good. I give it a good solid 7.5 out of 10.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna check it out.
Yeah.
I'm sold, dude. Thank you.
Enjoyable. Yeah.
Worth watching. All right. Sushi Juice with a $5 super chat says, I think Picard is setting up Discovery season 3 where the Federation is in shambles. Without a doubt.
Yeah. Yeah.
Without a doubt. That's what they're doing. Without a doubt, Sushi Juice. It's obvious and it's painful. And that's where they've always wanted to go. They just fucking hate Star Trek. They just hate Star Trek. They want to destroy every last vestige of it. I don't know why, but that's what's happening, and it's happening on CBS's watch. And it's your fault. It's your fault entirely.
Do you believe they put that picture up of her holding a tattered freaking Federation flag? I mean, it's like the most memeable thing on the planet. I was like, really? Thank you.
Yeah, and they were trying to yank down the memes. They were trying for a while to put out that fire, and it was just no way.
Oh, hell no. They're so dumb. They are really dumb. But I got to bail out at this point. Sorry, buddy. But
no problem. Yeah. Dude, thank you for sticking it out. You were amazing tonight. Please plug your channel, Gary.
I run own and operate Nerdrotic, where I talk about the good, the bad, and the ugly of pop culture. Unfortunately, lately it's been quite ugly, especially in the last 40. Well, I don't know, man. Star Trek, Palpatine being a clone, Doctor Who. Yeah, it's been a shitty weekend. It's been a really bad weekend. So I'm sorry, folks. But thanks for coming here. We can commiserate together, and maybe we'll make this better. So if you want to subscribe,
amen, cool. Gary. You go and enjoy the rest of your evening and get some work done and get some sleep.
Thank you for having me on. I look forward to talking to you soon. I'll be DMing you and stuff. And have a good night. And thank you, Doom Chat. Thank you to the moderators. Great job. And I'll see you guys next time. Take care.
Good night, Gary.
Good night.
All right. Well, it's just you and me. How's the song go? It's 2:45. And it's just you and me. And I'm going to try to get some more of these super chats in because you guys have been so incredibly patient. And I don't want to leave you high and dry. If I can't get through all of them, I will do a super chat square up. But let's see how far I can get. Hope you guys are hanging in and having fun. And let's keep the party going, shall we? Pin drop says with a $4.99 super chat, if Palpatine is a clone, why does he look like Mace lightninged him? That's an outstanding question, Pin drop. They don't think this shit carefully. They don't care. They just wanted him to be identifiably Palpatine on a poster or on a still so that they could say, hey, kids, Palpatine is back. But then when it comes down to the actual consequences of Palpatine being back, he's a clone. The only clones are the ones that made this shit. They're really clones. Honk, honk. Thank you, Pin drop. Rich Milici with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Rich. Says Chibnall's vagina is bigger on the inside. Is that where he keeps all the bad ideas and terrible scripts? It must be one big vagina indeed. Thank you. Rich Milici. Boy, you hear that thing cranking. Fucking Chibnall. God, I hate that guy now. I always thought he sucked, but now, yeah, the hate is out. The hate is out. Thank you, Rich Milici. Mr. CCDV with a $5 super chat. Hail, Mr. CCDV says, are they going to remake the Marx Brothers with an all-female cast? Hooray for Captain Spaulding, the SJW Explorer. Oh, hooray for Captain Spaulding, the SJW Explorer. Did someone call me Schnorra? All female casts. unless it is an original project and it's, something that makes sense, are almost always a terrible idea. When they go ahead and recast something with all female casts, it's our mission in life, folks. It's our mission in life to make sure it fails and fails spectacularly. Does Ghostbusters 2016 level failure? That's what we need to make happen all the time. The Marx Sisters. Yes, Basil, the Pump and Seagull. Yes, indeed. Thank you, Mr. CCDV, for giving Hollywood the idea of remaking Marx Brothers stuff with an all-female cast. If they do it, you're in the penalty box, brother. Do not suggest shit like that. They may take you seriously. Lloyd with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Lloyd. Says, so apparently Palpatine was a clone. LMAO. Yes, Lloyd. Yes, apparently he was. And it's official canon now. I can shove that in a cannon and shoot it into the sun. Oxtal or Waxtal with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Oxtail or Oxtail. Oxtal. Oxtal, folks. You tell me. And Oxtal says, Hail Doomcock. Do you think there is any hope for Star Trek or Star Wars? What are you hoping for in the next year from these teams? Thanks. Well, I think there is a path forward for both Star Trek and Star Wars, but never to the level of popularity and love and devotion that they had. Never again. I think that these will be some fairly marginal properties moving forward. I mean, Star Wars is gonna just kind of slowly grind to a crawl. I doubt that the next season of Mandalorian will be as big as this season was, but even so, I mean, the Skywalker saga is dead. Luke is dead, Han is dead, Leia's dead, and disgraced. And I don't think people are really going to be all that eager to reach out and go back to that galaxy far, far away. I really, really don't. I think that is done. And I think it ain't coming back again no more. You know what I mean? Star Trek is so damaged now. I don't know that really they can recover. I mean, boy, they'd have to limit the budgets. They'd have to make a killer show. And I've seen no evidence that CBS Viacom or Viacom CBS, as it's known now, can do that anymore. I don't think they can do that. I think Star Wars has a better chance than Star Trek, but neither of them will ever achieve those dizzying heights of glory that they once had. Thank you, Oxtal. John Powers with a $5 super chat. Thank you, John. Says, someone find a way to reach through the internet and pinch me. This has to be a nightmare. Well, let's give you a verbal pinch here. John Powers. If the sound of Sabu capering doesn't sober you up, I don't know what will. Hail John Powers, man. I'm sorry, dude. It is a nightmare. Try to wake up. But it's actually real too. So you'll wake up to the same nightmare. I'm sorry, dude. I don't know what to tell you. Mercenary X21 with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Mercenary. Says, don't release Harvey. He will get corona. It's bad. Oh, God. This corona thing, it freaks me out. I don't like this kind of shit. So, yeah, I hope nobody gets it. I hope it just dies. I don't know. I hope it doesn't get anybody, honestly. I'm so sorry for anybody that's getting this damn thing, and just hope you'll be prepared and, take your supplements now and eat well and get plenty of rest and hope that your immune system will help you against this garbage. Thank you, Mercenary X21. Harvey, we will not release him until this corona thing is gone. So then he can destroy the universe. Trooper Bear FN2525 with a $5 super chat. Thank you, sir. Says 5 coins on DC in a cage match with Kurtzman. Cue the Lurpa music. You mean dun 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 dun. Hail Trooper Bear, FN2525. He says, Marvel is nothing on the interdimensional eldritch adventures of Harvey and Harriet.
I'm Harvey. I'm Harriet. Hey, Harriet, how you doing? I'm okay, Harvey. I'm suing your ass. What for? You're a male, ain't you? Well, yeah. Well, that's illegal in this current climate. It's illegal to be a male, Harriet? Yes, it is, Harvey. You're going to rot in hell, buddy. Once my lawyer, Gloria Allred, gets through pound me tooing your ass. Fuck.
And that was the adventures of Harvey and Harriet. Tune in next week when Harriet catches Harvey trying on her clothes. Is that sexual harassment or tribute? Let's see what the trial lawyer says. Brian Kim with a $1.99 super chat. Thank you, Brian. Says the 420 Republic or the Stoned Republic. Kind of like the 420.
Execute order 420. I'm feeling stoned. So, hey, Lord Vader, can you fetch me some sliced ham from the fridge? Feeling a little hungry.
You're stoned.
So what if I am? Bring a coffee cake too, Lord Vader.
As you wish, my master. Yeah, I think the 420 Republic works pretty good. Thank you, Brian Kim. Orville Nation with a $5 super chat. Hail, Orville Nation says, quote of the week. Pissing in our cornflakes and breaking our rice bowls. Doomcock. I'm glad you like that, Orville Nation. Yes. Doctor Who has been pissing in our cornflakes and breaking our rice bowls, those sons of bitches. God damn it. I think that should be a quote of the week. Thank you, Orville Nation, brother. I appreciate you. Dreary Nitpicker with a $1.99 super chat. Thank you, O Dreary One. Says, I don't watch Picard because I don't support racism. Neither do I. Neither do I. And I think that's a very good point. Sexism, racism, all these are SJW staples. Absolutely staples. Mercenary X21 with fighting words with a $2 super chat. Mercenary X21 says, Queen is far superior than the Beatles. Better songs too. What do you say about that, Stellar Heather? I would like to hear Stellar Heather chime in about that. Holy crap, man. Queen is far superior than the Beatles? And better songs too? Jesus Christ, dude. Well, thank you for the super chat. I respectfully disagree, but I'm aware that music is a very, very subjective thing. So I'll give you a pass. I'll just agree to disagree. And thank you, sir, for being here tonight. And I hope you've enjoyed the Inquisition. Yes, Stellar Heather's going, ha, 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 ha. Exactly. The Beatles, I do. I like Queen. I do. I love Queen. I love ABBA too. What, is ABBA better than the Beatles? I mean, come on. Come on. The Beatles are the best damn thing in the world. Gregory Burke says, Happy Texas Independence Day. Lord Doomcock, it is Texas Independence Day. Wow. Really, today we've crossed over into Texas Independence Day. Sing the Yellow Rose of Texas and the Eyes of Texas. Well, I'll sing the Eyes of Texas before the end of the stream here. Got to get to these super chats, man. They've been waiting and waiting and waiting. Thank you, Mercenary X21. John White with a £2 super chat. Hail, John White, who says, Doomcock, what do you make of my Not My Doctor Who campaign? Well, John White, I support you in expressing your opinion, and I'm glad that you're protesting that is not our doctor. I agree with you, and yeah, I'm glad that you're stepping up to the plate and trying to do what you can about it. I think that complacency is the enemy, folks. I really do, and we've got to go ahead and fight for what we love. Got to fight for what we love. And good night, Matt G. Sleep well. Matt G. Hail and thanks. Let's see. We've got Captain Spire with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Captain, says K9 returns, discovers that everything is wrong. The master still has his paradox machine and created a false timeline. What we are watching is the lie. Good one, Captain Spire. Damn right. K9 comes back, figures out the paradox machine is still armed and working, and the master is at the helm. Created a false timeline. I love it. I think that's absolutely fantastic. Thank you very much, Captain Spire. Not only do you make great shields, but you also make sense. Mr. Gently Benevolent with a $5 Australian super chat. Thank you, Mr. Gently Benevolent, who says, been ages since I've managed to see you guys live. Just a big thanks for the entertainment and laughs. Also, hail Doomcock, hail Mr. Gently Benevolent, and thank you, my friend, very, very much. The Legion of Reason with a $6.99 super chat. Thank you, oh Legion of Reason, says George Carlin warned us, and he hadn't seen anything yet. No, he hadn't. He hadn't, but he knew it was coming, man. He knew it was coming. Hail George Carlin, a towering classic comedian, philosopher, and spokesman for really the freedom to think, which I think is something we all need these days. Reminder that we have freedoms to think and to stop being afraid to do so. Thank you, the Legion of Reason. The SSB candidates with a $20 Mexican super chat. Thank you, SSB candidates, who says, indeed, my lord, SJWs believe we owe it to them. Really, what they owe it is to us to shut the fuck up. That's what the SJWs deserve, and that's what they owe. They owe it to us who came before them and made this nice civilization for their worthless, lazy asses to go ahead and shut the fuck up and let us enjoy our civilization. You know, if you want to break it later, well, have at it, motherfuckers. But while I'm still around and I want this civilization to remember, its values, its myths, its stories, shut the fuck up. I'm sick of you. Thank you, SSB candidates. 200 Watt Studio with a $2 super chat. Hail 200 Watt Studio, who says, which is better, the 1996 TV movie or the past two seasons? The 1996 TV movie. It sucks, but it's not nearly as insulting, not nearly as awful, honestly. I'd take the 1996 TV movie over this garbage any effing day. Thank you, 200 Watt Studio. Mr. Scott J87 with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Mr. Scott. Thank you, Mr. Scott, for that super chat. I appreciate you coming into the chat and listening to the Inquisition. Mr. Scott says, Doomcock, doomwop, dooma, doomcock. Oh, yeah. Wow. Sounds like something set to a Beatle tune that I can't figure out. Doomcock, doomwop, dooma, doomcock. Oh, yeah. Hail Mr. Scott J87. That's one of the most bizarre super chats I have ever received. Sedated Malkavian with a $2 super chat. Thank you, my friend. Says, best creation of the SJW era is Doomcock himself. I thank you for that. Sedated Malkavian. I echo that sentiment. Yes, the SJW era created Doomcock, their worst fucking nightmare. Carlos Rivero says, hello, my man Doomcock. Greetings from Argentina. Hello, Carlos. Hail, Argentina. That's right. Don't cry for me, Argentina. Hail, Carlos Rivero. Cosmic Critic says, so we all love Doomcock, Nerdrotic, and Midnight's Edge, plus After Dark. To all the Brits here, good morning, by the way. Who in the same vein as those great guys do you watch? Who in the same vein as those great guys do you watch? Is there a Brit? Want one? Cosmic Critic, I can't answer that. I think you're addressing the Brits, and so I will move on. Thank you, Sedated Malkavian. That was very, very kind of you. Anti-Derivative with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Anti-Derivative. Says, I'm waiting patiently for the Orville because those with the rights to create Star Trek have no respect for it. But Seth does. I hope he can buy it. I don't think there's any truth to the rumors right now that Seth MacFarlane is trying to purchase Star Trek to use with his, $200-300 million deal with NBC. Anti-derivative. I would be delighted. I'd be tickled pink if he did, but I don't think it's happening. Sadly, I don't think it's happening. And I'm sorry to hear that, man. Doomcock, you realize you were created by Kurtzman, says James Caserta. Yes. Well, I existed at the center of the earth before Kurtzman. I emerged on YouTube because of Star Trek Discovery, but I existed before that. You best believe that, man. Drury Nitpicker with a $1.99 super chat says, shout out to Chris Persia and Bionic Belly Button and all the wrenches. Stellar Heather, Lori Wilson here tonight helping out, and Mary Ashmead, who wanted to be here tonight. God bless you, Mary. I know you've been having a hard time with your foot, but thank you so much. Thank you so much for all that you do for us. And Bionic Belly Button is also saying, Chris Persia, hail to the hardest working wrench in Canada. I can't believe you are still up. Thank you for spending your special day with us. Yes, brother. Happy birthday to Chris Persia. You are awesome. And thank you, Drury Nitpicker, for that shout out to our hardworking wrenches. They are absolutely outstanding. Lloyd with a $5 super chat says, before I pass out, I have to say, without respect, we reject. Hashtag the fandom menace was right. Well, if you are in bed, and I can't blame you if you are, because it's 2:30 in the morning where I am, Lloyd, I hope you'll listen back to this and listen to your super chat, brother. Thank you so much for all your super chats tonight. Scott Rainford, I already read that one. Scott, you canceled your TV license. That's outstanding. Garimi Lovechild B with a $2 super chat says, hail, what happens to Big Finish now? God only knows. Garimi Lovechild B. God can only say, I don't know. I just don't know. Only time will tell. But that's probably not going to be good. I'll say that. Alfred Barajas. Hail Alfredo Barajas with a $50 Mexican super chat. Thank you, Alfred. Says Lord Doomcock, you should get heel versus babyface on your show. It was my birthday last Wednesday. I was hoping for Harvey to say something to me. P.S. Doctor Who is dead. Well, Harvey, would you like to say something to Alfred Barajas?
Hello, Alfred Barajas, and feliz cumpleaños, señor, hombre. God bless you, sir, and I would like to sing happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Alfred Barajas. Happy birthday to you. Doctor Who is dead.
Thank you, Alfred Barajas. I hope you had a wonderful, wonderful night. Hail, Snarky Weezer. And I'm glad you're here tonight, by God. It's only 1:30 here, says Lori Wilson. You're lucky. You're lucky. It's late here. Ian Slater with 2 super chats in a row, a $2 super chat and a $5 super chat. Thank you very much, Ian Slater. Ian Slater says with his first super chat, Star Trek Picard is now Locutus of SJW. F this show. Well said, Ian Slater. Yes. Locutus of SJW. Thank you, Ian Slater. Well said. And also he says, with a $5 super chat question, why would we follow the rules from CBS? Let's just make True Trek and FCBS and Suckerate Hideout. I am done with this show hurting human evolution. Beautiful, Ian Slater. Beautiful, brother. I am done with this show hurting human evolution. What more could be said than that? Nettled Nerds, welcome to the channel membership, my friend. Hail, Nettled Nerds. Thank you for your support, brother. Great to see you here. Tahina Hoj says Doomcock is amazingly entertaining and heartwarming. Thank you, Tahina Hoj. Very much appreciate that. Lori Wilson, very kind of you. Man of Sand says, Hail Doomcock. Were you ever a fan of Robotech? And do you feel it would be suitable material to remake into a live action big budget series? I actually just bought a whole shitload of Robotech DVDs. I've never watched it before, sadly enough. But I'm really interested, and I'll be able to answer that better once I've watched the show a little bit more. But thank you, Man of Sand. And hail Nettled Nerds, my new channel member. That is outstanding. Yes, Zero Depressive. Can someone tell me the blonde chick was involved with Maddox and she made a pass at the captain, Rios, like in the second show? Yep, you got it right. Of course, she was mourning. She was seeking, I don't know, consolation or some shit. I don't know. But it was kind of cheap, wasn't it? Batitude McButterpants with a $5 super chat. That is a hell of a name. Batitude McButterpants says, worshipped at the altar of Hoos in 78. 42 years, flushed down the toilet in 1 hour. Hashtag justice for Hartnell. Damn right. Damn right. Worshipped at the altar of Hoos in 78. 42 years, flushed down the toilet in an hour. God bless you, Batitude McButterpants. That was absolutely spot on, man. I am so sorry. I'm so sorry it's hurt you. We're all feeling the pain, but we can band together, all of us with the Inquisition now, and greatly appreciated. Mad Vibe with a $5 super chat. Thank you, oh Mad One. Says, I think when they hear fan, they think white male and haven't white my whole life. You haven't been white your whole life. And you're a fan. I get it. Hail Mad Vibe. Yeah. They just hate. They really are the haters. They hate us for nothing that we've done. They hate us for who we are. White people, white males, they blame Doomcock and Gary and Midnight's Edge for slavery, I guess. I don't know what to say. I wasn't around, man. I'm not that old. Thank you, Mad Vibe. Oxtal. Well, actually, I was born in the 1800s, but got abducted on a UFO, went through a time warp. It's a long story, which was chronicled on Midnight's Edge. Go check out Midnight's Edge if you want the origin of Doomcock. Oxtal with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Oxtal. Says 2 words: Pirate Picard. You know what had been better? Do a Dixon Hill callback, or Galen. What do you think? Yeah, 100%. Pirate Picard was fucking awful. And for fuck's sake, you've named him, Jean-Luc Picard. He should be able to do a really, really good French accent. But no, they played it up for laughs and had him mincing around. It was absolutely embarrassing as all fuck. Oh my God. Thank you, Oxtal. No, a Dixon Hill callback I'd be all for that. Shit, I'd love to watch a Dixon Hill series because I love hard-boiled detectives. I've got a thing for, fedoras and trench coats, and, hard-boiled, private eyes, duking it out and finding femme fatales and sleeping with them and narrowly escaping without getting their heads blown off. That's entertainment to me, folks. Deus Pigeon with a $4.99 super chat. Thank you, Deus Pigeon. Says, I sent this the other day, but passed out early. Could Gaiman and Sean Bean have Doctor Who? Could Gaiman and Sean Bean save Doctor Who or another possible dream team? Sure, man. Listen, they could retcon it. We've already had a great suggestion here that the Master's Paradox machine split off another timeline. An alternate universe. I mean, they could retcon this garbage out of existence. You got a good writer and a great doctor. Shit, Sean Bean be a cool Doctor Who. Absolutely. Hail Deus Pigeon. Yeah, it could be done. I just don't think they have the will, and I don't think they have the imagination. I don't think they'd stomach it because they really want us to suffer. They want this outcome. They want it. Scumbags. Thank you, Deus Pigeon. DB Cositis with a $5 Canadian super chat. Thank you, DB. Says, why wouldn't retired Admiral Picard have more connections and pull than fired Commander Raffi? How is she the same rank as Riker and Spock? Dude, I don't know what to tell you, man. That is a great question. It's just stupid. Do you know why Raffi, fired Commander Raffi, has more pull than retired Admiral Picard? It's because she's a woman. And all the admirals are women. And they resent that Picard's an admiral because he's not a woman. So there you go. Problem solved there. Problem solved. Thank you, DB Cositis. Cardinal Sin with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Cardinal Sin. Says, notice that Picard started with a cane and now doesn't. Well, it's the damnedest thing, Cardinal Sin. When I was blown across the roof by that Romulan attack, where the phaser rifle overloaded, it did wonders for my lumbago. So I don't have to actually walk with a cane anymore. I simply wield my cane when Romulans invade. I whack them with my cane and I tell them to get off of my lawn. Hail Cardinal Sin. Good observation there. Yeah. Picard only needed a cane to whack the Romulan. Then he drew the pistol out from hidden under the table he was hiding behind, cowering like a simpering idiot. God, this show stinks. We've only got 100 more likes needed for a 2,000 like live stream. Have we got it in the house? I mean, let's see where we are. We are still holding fast at 1,345 viewers, and we are at 1.9 thousand likes. Folks, if there are any of you out there who have not as yet licked to the like button and you're enjoying the Inquisition and you want to send a message to YouTube that you enjoy this entertainment, please consider licking that like button. Go ahead and punch that thumb up button. It helps with the algorithm, and I think that would be super cool if we could possibly hit 2,000 likes tonight. But I'm not asking you to lie. If you're not enjoying it, don't hit that like button. But if you are, you might want to think about it if you haven't yet. Thank you guys so much. This has been fantastic. A much longer than normal, Inquisition. But then again, like Bogart would say, when Doctor Who gets put down, you're supposed to do something about it. Doesn't matter if it's late and you're tired. It was Doctor Who. You're supposed to do something about it. If you don't, it's bad news for franchises everywhere. That's how I feel about it. Nettled Nerds. No. Yours is right next, Nettled Nerds. Your super chat is right now, right after Cardinal Sins. It says Nettled Nerds with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Nettled Nerds. This stuff will not get good till it's not popular to the normies, and then we will start crawling back. Yep, FYI, EFAP coined Disnoids for Disney shills. I like that. Disnoids for Disney shills. Beautiful, Nettled Nerds. Beautiful. No, I just got to it, man. We're actually coming up here towards the end of the super chats. So I think I'm going to get to them. Sing Man says, I'll sing at the end. I'll sing you a song at the end. Okay. I will. But I got to get to these, man. I got to. Thank you, Nettled Nerds. Yeah. Listen, normies are the worst damn thing ever happened to science fiction and fantasy, to genre stuff. The normies have by their numbers, they've made more of it, but then they pollute the old stuff. And I resent it. I resent it very, very deeply. Admiral OF Doom says, check out Bold Venture with Bogart and Bacall, a radio show that was fun to listen to. Thank you, Admiral OF Doom. I appreciate that. Christopher Richot with a $10 Canadian super chat. Thank you, Christopher. Says, hail, my lord. They say when you stare into the abyss, it stares back at you. All I'm seeing is Picard and the slow death rattle of a great franchise. Yeah, You're looking down at that, and you are indeed, your eyes are not kidding you. They're not fooling you. It really is that bad. It really is that bad, Christopher. And I'm horrified what I'm seeing gazing into that fucking abyss. I really am. CJ, hail CJ with a $20 super chat. Hail, 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 CJ. Appreciate you, brother. That's very generous of you. And he says, hail Doomcock and Gary. Did you guys read the old Doctor Who books? Were you members on Outpost Gallifrey forums in wilderness years? Any fave DW books? Mine were The Well-Mannered War, Vampire Science, and The Dark Path. CJ, I personally have never read one of the Doctor Who books. I've just watched the show. So I'm sure Gary did. I'm sorry that he's gone to bed, but I tell you what, I will. Would you DM me on Twitter, CJ, or shoot me an email at dictorvandoomcock@gmail.com. And I'm at Doomcock on Twitter. Or if you wanted to hit me up on the Patreon DM, I will forward that to Gary and get an answer for you from it. I have to say that you have to kind of prod my memory because I won't remember when I hit the sack. I will pass out and I'll wake up and I'll have a whole other world of problems, and I won't be able to get to it. So just remind me, will you? I'm so sorry, CJ, but appreciate that super chat very, very much. I wish I could help you, man. I just haven't. Zelcor with a $5 super chat. Hail Zelcor, who says the Doctor Who title should be in quotation marks from now on. Damn right. Zero Depressive, it has indeed been a pleasure. Gregory Burke, what was that bullshit about blaming 7 of 9 for Egypt's death? It's crap. That's what it is. It's crap written by idiots that don't know what fucking Star Trek is. That's the answer. And yes, Zelcor, it should definitely be in quotation marks from now on. Larry with a $2 super chat referencing all the poop on the streets of San Francisco says, I left my fart in San Francisco. Thank you, Larry. Very satirical, sir. Mr. CCDV with a $5 super chat. Thank you, sir. Says Joshua Norton has been dethroned. Hail Emperor Nerdrotic. Hail Emperor Nerdrotic. He is a hailable guy, isn't he? Thank you, Mr. CCDV, for that super chat. Zelcor has a $5 super chat and a good point. He says, I have a new show idea called Professor Witch. He time hops across time and space. Shit, let's do Professor Witch. Why not? And it'll be funny that Professor Witch is a man. Get it? Broomstick, Professor Witch. Ha 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 ha. That'll show him. No, I like it. Professor Witch. Time hops across time and space. I love it. Thank you, Zelcor, for that idea. And I want to welcome the fabulous Zero Depressive to the channel membership. Thank you very, very much, Zero Depressive. Really appreciate you coming up here and supporting the channel. Welcome to it. Stuart Mitchell, any fans of Spartacus Blood and Sand in the chat? Yes. Great show. I am rewatching it right now, nearing the end of season 2. Spartacus Blood and Sand was outstanding, insane, kind of grindhouse entertainment. It's got everything a boy could want. It's got violence. It's got naked women. Sword and sandals. Great stuff. Not woke at all. Thank you, Zelcor. Bionic Belly Button with a $5 super chat. Hail, Bionic Belly Button says, June Wong, I love the art that you made for Doomcock and Nerdrotic, and now for me. Thank you so much, and hail. Thank you, Bionic Belly Button. And thank you to all the wrenches out there. You are doing heroic work. Absolutely heroic work. Barb Rogers with a $2 Canadian super chat. Hail Barb says, back cash grab on IGG. Hail cash grab. Hail to Cecil. Cecil is love. Cecil is life. Cecil is fantastic. Thank you, Barb Rogers, for that call out. J Paula 821 with a $5 super chat. Hail J Paula 821, who says 1 million moms is protesting the Rats Onward movie. LOL. Good. 1 million moms agree. Onward sucks. Hail J Paula 821. I love that. 1 million moms. Holy smokes. 40 Helens agree. Right? Remember that from Kids in the Hall. Great show, by the way. Andy P with a $5 Australian super chat. Thank you, Andy. Says at this point, Doctor Who isn't even a zombie corpse flick. Zombies are animated, unlike Jodie's acting. Oh, thank you, Andy P. It's not even a zombie corpse flick. Zombies are animated, unlike Jodie's acting. Enough said, Andy. Love it. Nicholas Horton with a £5 super chat. Thank you, Nicholas. Says I liked Back to the Future Part 3, especially the ending with the locomotive time machine. I'm a big nerd of trains. Can kind of tell, man. Can kind of tell with your avatar. Looks kind of something vaguely Western about that. Hail Nicholas Horton. I agree. I really liked Back to the Future Part 3. Like the little romance Doc had in it, and it's a hell of a lot of fun. I think altogether they all linked very well, very intelligently written, and it's awesome. Good night, nettled nerds. Good night. The ding, ding, ding. We are almost done here, folks. We're almost done. We've got Lord of the Eagles Reaches with a €5 super chat. Thank you, my Lord. Lord of the Eagles Reaches says fun and intelligent. Not anymore. It's a frelling disgrace now. Yep. There is nothing fun or intelligent about this garbage these days. They have lost all fun. They've lost entirely. They've lost it. And I don't know how to get it back, you know? It's like the song says, you know, I've looked high, low. The Barry Manilow song, right? Trying to get the feeling again. It seemed to disappear, didn't it? Chris Burbank with a $5 Australian super chat. Thank you, Chris. He says the bright side of the coronavirus is that we'll give Greta something to be happy about. Yes, Chris Burbank. Yes, Greta will be happy. Yes, you know, universal bereavement and inspiring achievement. We will all go together when we go. Yeah. Good old Greta. Thank you, Chris Burbank. And nice mask, dude. I need masks. I need a few masks. They've been sold out, and I don't know. I can't get them. I've been trying to. I mean, my mask, of course, but you know, when I want to go incognito out in public, it would be nice to have a couple of masks. I just don't have any. Anybody have some spares? Want to send them to me? Appreciate it. And not a lot, just a few. It'd be nice. Thank you, Chris Burbank. Cesario JPN with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Cesario. He says, search Doctor Who versus Cybermen Dead Ringers on YouTube. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and pop this sucker in there. And I'll take a look at this. It's a good suggestion. Thank you very, very much. All right, popping it in my browser so that I can go ahead and Dead Ringers. I will check that out. Oh, it looks funny, man. $2 and oh yeah, that looks good. That looks very good. Thank you, brother. Appreciate that. Let's see. Keith Michael. It says sing more. Well, we're getting to the end here. I might sing a little something for you real quick. Drake is 6 with a $2 super chat. Says yes, Jeremy has secret messages. Rip in soy jeans. Jeremy is wearing soy jeans and has a secret message as a rip in it as code. Are you sure that's not proper Jeremy or proper Jenny disguised? Very interesting. Thank you. Drake is 6. Go to a hardware store, get a respirator, says Dr. Beast Hunter. Oh, that's a great idea. A painter's respirator. Would that filter out some shit? Need a N95 respirator, huh? Sedated Malkavian. Where can I get a N95 respirator? Shit. Okay. N95 respirator. Okay. Thank you very, very much for that suggestion. Very much appreciated. All right. I have the answer. See, that's the thing. All I have to do is ask the chat anything. And you guys know it. Seriously, you guys are the best resource. I had Ryan Lewis join the channel membership. He was a great supporter. Yes, Gringot. Well, my helmet filters out stuff, but hard to breathe in, says Dord. Try eBay. Okay, I'll check it out, guys. If anyone has a spare or something, wants to send it to me, appreciate it. I'd even pay you for it if you got it. What was I saying? I forget what I was saying. Oh yeah. And he's going to Japan and wanted some help, and Entertainment Hacker, one of my Patreons, stepped up, and they've been communicating back and forth. You guys are very helpful and very kind, and I greatly appreciate it. You guys are the best, seriously. Sirac of Vulcan with a $5 super chat. Hail Sirac of Vulcan. Says Kurtzman's Lower Decks cartoon premieres this year. Will you be watching / reviewing it? I'm staying away. Oh yeah. I will definitely need to be reviewing that garbage. Don't worry, I will. I won't let you down. I'll do it. Stephanie Little Page with a $5 super chat. Hail Stephanie, who says there's another YouTuber, Zvi Lebetkin, who is tempted to watch The Orville as a palate cleanser after watching and reviewing Doctor Who. I would recommend to Zvi Lebetkin to do so. Do exactly that. I think that's a great idea. Thank you, Stephanie, very much for that $5 super chat. And subscribe to Captain Robert April, by the way. Subscribe to Captain Robert April. Tokyo Gaijin with a 610 yen super chat. Thank you, Tokyo Gaijin. Says, getting into a debate about where the synth thing is going. My money is Control, because Kurtzman sucks. The end. That's a safe bet, Tokyo Gaijin. You are not going to lose it. Yeah. The synth thing is going to be related to Control, and Control will have been the origin of the Borg. And that's what it's going to be. I think you're spot on, Tokyo Gaijin. I think you are spot the F on. Sirac of Vulcan with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Sirac of Vulcan. Says Tiffany a la Weird Al. I think I'm a clone now. Thank you, Sirac of Vulcan. Humor is not logical. Yeah, but grieving is after Doctor Who dies. And so, a little levity doesn't hurt. Doesn't hurt. Lord of the Eagles Reaches says with a €5 super chat. Thank you, my lord. If High Republic is the future, Star Wars is really frelling over. Trek is stone cold dead. Amen, Lord of the Eagles Reaches. A-effing men. God bless you, Lord of the Eagles Reaches, for speaking the truth. Swooping down from your eyrie and speaking the truth to the masses. I love it. I absolutely love it. My liege, says Basil, the Pump and Seagull, with a $5 Canadian super chat. Thank you, Basil. Says my liege, I'm going to come clean. I stole the tricks from the kids and gave it to that poor suffering rabbit. Good for you, Basil. the Pumpin' Seagull. Dude, you rock. Thank you for being here tonight and every night. Basil, the Pumpin' Seagull, is the best. Barb Rogers with a $2 Canadian super chat. Thank you, Barb. Says Doomcock comic. When? I don't know, Barb. I don't know. I'm thinking about making a movie myself. I'm thinking about making well, we'll talk about it, but either a movie or a comic book is coming up soon. Well, that brings us, we are squared up on our super chats, folks, and we have been here since 8:50 is about when we came on. So 8:50, 9:50, 11, 12, so like 7 hours. 7 hours we have been on here, it looks like to me. Or is it 6? What was it, like 8:50? So it's basically 9 to 3. So about like 6 hours, about 6 hours. I hope you guys have had a wonderful time. I certainly have. And all right, I promised you you guys a little song. So I guess I should come up with a song for you guys. Let me see what I can find here. Any requests from the chat here before we sign off? Yeah, Gary had to get to bed. Yeah, 7.5 with the pre-chat, Bionic Belly Button. Nee. We are squared up on the super chats, folks, and you do a very good Irish accent. Well, thank you. Appreciate that. Oh, Danny boy, the pipes are calling. From glen to glen and down the mountainside. The summer's gone and all the roses falling. 'Tis you, must go and I must bide. But come ye back when summer's in the meadow, or when the valley's hushed and white with snow. It's I'll be here in sunshine or in shadow. Oh, Danny boy, I love you so. But when ye come and all the flowers are dying, if I am dead, as dead I well may be, you'll come and find the place where I am lying, and kneel and say an Ave there for me. And I shall hear those soft you tread above me, and all my grave will warmer, sweeter be. For you will bend and tell me that you love me, and I shall sleep in peace until you come to me. And there you go. Second verse, same as the first. Yes. And in honor of Texas Independence Day, the eyes of Texas are upon you all the livelong day. The eyes of Texas are upon you. You cannot get away. Do not think you can escape them, night or early in the morn. The eyes of Texas are upon you till Gabriel blows his horn. Hook 'em horns, folks. Hook 'em horns, and hail to Texas. Well, I think we've had a hell of a night tonight. I want to thank you all for being here and joining us on the Inquisition. We have hit 2,000 likes. My God. We've had 10 new channel members. We've had 2,000 likes. And we have gone the entire 6 hours and never dipped below 1,170 viewers, which was what we've got right now at this late hour. It's 3 a.m. here in Austin, Texas. And I just want to thank you all of you for being here tonight. God bless you all. And thank you. I hope you will join us for the next Inquisition. And also, I do a live stream on Friday nights, Friday Night Frolics. And it's a really fun time. A lot of singing, a lot of kind of comedy, guests, and of course, pop culture analysis and rants. So thank you guys so much. I hope you had fun, and hail to Gary. Please subscribe to my channel if you have not. Also subscribe to youtube.com/The Harvey Zone, which is where this Inquisition will be posted later on, probably early in the morning, okay? Because I got to get to sleep. So bless you all. Thank you so much. Hope to see you again next Sunday on Gary's channel. And from the center of the earth, this is Dictor Van Doomcock bidding you all, my friends, stay angry and have a good week, and stay safe, will you? Don't catch the damn corona. Good night, guys.